Good morning, the time is now 9:33. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Danforth,
Here.
Trustee Byer,
Here.
Trustee Lakai,
Here.
Trustee Martinez,
Here.
Trustee Hume.
Here.
Also Trustee Adam Kinney is absent with notice, and Town Attorney Seth Walker is absent with notice, and we have one vacancy. And present are also interim administrator Scott Arisman and clerk Allison Ransom. That's all.
Thank you, Allison. Today is Monday, August 14th, 2023. This Town of Crestone regular Board of Trustees meeting is being held both in person and via Zoom. To complete the town's business in a timely manner, the following procedures will be followed for all town meetings, including those hosted on Zoom. All meeting participants must keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off, except during citizens' comments and unless called on to speak by the board. Per the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees Procedures and Rules of Order, section 7.3, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. And during those 15 minutes, speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak, after which they will be informed that their 3 minutes are concluded and their microphones will be muted. Before speaking, please state your name and address for the record. If you have comments that are longer than 3 minutes, or if the time for citizens' comments expired before you had a chance to speak, please send your comments as correspondence to the town hall, and the board will respond to your letters. Trustee Hume, would you read the vision statement, please?
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Comments, concerns, additions, deletions. I have one correction for the minutes of the August 2nd meeting. I'll move to approve the agenda. First, we need to do the agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Discussion, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Nay. Ayes have it, the agenda's approved. I was scurrying ahead to go ahead, and next item is item number 4, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of July 17th, 2023. Questions, concerns, comments? Questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the minutes are
Need a motion.
Somebody needs to make the first.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes for July 17th.
second.
I'll second.
Discussion, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion made. All right, approval of the minutes of the special meeting of July 19th. Questions?
Yeah, it's at the very top, it says it's a regular meeting and actually it's a professional. And so it needs to be corrected.
Yeah, that was,
That was the
There
meeting
was-
on the 2nd.
well, there was a hiccup in between, we had put these together, then realized there was one missing and added it back in. At that time, I actually went in and changed those. It's a regular meeting, I did correct that already, it's in the digital version, by accident, you guys got the original version in text though, so that has been corrected already.
I make the motion, we approve the minutes of the special meeting, July 19th as corrected.
Second? Was there a second?
I'll second.
Benjamin? Benjamin? All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Approval of the minutes of the special meeting of August second, it had the same thing that said, regular meeting instead of special meeting. But I would also point out an additional correction, which is, the minutes state that the motion to adjourn was seconded by trustee Byers, and Benjamin did not attend that.
I wasn't at that meeting.
I'm gonna put that down now. Here, I'll go back in and make sure.
So I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the August second meeting as amended. Correct.
Who did second it?
I can check the recording and correct it for. I'll put it on your agenda next time. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out in a second if the motion to adjourn.
Motion, did you get a second? I didn't hear.
We didn't make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from August 2nd. Special.
No second?
Discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The minutes of the special meeting of August second are approved as corrected. And that brings us to citizens' comments. Please come up, and I guess we don't have.
Our mics aren't working, but, oh, mine is, just turned on.
Loudly.
Microphones working. Hello.
Listen.
Please state your name and address.
Okay, so is this good here?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe McCallick, 363 South Hemlock. My concern is, and my search for information has to do with this document called the
Speak up
town.
so it'll get into the Zoom, please.
I'm sorry,
Speak up so it could go
And you
into.
could pick up the microphone.
Actually, it's not working.
Yeah, just.
It's got a loose,
You're right.
it's got a
next to
loose
the-
connection.
Yeah, you're right next to the computer picking up the Zoom. If you just speak loudly, it'll pick you up.
okay. So I'm looking at this document that's on the agenda item L, initial letter L on today's agenda. And it's titled the Town of Crestone Noise Permit. And primarily, I would like to know where did this document come from? Who wrote it? And what's the purpose of it? Can you hear me all right now? Okay. Okay.
I'll let you go. I can't.
Okay, so I read through this document and I see that it seems to allow the town to give permission to a virtually unlimited number of music events during the course of a 6-month period. Amplified music, which seems to exceed the noise ordinance level that's currently on the books. And with no effective enforcement of the conditions and less stringent tracking of the sound. It has to be monitored and shown to be too loud at the receiving premises instead of 25 feet. What's going on here? What am I missing about this? And the reason that I'm asking these questions is because there was a survey taken in this town 2 years ago, authorized by the town. It's entitled Summary of Noise Survey Results, updated 9/14 of 2021. And in this, what I see is that of the total number of completed, verified, and survey results, total of 49 people who were verified. The overwhelming feeling in this town is that even though people generally are welcoming of the large sponsored music events that happen periodically in town, like the 4th of July, that's all great. But everybody else is saying, we don't want more. We don't want pop-up music. So the fact that this other document has even been drawn up and is going to be considered today makes me wonder what's happening here. If the will of the majority of people in this community don't want it, then why consideration of this carte blanche to make a lot of noise daily, outdoors, amplified? That's my concern.
So the board has not acted or considered that. Scott is the one who's prepared that for us.
Yeah, to answer a couple of your questions, Joe, this document was prepared by me, by my initiative, really. It was adapted from the noise permit that is used in Salida. And I agree with, I mean, I can hear some noise feedback from the crowd. I agree that what Salida does doesn't make sense to do the same thing here. And that's the reason that, that's actually what I'm asking for from the board at this meeting. That's the reason I'm presenting to the board, is because for a while, you're right, we've had 4th of July events, that type of thing, that are town sponsored, but go outside the town noise ordinance. And so it puts the town in a position where, in order to even have the 4th of July celebration, we're forced to go out. The town is breaking the town code by doing that. So I wanted to get something in there so that we have an option to go outside the noise ordinance for things like the 4th of July. I don't think that anyone on the board expects to there to be events every weekend as a result of this. Really all this does is it gives people a legal way that they can ask to have an event. And at the end of the day, it'll always be what the board wants to do as far as what they're going to approve and what they're not going to approve, which was really the same way that it already was. I wouldn't expect that more events will be approved because of this. It's just that the forms we were using to do that previously were town property use applications, which it's not really what it is. So this is really an effort to make that process more accurate and make it mesh with the code a little bit better. And yeah, to give it's on the agenda today to give the board a chance to go through what Salida's regulations are and change those and make it into something that makes sense to this town. So that's a little bit of background context for what this document is, where it came from, and why we're talking about it today. And I'm sure that the board will take your concerns.
Well, Scott, I really appreciate that feedback. All I can say to that is, on the surface, this is really bad optics for the town. It looks like you're considering betraying the will of the majority of the people in town who just took a survey 2 years ago and said, we don't want this. And this looks to me like you're making it super easy for people to come in and just fill out a couple of things. This is my amplifier and my mic, and I'm gonna do this. And they get to just set up on a street, potentially in very large numbers, with no control whatever. We just have to suck it up, and there's no meaningful recourse that people outside the area where the music sounds good, let's say. There's no recourse for us to do anything about it. Why are we making it so easy for this to happen when the town has said we're not interested in that? We want to reduce the number of events. It's, you know, the optics of it to me, and the way I read this is that there's an agenda here. Somebody's got an agenda that wants to make this into a music town. And I'm not having it. You know, this community has spoken. So to even take this on and have a meaningful discussion about this document, which looks all slicked up and is ready to use, says to me, you're ready to betray this community. And so I'm wondering if there's some other agenda going on here where this board is being pressured by somebody to create a music town here with all this stuff going on to satisfy a special interest, a minority of the community. I don't get it. I don't get it. The optics are not good for you guys. You know, the fact that this is even in existence and it's on the agenda and you're going to talk about it says you're considering betraying this community. I want that on the record. Anybody who doesn't stand up strongly against this, I promise you my vote for recall. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Joe.
Would you come up and state your name and address?
Mic doesn't work, so just loud.
I'm Dudley Pace, live at 427 East Iron Avenue. Um, Well, I want to address the issue of the noise ordinance, and I want to do it this way. Whatever we've been doing for the last year has really been working well. We seem to be able to have the events. And the noise hasn't been as bothersome as it was a couple of years ago. And I would encourage the board to continue to stay around the 60 decibel level and to allow things to go as they are, because I think most of us are happy about that.
Thank you. Next, would you come and state your name and address for the record?
Samuel Pace, 477 East Iron Avenue. I'm just here because I don't think that the noise ordinance should be changed at all. When there's live music during the 4th of July or whatever else that you all permit already, I hear it fine at my house. And almost everybody on the uphill side hears everything just fine. So you don't need to approve this document that supposedly makes it easier to go outside the rules that we have now. And I'm just trying to add my voice to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
I appreciate Joe bringing the survey back, you know.
My name is Dennis Pozluzny and I live at 271 South Hemlock. I'd like to speak in support of what these two gentlemen just said. I think everything has been, at least on my side, have been going well with the events. I think to increase the decibel, to try to keep the community, I think if I understand what you're saying correctly, Scott, in compliance is not really the way to go. I personally feel that the entertainment business is not the business for this board. We should be concentrating more on the condition, the overall condition of the community, and not just one separate subject. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Other comments?
Yeah, can I make a comment just addressing the
It's
concerns?
not, no, we don't do that. Scott can talk, but the rest of us are here to listen. Any other comments? All right. Are there any comments via Zoom? Please hold up your hand if you wish to speak. Seeing no hands, hearing nothing, any more comments from?
No, no hands.
I don't see any. I will close citizens' comments. And proceed to item number 8, correspondence to the board. We have a letter from the brewery from Lori Booth. Has everyone had a chance to read it? Comments? Scott?
Oh, so my only comment is that this has been sent on to the town attorney, to advise us on what we might be able to do about it. I would have put this under the attorney's report, but he's not gonna get the meeting, he's not gonna be back until Monday. So I do hope to have some response from him on Monday about what action the town can take about that issue. But other than that, that's where we're at with it. I know they called the sheriff said they couldn't do anything about it. We've been unable to find the different agency that can do anything. So we're waiting here from the attorney.
Steve?
So in their report, James, they don't know his last name at that point. James with a question mark is James Hendricks, who released the cockroaches. So just, You wanna add that to the report? We have a lesson.
Thanks, Steve.
Susan?
Yeah, I look forward to hearing what the attorney has to say. I was totally appalled when I read this report. I mean, absolutely appalled. And I would hope that our attorney recommends taking legal action after we get all of the documentation and information. But this was not just a threat to two local businesses. This is a threat to everybody who lives in the town. And I think it's a very serious public health and safety issue.
Allison,
So just so you know, Gretchen took time out to help them and set traps, and she worked on this with them. And also, we might contact the Colorado Department of like Health and Sanitation. There's an agency to see if there's other ways to deal with this while we're waiting for Seth. I meant.
thank you. Kim?
Yeah, well, apparently they've trapped some outside, but none inside. But this is pure eco-terrorism. And charges needs to be pressed. For sure.
Steve?
Considering that they trapped some in the park means they're
They're
spreading,
here.
and I'd love to get a count. So if 50 were released, I'd like a count of how many they trapped, then we'll kind of get an idea. How many are gonna make babies, you know, before winter.
Well, these are challenging times and this is something that we can't let go by.
With our attorney not being here, I would like it to be conveyed to our attorney that the board really takes this really seriously and would like to see if there is a path towards pressing charges.
When, Allison, do you know when Seth is gonna be back and able to respond to this?
So Scott mentioned he'll be back at work next Monday.
So if we need to have a special meeting to follow up on this, after Seth has a chance to look at it, I would like to officially go ahead and schedule that.
And are traps still being set, or are they, she's still trying to,
From what she said last week, yes.
because, I mean, I know pressing charges is kind of like a
On the
consequence, but what happened was still a problem, so it seems like we should really figure out like what they do in towns with this kind of, you know, sabotage.
Yeah.
I don't know if it probably doesn't happen in, you know, too many places. It was kind of unfortunately a creative revenge cycle against booths and town. But I'm sure other towns have cockroaches. So maybe there's a way that we.
I've never seen one in my life.
Well, I'm not saying that they're like common in Colorado, but they are common in cities. I mean, do we call, I mean, pressing charges is one thing that'll kind of, you know, I agree with that we should do that, but I also think that maybe we should take it to the next level on how to actually mitigate them if they are around. I haven't seen one yet. Has anybody seen one? And have you seen them even in the traps?
I haven't, but I asked Gretchen to come down for the public works report. She has.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, the public works can find.
Hopefully she took pictures of them before disposing of them. I'd like to see evidence too.
So would the board agree that, we'll go ahead and draft the letter and I'll sign it responding to this, saying that we're taking this very seriously. We've referred to our attorney, asking him to proceed to give us some legal advice about going ahead to press charges with regard this is an act of ecotourism that we cannot countenance, will not allow.
And then maybe we should call like a health department or something like that, and see what they say to.
I did reach out to CDPHE, and they are more. They're more focused on enforcement of the businesses following the right guidelines, but we'll continue. We'll see if there's a different agency, but there must be someone that can help. Yeah, we'll keep looking.
I mean, I know the exterminator would be like, probably put a bunch of chemicals around, which probably wouldn't be. Best thing for the town either. But an exterminator is what. Yeah, people use. Some sort.
So we'll go ahead and send a letter and we'll first have to give us some advice. We have another letter, another correspondence. To respond to. This actually was addressed to Adam from Nick Chambers. She had a chance to read that.
Alice, you might wanna table it, cause, till September, cause Adam is gonna like explain it all and present it. And if he's not here,
That makes sense.
we can leave it in.
Are we still in contact with that gentleman who did? We are.
Stuart, yeah, the logistics guy. Yep, yeah, we're still in contact with him. And we'll see what Adam has to say about it. Just from a conversation we had last week, it sounded like after discussing with his contact here, he's feeling less optimistic about that option.
Why?
I'm not sure. That's why I said we'll have to hear from him, but I know that he was kind of saying that last week.
Is this a policy that we want to have or sort of thing? A letter to. And it may be, I often do refer, I simply refer letters that come to me, I just send them on to you. Presentation to the board.
Oh, yeah, I just am not, I'm just not prepared to present on this particular document. I mean, it's a lot of technical stuff that frankly kind of goes over my head. I'm not sure what, I feel like we need Adam to present.
What I'm saying is, the gentleman that came in before, you're saying that option is now. Less,
It, just in Adam's opinion, yeah.
not this one or that, I'm just mixed up about.
Anyway, yeah, building our own, doing our own wastewater treatment is just, you know, it's better to hear from him, just a game of telephone right now. He had just mentioned to me last week that, after doing more of his own research, he's feeling less optimistic about doing our wastewater.
So I think we should table this until Adam is here.
That was my point, lack of information. Let's be like.
So we'll go ahead and table this. I think that's the end of correspondence for this meeting. Go back to the agenda. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 9, reports. And the first one is from Public Works. We do have a written report. Do we have?
Yep, we got it.
I can't see.
We got it. This is getting the paper together.
Come talk to us. Oh, yeah, 1 second. Just come over here to the table if you would, so we can.
I can see this. Okay. Let's see, Garrison fencing for the security fence at the waterfront. They've got the last few sides of the post set. So that will be completed, I would assume, within a couple days. The white Ford is, on its way to be towed. We're just waiting for the guys to show up. We have loads of road base being delivered today. Yay. Let's see, we went through, Andrew and I figured out the route options for the sewer line extension, which you worked on. We need to replace the power steering pump and the lower steering hose on the blue snowplow truck.
And I need funds for that prior to the season.
Excuse me, is that in the maintenance budget?
I have no idea, I do not have a budget.
So we had, I believe that we had earmarked a certain amount of money for equipment repair and purchasing.
Hope it covers what we need. I know it wasn't a big amount last time we were going over that. Andrew Martinez, we got the blue tractor put over in, once again, in their yard. And he's gonna start repairing the gaskets on that blue tractor, which will help come snow season. And road repair. Irrigation, ongoing nightmare. Lines keep getting busted, sprinkler heads keep getting ran over. We pulled all the drip irrigation and replaced it with soaker hose. And now we're just trying to figure out where all the pinhole leaks that are not part of the soaker hose are coming from, so. It's an ongoing process. That's it.
I have a question.
Yes.
In here, you say ongoing, weeding, mowing, and weed whacking. The board has discussed putting out for bid that because, to save you from your higher level, employees from doing what you could probably find someone, a company very competent and skilled, that's what they do, for conceivably a lower price, so we considered putting it out for bid just to see if this could create us cost savings because of our budget situation right now.
Great.
So,
Great. I mean, if you could prioritize on the weed whacking part of it. The mowing's easy for us. It doesn't take but an hour here, an hour there, but the weed whacking is, you can't do it with two people. It would have to be every day, all day long, all summer long.
Yeah, because the mowing is primarily in the parks and we
Yeah,
have the
and
mower and all
that's
of that, so it's the weed whacking thing. And this is something that we're looking at as we're looking at the 2024 budget of having that plus looking at the care and maintenance of the flower beds.
Another
The
ongoing,
soaker hoses.
very tedious,
So
very time
you
consuming.
wouldn't have a problem with that,
No,
okay?
even though I love doing it, I still get to help.
So, I'd like to ask a question here, maybe for the Public Works Department. And I especially noticed it again after this last heavy rain. What was it, 4 years ago when we got that new tractor, time 4, maybe 5, but perhaps around 4. We got the new tractor, and one of the things we really wanted to make sure is that we had a blade on there that can dip sideways so that we can do the edges of the road and pull the gravel back up onto the borrow ditches to be able to use on the roads. And so I keep bringing this up and have for like 4 years. And then after this last rain, when I went and I drove around, there's a lot of these roads where they have been plowed, and then the gravel makes a hump on the edge of the road, which stops the water from going into burrow ditches. So the water is coming down and eroding the roads. And I especially noticed it in my neighborhood. I went up Galena, eastern Galena, where Adam's at. We had, after that whole flood event, we got a FEMA grant that came in, and we had Kenny's Golden come dig a ditch alongside the road to be able to take that flood water, and we're running into that same problem. So I would really like to see that the, now that we finally got some moisture, that the Public Works really look at spending some time doing just that, taking some of those mounds of gravel.
So we have gone over this, Andrew and I mainly. The problem with reclaiming the ditches is our little green tractor does not have the oomph to do so. And we also don't have the tilt blade on neither tractor. And that's why with our culvert project that we were gonna have a grant for when Leslie was around. We did all this work and that was part of it, was getting the county to come and reclaim the ditches for us. Or Skoglin or Cooley, whoever.
Okay, so would this be
I-
something in the past, a long time ago? This was something that the town had hired the county for. They came in with their more things and they did this, and in the past, the town had spent a lot of money, either maintaining or creating. I remember coming with the backhoes and creating the flood ditches, and the roads were, as the roads went in, they came in and created the borrow ditches. And then when the county came in, they continued to pull that gravel off, and now, as I just said, we see the humps and the water's not, it's not running into the ditches, and it's not all places, but some places, and it's creating more erosion in the roads, which means it takes more labor for you guys to come in with gravel and road grading and all of that. So we're kind of spending money on public works to try to maintain the roads. Maybe this is something that when we go into working on our 2024 budget, we can look as to what it would take to make that happen. Cause it's just getting worse. It's been years and years and years now, and it's just getting worse. You know, you drive around town, you see, okay, here, water's running everywhere, and you have to
Getting worse,
come
but
back and
something
fix it.
to be better.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Gretchen and Miguel, what would the solution be?
I think to start with, if the county, well, for East Galena, for example, if the county could continue grading it and keep the crown in it, that would be helpful, except now all of the flood ditch that they installed goes, well, what is that, Pine? Yeah. All the culverts or driveways are on the southern side of East Galena. That ditch veers it off to the north. But the lack of culverts is the problem, and they're reclaiming that they did further up past McAlpin's also created, well, help and problems, I don't know. The culvert issue, that's what kind of is a ongoing nightmare when we get heavy rains.
I look
And
is
we
where I
call-
see, like, we go up, you know, Iron by my place along Benjamin's and along that. It's just sort of all over, actually, up Carbonate, it's just all over where it's.
Because there's no more
That the gravel
crowns.
just keeps pushing to the side and making these humps, and so.
We just don't have the
there's-
proper equipment in order to keep those crowns. Jim Homer's old tractor was able to, but he doesn't have that anymore,
Yeah,
and not like he'll be around.
so with our tractor, you said we never got
Yeah,
the
the
blade,
flat blade, period.
so we never got the blade that goes on an angle,
It's this wide.
okay, so. And, cause this is something that's probably gonna come up when we start working on our next year's budget. If the town bought a blade that could go on the angle, help pull some of that up, would we still have a lack of power? Could it do some of the roads?
Well, depending on Andrew and if he gets the blue tractor up and running again, that has the power for it. And I believe the right hitch setup where you can angle those blades. But that's if we can get that tractor going again. Other than that, the little green one. Sure, there's areas here and there that it can handle, but
Not the ones with all of the big rabbit brush and rocks? Okay,
no,
wait, could-
unfortunately.
alright, good.
I have one more question. I understand that Jim Homer's gonna have some significant back surgery on scheduled for the 28th of August.
Mhm.
That may result in him not being able to do any more work on the roads for some.
That's being done today.
So I understand that he's gonna try to get it done. But in the future, after his surgery, who will take care of the roads from our staff?
We don't have the equipment to take care of the roads, that's the thing.
So
We would
what do you
take
plan
care
to
of it
do?
if we had the blade.
see
for
a hand.
example.
I know they ran
Stand up
backwards.
and come over here. Can see you.
I know they rent equipment, for example, backhoes and stuff like that, and I did run a backhoe and grader for 10 years in Costilla County Road and Bridge, so.
Do they rent graders?
Huh?
Do they rent
Yeah, they
graders?
do.
They do?
Yeah, I met a company at the conference that I went to in Denver. And they actually rent motor graders, and that's what you really need for your first. Get it all together, and maybe my suggestion would be to rent a backhoe twice a year, just to. Make sure everything's aligned, the ditches are staying where they're supposed to be, and culverts are clean and stuff like that. That would be my suggestion.
Maybe find out how much that would
That's-
cost, so we could work it into the budget.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to develop that capability instead of, I mean, historically, Jim's taking care of things, but he may not be able to.
Yeah,
So basically, the board is kind of directing Public Works to come up with some solutions for us to be able to better, you know.
and like you said, the longer you don't do it, the harder it is to get it back with that crown, but I say twice a year, you would. Keep that crown and everything would flow like it was supposed to.
Right now, the
Beautiful,
plans have
beautiful.
gone into it, to what's going, it would be very difficult. So,
I got a note on research and grader rental fees.
And my concern is the budget and where we're gonna get the money to do that, so.
so on these questions about the repairing of the vehicles, you know, we did put money in the budget for maintenance and repair of the vehicles. And I think that we have to get these vehicles repaired. There's no other choice. We can't postpone it. We need to have,
Especially.
there's no plow working. We need to have these working. So, you know, I think we should approve of Public Works getting these vehicles repaired. I mean, we have to have the snowplow repaired. We have to have the brakes fixed. We can't have Public Works sitting with all of their vehicles sitting in a parking lot, not usable.
Thank you. Yes.
So, go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, and I would like to commend the Public Works just for the grass. I noticed yesterday after the rain, how you reseeded, because it was abused this summer.
That's right.
It was totally abused, that park. It looked like a dust bowl, and I'm really happy to see it coming back. We need to definitely not abuse or overuse that area, otherwise it's gonna look like the sand beach.
Worth a
But it's looking great.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
should.
Allison, I would just
Let's-
also like to commend Gretchen, well, Harold too, but Gretchen has been on call with me, covering stuff and handling things and responding to me, and I really appreciate it.
So much as my phone will do that too.
Thank you.
Oh, and I meet with Alcon Thursday at 2 p.m. for ADA ramp. For the museum. Hopefully we can get that permitted.
Yeah, we're gonna use that. We're gonna get a quote next week for the ADA ramp in the museum. We use that quote to try to get some conservation trust funds in the county as we discussed.
Required by CERSA, so it is, and it's been on our list for years.
Steve and then Kim.
Gretchen, is this the appropriate time to bring up cockroach issue that you've been trapping?
I haven't seen any since that first night.
Do you know how many were trapped? And do you have,
I got rid of 4 of them and
Anybody
no,
taking
because it
pictures?
was frantic, just kill them and be done with it kind of.
I would say if you encounter any more, just so we have.
No,
photographic
they've
proof that
really.
we got these larger African cockroaches that. Yeah, so you found 4
I found
and
4 of them and they're
so outside of their dumpster, and then I heard some in the park.
dead. One was found in the fountain area,
Okay. So
but
4
that one's
4 total
gone as well.
out of 50.
That's the only what I've seen and dealt with,
Right.
but they are keeping traps. They're really on it.
Cool.
Kim?
When they come for the ADA for the ramp at the museum. It's my understanding that we also need some sort of access to the Creekside Park.
Yes.
Is there any way we could cut costs by getting both forward at the same time?
That's what I'm gonna go talk to Lisa as
Okay.
far as the grant.
Because if
goes.
CERSA's gonna, or ADA is gonna nail us on one, they're gonna probably nail us on the other. So it's best if we get both of them fixed at the same time, one trip.
One truck.
One truck.
Probably maybe one. Yeah, that's on my
Well, the
notes.
first step is to see what it's gonna cost and.
Concrete is not cheap right now. I know that much. Anything else?
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Gretchen.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Gretchen. Let's move on to the next report, which is water. No. We're gonna come over here and talk about it.
Mike here or there? No, Mike.
Do it, just talk loud.
Okay, we'll stop taking people out.
All right. So we'll start off with the water Bacti sample for the month of July, absent on all bacteria. That includes total, fecal, and E. coli. Water sample was taken from 182 East Bulleen Avenue. Our wastewater flow for the month, it was 517,982 gallons with the daily average BOD at 60 pounds. It's a little higher due to summertime, all the tourist businesses. 637,087 gallons of water pumped at the water treatment plant. I was contacted by a gentleman, his name was Robert Powell or Pole. I'm sure I'm missaying that. Anyway, he's with the Colorado Drinking Water Compliance, and he reached out to me to discuss the possible meth drop in our water. And I explained to him it wasn't in our water, it was in our wastewater, and that I did document everything and I had everything ready to go. So I did send that to him. He was satisfied. The reason he said is they were getting multiple calls from people saying that there was meth inside the water system. So he was obviously doing his job, reaching out, and he was satisfied with all the documents I sent him. So we are good on that. Our last meter read showed no high usage on any meters, which means no leaks, obviously. Right? The manhole lid sewer cover in front of the mercantile was repaired. About half an inch of concrete was removed from the inner diameter of the concrete slab, allowing it to sit more securely. Jim McAlpin, I always get that one wrong too. He found another leak near his pressure pump at his property. If you don't remember, he was the one that had the big leak last month. He was out of town and his 2-inch PVC broke near his house and he lost a pretty good amount of water. His meter shut off right now until he's ready to do a pressure test, and he did text me this morning letting me know that we could do it today. Update on the booster pump that we sent to Central Pump, that's for the water treatment plant. He still hasn't got to it with all the orders that he has before us. The charter school meter was successfully installed on 7/17. The meter ID and specs are updated in the system, and it is confirmed that it's compatible with our system, so it is reading with our meter. Update on the transducer for the water tank. William with Brown's Engineering confirms that he did receive the item, and he will be here to meet with me and install it on the week of the 21st. Update on lead and copper inventory. This is where we have to go identify the material going to each meter pit to identify if there's any lead lines or any stuff like that. But with as new as this water system is, and if I can confirm everything through paperwork to the state, we won't even need to do any of that. So it'll save time, money, because it's so new that obviously there was no lead or above lead lines in that system since it's that new. So that would save time and money if we could do that. Do you know what year it was installed by chance, anything? 2005. Okay. So I believe 99, I think is the year.
One went into 2005, the other went in like 2008.
That's great, that's great. That'll save a lot of money. The generator, and then shout out to Andrew Martinez, because he's the one that told me to go ahead and get somebody to look at that generator. And there was 5 wires that weren't connected correctly, and that was for the generator to communicate with the control board. And so it wouldn't turn on. So The reason we didn't discover it earlier is because you were able to turn it on manually to run the generator, let the battery charge like that, so. But yeah, High Mountain Electric, Craig, was able to resolve the problem. It took him like maybe half an hour. And it's good to go now. And it'll actually automatically turn on twice a month to charge the battery, run the motor, stuff like that, so. Sewer tap and water tap for the fire station will soon be connected. I know he has the meter installed already, so he just needs to connect his water line to the meter pit. And the sewer saddle needs to be installed, but he said he's willing to do the excavation for us. And he's probably gonna do that within the next week or two. Once again, High Mountain Electric's getting me some quotes together for a generator for the actual wells, because we have the generator for the booster pump, but that doesn't feed the water tank if the power were to go out. So last time we discussed, we were talking about maybe putting a generator by one of the wells. And it's iffy because like with the well or the generator that we have now, that one runs off propane. So you'd have to put a propane tank, and then there's not much area next to these wells, so we're still looking at different options. And Andrew had mentioned another type of generator, I forget what it was, but it wasn't diesel and it wasn't propane, it wasn't gas. I forget what it was, but I'll have to get some more information from him, so. And Adam Fries, he's the purchaser of block 44, lot 4, between the liquor store and yeah. He has a question. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Alice can help me out on this. He's commercial, so it should be a commercial 1-inch meter, but it's not. It's a 3/4 inch residential meter. And we went to the paperwork, and the paperwork says 3/4 inch commercial resident meter. For some reason, they paid $5 grand to install this, so I'm not sure what went where on the price, because we obviously only charged, I believe, was it 1,200?
1,200 for
1,200.
residential.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of confusion there. He's wondering, he don't want to be building and then the board saying, no, you can't have a 1-inch, and he's just trying to get some confirmation that he does have to have a 1-inch there,
Allison?
or that's what they paid for.
So they're supposed to have a 1-inch, and I don't know why, and I think Mark Potter worked on it, so I don't know why a 1-inch wasn't put in. But it seems like the town should upgrade it because he paid.
Well, from my understanding is, the previous ORC was just trying to get something installed there because they were getting ready to pave that when they were doing all the sidewalks and stuff. So they didn't want to cut up the road later, but
How hard is it to put in a 1-inch from a 3/4 inch now?
you have to replace the whole pit. The whole pit and the line from the pit to the meter. I'm assuming they use the 3/4 inch line since the 3/4 inch pit. We do have all the parts except for an actual pit. We do have the meter, we have the saddle, we have the poly and all the crimps and stuff like that,
How
so.
much money do you think it's gonna cost to redo?
That's another thing. He said he was willing to work with us because I've been in constant contact with him. He wants to put a sewer line. So there's not one there, so he's gonna have to cut the road and he'll be responsible for payment. But it only makes sense if he were to do that, we could slip our water line in at that same time. No cost to us, except for the meter pit. But I just wanted a little bit of confirmation to let him know that, yeah, we can replace it, it was our mistake.
Numbers of what the costs are.
Well, he just said that he's already gonna be putting in a sewer line, so it's not gonna cost more, it's just gonna be parts.
We have everything in stock except for the meter pit, and I'm guessing the meter pit's gonna run about $400. But we do actually have the meter and everything else. So I don't know if it was actually purchased for that property, but it's in stock.
And then you would pull out the 3/4 and be able to use that again?
Yep. We put that in stock, and we have two in stock right now, so. And just for another update on parts and stuff, we have everything we need for about 3 installs, so. We're
I
good
know
on
this is
parts.
coming up later, on M's well permit, Sean Homer. He does not have water going to that property. Did you talk to him about?
I have not talked to
Yeah.
him, that's new to me. Where does he live?
He lives, this is request for block 21.
And he-
Cedar and carbonate.
And he's putting a well?
Well,
He's-
he's requesting, he's asking if he can.
For an uphill, we're gonna need a blowout valve. No, that's something else. The house he's building is on iron. On iron.
Which is probably where the new water line is.
There's no water.
There's no water line.
But.
Well, they were extending.
Oh,
the tour.
okay.
Well, maybe let's meet during lunch break.
Okay.
And we'll figure out exactly how far from the water it is. He's away from the water, so.
Okay. And that concludes my report. Questions?
Do we know what caused the break then, Jim McAlpin's too much water line?
Yes. When they installed that water line, which is a 2-inch water line from where we connect them to the meter to his property.
Yeah.
Right before it enters his house, it comes up about 4 feet.
Yeah.
And when they installed it, they assumed it was always gonna be pressurized, the company. And what he did, he's always let the water drip when he goes on vacation during the winters.
Right.
And this time he said, well, I'm just gonna drain it this time. So there was a little hump where the water didn't drain on the corner before it went up, and right there it busted. So,
In the house?
right outside the house. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where he lost all the water. There was a big sunken cave, and so he got that repaired. And now he found another leak, so he's trying to get that one repaired, so.
And what happened with the payment? Is he covering it or?
Yeah, he didn't say anything about it, he never brought it up. I mean, it was obviously his fault on his property, it's break, so yeah, he's fully liable for that payment.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Yep.
So the next report is mine. And the most significant thing that happened very recently, which was Saturday night, the annual Dark Skies International Community Celebration. And only 2 trustees were there, Steve and myself. And the presentation by Mike Lewinsky was, would you agree, Allison, was awesome.
It was fabulous.
It was just fabulous. People were so interested. It was like nothing I think any of us had ever seen. I doubt that anybody who saw it would ever forget it. It was really amazing what he's done. We're extremely fortunate to have him and his willingness and almost addiction to taking these time-lapsed photographs of incredible events that you just don't see anywhere, and the audience was so taken with it that there were questions. I've sat in a lot of meetings and heard a lot of Q&A. I never heard one like this. People were so interested and they just wanted to know more. And he was humorous and knowledgeable, and it was just incredible. Unfortunately, it rained. So we were not outside looking at the stars. Fortunately, we had a backup plan, so it all took place indoors. And I think that next year we'll have more people attending. We had a large group from Boulder. There were people from Denver and the Front Range. There were people from Alamosa and in the Valley,
New Mexico.
and it was wonderful. So Steve was there. Tell us about how you fundraising for us.
I mean, it was successful. Let's see, Scott Stevens said 90 people showed up, it was, for an evening event that's not a street festival, and I thought that was pretty good. The cloisonne pin sales, were pretty close to breaking even. Thanks to, we did some wholesale purchases, Benjamin, my wife and I. And the T Road has a display, so I'll check in with them on occasion, but yeah, so.
Well, there were
I felt-
people there buying the pins
yeah,
that
yeah,
just
yeah.
came from different places. and they-
We're close to breaking even with our 300 anyway, so yeah, and again, Mike Lewinsky was awesome. His images are published with space publications. So yeah, we're incredibly fortunate. He has almost 2 cameras running every single night. When it's not totally overcast. He captures the most extraordinary events happening in our skies that we don't notice, so he's always watching. And now we get to see what he finds, which is pretty extraordinary, including space debris falling directly over the sand dunes, and he has this remarkable footage of it. So anyway, yeah, it was awesome, his presentation.
Yeah, some of those events would. I don't think we ever seen anything like it before, and he is, I talked to him afterwards and he. Told me, I said I'd like to use them for fundraising purposes, and he said, you send them to me, and he said, use them however you want. So. we're gonna
He releases all of his image out to the public. He doesn't ask for any sort of compensation, so yeah, pretty remarkable.
So that ends my report. Scott, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. So let's see here, number of things to report. First, I'll start with our new technology here. So a couple things actually. So one is that after a bunch of experimenting, I found a tablet that would work well for board packets. I'm gonna pass it around. It's got my report pulled up, but you can feel free to zoom in on it or flip through the pages, and just let me know what you think. These tablets are $70, so really affordable. And I think that they would work perfectly for our purposes here.
I would agree with everything you're saying, except for one thing. All of the financial pages, which is a big portion of what we get, are very hard to read. You turn them this way and that way. I really like hard copies that you can write on, you can see, and that's the only part of what you're saying, because otherwise it makes sense, it saves time, money, or your precious time. But is there some way if we did that, or am I the only one?
It seems like we should, instead of going full force from paper to tablet, we should do some sort of slight transition where we have maybe reports, things that are easy to get on there. And then, you know, having a system where it's like, are we gonna be turning those back into you? You'll have all the charging capabilities and things like that, like
well, that's what all we need to discuss. I mean, we could set it up so that the you guys take these home with you, and take the chargers, keep them at home, and you can actually the digital version of the packet I send out via email. You can download that right onto your tablet from home, or you can bring them in. I can download it on there, load it up on there for you guys. And yeah, I mean, some things like budget documents, we can absolutely keep those, you know, make sure that there's physical copies when you guys are going to be discussing those. And also anyone that wants to have just their, you know, they still want to have a paper version of the binder, I can certainly do that as well. And we could just only do a couple paper versions for people that want them, or we don't have to do this at all. But this was the result of the research project. So yeah, take a look at it. And one of the nice things about it is that you can, if the text ends up being too small, you can zoom in on it. And so with certain documents, this should make it easier to read the documents for you. But yeah, just take a look at it. Let me know what you guys think. And if you want one, basically.
Yeah, I mean, other than the obvious, we're trying to save some trees with all of the paperwork we look at once, and then it's, you know. So do we have some idea what the town's expensive with regards to paying for paper annual?
We would have to break it out from our costs, because right now in that same account, we pay our monthly costs for the copier lease.
Yeah.
So we'd have to subtract that out, but Allison, off the top of your head, do you know how much it costs per page?
But I do know it would be a savings, and then you would check it out, like you check out a key. You're responsible for it and bring it back, and I would always advise having the financial packets. But yeah, Scott's found a good.
how long does the battery last? Is it gonna last like you reading it beforehand, then bringing it to the meeting and then having it for the meeting? I mean, it's.
Maybe you'd probably wanna charge it before you come to the meeting. It should last through the meeting though.
Is there a way to index? Yeah, the material.
Oh, so
Rather
you
than
can
just-
click on it and go, no, you can't yet. It's just, is that your question? You wanna be able to click on it and have it take you there?
No.
I'm not sure.
Just curious.
I'll have to figure that out. I'm sure that there is a way to do it. Whether there's a way for me to do it in this instance. I'll find out. Yeah, I don't know.
Kirsten,
And I'll find out exactly what the savings.
Kirsten has her
exactly what the
hand up,
savings will be.
So I, when I get these at the end of every meeting and I know all this paper gets thrown away. And it's not just the paper, it's all the ink, and ink cartridges are really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much they cost. I liked, like this weekend, my key did not work to the front door. And I could not pick up my binders, so I went online to the email link and I looked at the material in my computer. I liked the financial reports that I could make it larger for me to see what was going on. And I think it would be a matter of us sort of getting used to doing something differently, having the technology differently. We could maybe try some amount of hybrid approach. I would want to keep the binders with all of our historical stuff and road right and all of that sort of stuff in here. But yeah, I look at like these reports, especially, they get read and they get thrown away. I do agree with you, I'm a note taker, so when I go through, after reading the stuff, I've made my notes, I've underlined, I've asked questions, and so that means for somebody like me, I'd have to pad of paper and make.
and it
No,
doesn't work as well.
And that's kind of, my binders quite often are filled with a lot of handwritten notes, what about, so to me, that would be the drawback, it's not being able to make my notes. But I think it's an idea worth exploring, to be more environmentally friendly and cost effective, and maybe we could, look into it a little bit more. So I'm tentatively in favor of it. I just wish there was a way to make notes. But I have been working on computers and technology for a long, long time, and I have this, I've come up against a lot to where I just make my own notes. Whether I was dealing with articles for the Eagle or whatever else, I just would make my own notes. So I don't know if there's any ability, like with Word, you can make notes. But I'd like to see us explore this a little bit more, to get more environmentally friendly.
Anything else? Allison?
You could always print out the hard copy of the agenda, so you have it sitting there. And then you have the numbering system, and then we have notepads, so as you read or saw something. You put item 3A and you can do it, but that way you always have a hard copy of the agenda.
And no matter what, I think that we should always get a copy of the agenda, because I was considering what you were saying, and I totally get, a lot of the waste of time in copying paper. But the agenda, when I was trying to go back and forth between the agenda and all the substance of the documents, it didn't work. So and my toner was low, so I couldn't just print out a copy of the agenda. So that was an issue for me. Otherwise, yeah, notes, and I like Allison's comments for the financials, even though the print's bigger, I just like to see them all in one thing instead of a part here and a part there, and then I can really figure it all out. If I could then, but yeah.
Well, it's sure as heck better than this. Movable.
So maybe look, as Skizzen suggested, look into it and come back to us next month with maybe a few, iteration, thoughts to take away some of these issues and clearly, I think there's probably no one on the board who doesn't understand that this is a waste of time and money to make all these copies and then go back and take them all out and throw them away. Okay, the next item.
Oh, and a couple other quick things that I wanted to note. I had the owl working last Thursday. It's the exact same thing as the last meeting. Had it all working, got into the meeting and had problems with it. I'm gonna work on it a little bit more during the break that we have coming up here, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to actually get it online part of the way through the meeting here. Let's see, I think I have a few other things to note that had not been touched on. Oh, the jobs have been posted. Need to get them into the newspaper, but they're physically posted and they're on the website. And we do have a decent candidate for deputy clerk. So we're interviewing them on Wednesday. And I'll have more to report back to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to say congratulations to Scott. He says here that he completed his first semester of the Masters of the Public Administration program with an A. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gibson, for pointing that out. So we're gonna have the clerk's report and then we'll have our usual morning break. I'll give Scott then some time to maybe get this up online and so Allison, do you wanna?
Yes.
This is your last, I just like to point out that it's Allison's last week. Friday is her last day. We're gonna miss Allison and all of her knowledge and all of her steady, dependable, always reliable help.
And on that note, we need to have a party to celebrate Alice. We need to have a retirement party. We need to have a party. So normally we would do it in secret, but it's impossible to try to do it in secret.
I'm the one
Well, I
Well,
guess
that's
that's
nice.
sticky note.
So, yeah, I appreciate all of you, of course, and over the years, seeing how hard you work, which I reiterate to people who think, you're just sitting around doing nothing. So, thank you guys, and I'll see you around town, obviously. So attorney, Seth Walker wanted to make sure you knew about what happened, he would have reported on this, what happened at our last court date. So the unsafe building, everything was completed as per Judge McDonald's order, and so the case was closed. Seth reviewed it with our current judge, and of course, Ben Pasiga, the client's attorney. Anyway, so it's all cleared up. Issues with the thrift store were handled, that's closed, and then we have the two ongoing things. There'll probably only be two on the next court date. So I won't be here, but whoever you choose to be a court clerk, which Nancy's applied for that job, I can come in and help train her with the on-site stuff. But the judge wants to do a special training with her to do more electronic stuff, and she mentioned some things. So if that's who you choose to be your contract court clerk. And then business licenses, a bunch of them had been sent out and paid for and signed the permits, but we came across a bunch more of the people. Either they were new or they hadn't got, the application for renewal. So, we got a lot more, coming in. So what I'll do is I'll leave a folder for Scott of the ones all paid. You and the mayor and Scott can get those signed, get those sent out after I'm gone, but it'll be all organized. Okay, about the stage construction, a letter was not written to Nick Navarre, but Scott and I both talked to him, and he's fully aware of the safety concerns. And he promised that it will be completed and the paper, the one piece of documentation saying this is safe, signed, and contact information from the builder will be turned in well before the next event. Well, you have an event coming up in a month. So, and I have here my notes so that it's on record. You cannot get this the day before the event. Seriously, that has to have time to, you know, at least 3 or 4 days to put it in their system, or else if someone got hurt there, we're not covered on that. So, that's really important. And then, personnel, we already talked about that. Your little trainings, which might seem superfluous, will be good to get done, and when you do it, there's a place to click print my certificate that I completed. And if you don't have printing capabilities, we can somehow do it from here, but those should all be in a file to give to our auditor. And some of the questions are odd, you'll notice, not for the trainings we take, staff, but they want to see if you're paying attention, and they'll have weird questions in there on purpose to see if you're just like racing through it, or are you? So Adam said, did you know, there was like this really weird question about something you had to look up on the internet, and I'm like, yeah, because they want to keep you alert. It had nothing to do with being a trustee. I said, yeah, they want to make sure you're like paying attention to this.
Could a link to this be sent out again?
Yes,
Okay.
that will be easy to do, because I'll find the other one. And yeah, I would strongly advise to get it done, you know, this month. Rental space, our renter, I saw that she installed a sign, Scott. So she seemed, when I last talked to her, she seemed on board about being very careful about the dog situation, barking dogs in there, and also leaving doors unlocked. And Scott found the door actually open over the week, you know, on Monday morning. So, but she seems like, so I just watch it for the future.
And I actually spoke with her, about the situation just last week, and, he was very, very, apologetic, and said she won't let it happen.
I think she
And
gets distracted because she's called me on the weekend 3 times at home that she locked her keys in there, so I come down and let her in. But she goes, oh, I'm trying to pay attention now and like stay focused, and you know, I think she's trying, so.
And we haven't had any issues since.
And people
since that
like,
letter was written.
yeah, it's a cute store, people like shopping there, so. But she knows when you do this work finally for the support structure, there's a lot of weight in there, she's gonna have to move all that, you know, at that point.
She's pretty moved in.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
But she knows that that we are doing renovations, and that when we do, she's gonna have to move out before we start. So I mean, that was all clear before.
If I remember correctly, when we did that first lease, she said she was gonna have enough stuff in there she could move out in a day, but I think it's gonna take more than a day.
She has partners now that have their stuff, yeah, it's gonna take her like all weekend, so you have to give her some warning.
Well,
Yeah, when it comes to
yeah,
that.
we can give her.
So, do you guys have any questions? Because that's my report. And thank you so much for letting me work here for 8 years.
I thought it was 20 years.
21 with cities and towns, 8 years here. Oh, it felt like 21 here too.
Thank you so much, Allison, you've done a fabulous job, and you really can just, you know, so easy to work with and so competent, and caring so much about the time that, you know, I think, you know, everybody who's ever come into the office or been on the board has really been deeply appreciative of you.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
thanks
if you
for
have
coming down and
questions-
Letting me in the building.
So any questions, call me if you need Scott to get help doing something for 3 hours here or a couple hours there.
When's
Yeah.
the party?
We need a party.
Yes.
You have to organize the party for yourself.
So Scott, can you help work on,
Oh, yeah.
okay,
We'll discuss it, but maybe like next week,
Uh-huh.
because this week's pretty hectic.
Yeah, we'll have.
Wow.
And
As
then
long
let
as
me-
we pack meat. I'm good.
Now.
No. It's a cake. If you wanna do that. And no plaques, none of that stuff, you know? I mean, if you wanna write a letter, that's fine, I don't wanna spend money on some plaque, but cake, yeah, I'm okay with, you know.
Cake is good.
It's okay. Yeah, cake after 8 years, that's.
Just we're gonna- I'm just waiting for the end of this. We're gonna
I'm
take a
done.
15-minute break. Give Scott some time to see if we can resolve it and figure. So we can do things there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is it good?
Oh, yeah. Five, 70.
Understand what I'm trying to.
I got a handout.
For that to go through it that way. I got you, well, I appreciate it. I'll have to see if this thing can handle, it's like a $70 pound. It's pretty low tech as far as that goes. But I'll have to see if I can do something. That's a good idea. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, that would make it a lot easier. I appreciate the idea.
Then you can just move all that.
Stage.
Forward.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah, when people like me come to you, give me the information, all that.
I don't have to send you the whole giant 150-page packet.
Anyway.
No, I'll have to see if I can do something like that. I think it's a good idea.
You got another house guest coming in New York. He wants to know our address.
Yeah.
Old friend of ours. Can I come? Can I come? Because I need a reason.
This was, this in our.
5 nights ago.
We can talk about maybe
We're limited.
create a permit
But,
so that we have different things we can make an exception.
Guess what?
So I did with the-
All right, the owl is working and it's not echoing anymore. So we are officially on the new system here. So everybody's on camera and the sound should be a lot better for the people listening.
Can they hear us?
Good question.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, viewers from home, are you able to hear us? We're using the new owl system. How's the audio quality? Any feedback?
Sounds really good, Scott.
Hey, that's
Right. Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
That's Matt is, if you haven't met him face to face before, Matt is the new editor for the Crestone Eagle.
Oh,
I'll come back on for a moment. Whoops. Hello. Coming to you from my home office.
Good morning.
thanks for coming. Good morning, Matthew. Did you enjoy the event the other night? On Saturday night, the dark sky event.
Yes,
and I gotta over to Mike and Steven and everybody else, so.
Matt, we owe you a pin for your photography. Thank you.
I'll trade you a spatula for it.
I'll take it. Inside joke.
Thanks. All right, Lisa, over to you, treasurer's report.
Okay, hopefully everybody had a chance to look through the reports. I did remember the credit card statement this time.
I noticed.
So, I don't know if anybody had any questions about specific items, or if you want to go to the budget versus actual report first. So again, you know, to note that the budget that's listed here is the budget that was approved in December of 2022. There will be the budget hearing next week. So once that's been adopted in the budget, then we can change these numbers. These percentages and amounts over will make more sense because we're not including information about the grants that we either decided not to apply for or just didn't apply for. So it makes it a little more hard to read, but there really isn't anything that I see that is totally out of line. You'll notice that employee personnel expenses in both town hall and public works are a little bit below budget. That's because we're looking for people. We've just advertised some new positions. I don't know if anybody else noted anything in particular. When you look
It
at
was
the,
hard to read on the computer. But
I know, I tried to make all of these vertical, but the check register is kind of hard to read on a portrait format.
yeah.
We'll work on
So
some way.
question, I didn't really see with the capital funds spread, I only saw one place, I saw nothing, and another place where I saw something, but I couldn't really figure out exactly what the capital funds projects were, they all were, and what they were.
Yeah, I mean, this report reduces it all down to one category under expenses. It's called grant expenditures. And I'm looking for the specific number.
What was sales tax for,
64.
do we have sales tax for July?
Yeah, that's at the very end of the report after the credit card statement. There
Oh,
is
okay, there it is.
this report.
Yeah,
So you can see there hasn't really been much change from year to year. This year, you know, we received 52,790 for July. And in 2022, we received 52,409. So it's kind of stabilized for the moment.
Gone up since 2020, pretty good, that's nice.
well, it's looking really good right now, if it just holds for the rest of the year, we'll be fine, if it doesn't, it won't be fine.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to predict. That's one of the concerns about sticking with sales tax as your primary source of revenue is it's totally dependent on people's spending habits. And that people have money to spend. So one thing I included, that I haven't in the past, but I thought it was time for an update, is a list of all the bank balances. It's this report. Which includes the checking accounts, but it also includes the balances on the CD as of the end of July. Partly because we're gonna be thinking about the 2024 budget. And what direction we wanna go. Fortunately, working on the supplement budget, I think we have a lot of the work done ahead of time. It's, you know, back to categorizing what kind of priorities you wanna make for what project. It's at the very, very end after the sales tax report, no? Maybe right before it?
I
Maybe
don't
they
see
didn't-
it in mine either, I think it got Can I just pass it?
Did everybody get this?
No.
I don't think so. I'm looking at my packet.
You wanna
It's
make
not-
copies?
It's not there, yeah.
How many?
It's gonna come out really light in here. And I gotta tweak the settings, but it'll come out really light at this point.
So when you look at the water and sewer fund budget versus actuals, you'll see. We're still operating at a loss. So I have a question into Seth, but he's currently out of town, as you know, about. Recategorizing the wages that we paid Miguel for the year as the operator and responsible charge. We had hoped to get all of those job descriptions and everything in place, which hasn't happened, but that would issue, or they would be charged against the general fund and be, you know, the personnel expense for the operator in charge would be adjusted on your water and sewer reports. So if we get everything goes as planned in August, then by your August report, maybe we can have better information of actually comparing what we're doing with what we projected we would do.
It would knock down the general fund, it would. stay
Right.
as the-
It would decrease your net profit or income loss
How
on
would
the
the-
general fund, and it would increase and offset some of that negative operations.
And then you budget a negative?
For the combined, it's 84,000 at this point. And we still have to look at the water and sewer treatment expense. I mean, you'll see. We're actually spending 46,708 and we budgeted 35,000. I mean, we're just not collecting enough in fees to offset that bill that we're actually paying. And that's, I think, is all part of your plan in the water rate study and your negotiation with the district.
The water rate study come out.
I'm not sure where Scott
The,
at with that.
let's see here, I think the last pieces of information they needed, they were getting from Emily, so I need to talk to her, make sure that they were able to connect on that, but soon, I would think. I'll need to, here, let me make a note to give them a call, see if they can give us a specific meeting. That will
Are they
put
gonna
this on
give
the
us a
agenda.
report? Are they giving us a full report?
They're giving us they're gonna come and present.
Yeah, they're gonna do a study.
And take a bunch of questions and they're gonna give you. They're not so much gonna tell you guys what you should do as much as lay out several options that will be sustainable.
And then the audit is coming out in September as well.
Yep, we're gonna have a presentation via Zoom from Lenny, the auditor, at the next meeting.
Yeah, no. And he's also willing to do a separate meeting. People have a lot of questions that maybe we could do in person or also in Zoom. He doesn't want to eat up your entire business meeting schedule.
And then as far as the new budget, is it ready for the public hearing?
Yes, we have published it. There have been a few people pick it up. And that's scheduled for this week. What do you remember?
Yeah.
Don't forget.
It's next Monday at 2.
So yeah, you can see on your water and sewer treatment bill, I mean, the cost for this time is 5,955.32, which is not unusual. In the summertime, it usually is higher. But that's almost $6,000. We just didn't budget that much. I mean, it's in the winter time, our bills are less than 5,000, so.
As far as putting out those requests for, or not requests, but the job.
The job postings.
Job postings, I mean, just because we put them out does not mean that we're actually gonna hire, it's just kind of like more of a protocol, or do we actually need all those positions filled?
I mean, let's see, as far as what's in your packet under that agenda item. The one that might not need to be filled necessarily is building inspector. We haven't had one for quite a while. But the rest of the jobs, I mean, we need. Unless the board decides to change the way that we're doing things, I mean, we need a deputy clerk, we need a public works superintendent. Code compliance officer.
The public works superintendent is going to, I thought we were considering combining the gallery.
Yep, yeah, so under the new job description, it's one of the requirements is to be a certified ORC and under the job duties, maintaining and running the water and sewer system are included. So, it's not the title is just public works superintendent, but with the new job description, the superintendent is expected to take on the duties of the water operator.
But is he? Like, does he have to reapply for that?
Yeah, yep, he'll need to reapply for that. I will need to reapply for my job as well, now that it's been posted. And yeah, that's the rate.
When does that happen? Like, when are you guys gonna do it this month, so that it comes in maybe September?
That's right. That's exactly what we're gonna do.
And I think the deputy clerk will be part of the front desk responsibility.
Yeah, the deputy clerk would be mainly front desk and doing the little things that eat up my time. We're going around town posting things and
Filing.
filing.
Sanitary work.
Yeah, there's a lot of work for somebody.
Any other questions?
So do you wanna go over the check register next real quick?
You feel like with the new budget, we're gonna line up? I mean, is it gonna go, it's gonna be a little more accurate, you're saying, or not accurate, but like, kind of in line with. what
It's
we're
gonna
doing?
be more in line with what we spent, cause you know, we work from actual expenditures through the first 6 months. And I think it will accommodate the adjustments in staffing, you know, that we've reduced some staffing. It will certainly, I think, clarify the grants situation and what we've actually done. You know, the only budget that, I mean, cause you realize I moved a lot of things for the grants expenditures to the capital projects fund, the ones that are tied to the water and sewer. And that's something that we've not really spent a lot of time talking on, but I think when we went over and approved the budget for publication, we kept the 3 items. That seemed to be almost a necessity. Whether it gets done by the end of the year is another question altogether.
That was my question earlier about the capital funds, because I wasn't really sure what exactly is there and what's not there.
Right,
So.
yeah,
I
so
couldn't find it anywhere.
well, there's not actually any activity. There will be some activity in August because I had to make the loan payment to DOLA for the water loan, project loan from 2008 that we're still making payments. So I was thinking the only thing we had in here was a copy of the bank balance.
Is it the 46,909?
Yeah,
Got it?
yeah. And so that's basically the 0.5% sales tax of revenue. And it doesn't show any grant revenue. Cause we actually haven't received
Of
any.
$9,000, which I.
That's in the capital project, or that's in the general fund. Cause that's tied to Dark Skies, which is an event.
But
and it's
there were
tied to-
10,000 for the dark sky, 2 $5,000 grants, so I didn't understand the 9,000.
Well, so the 9,000 is the 5,000 from the county for Dark Skies and 4,000 from the 4th of July. So the SLB COG grant is a reimbursement grant, and we haven't applied for reimbursement.
No.
But it is
we
listed
have
on the
grant. I
budget.
didn't know whether it was, I never knew that we only didn't count the grant, we've always counted the sales tax grants and their reimbursement, I think.
And we get a checkup from the county.
Well, I didn't know we didn't count a grant if it was a reimbursable grant.
Well, it's listed in the budget, but it doesn't show as received yet because we haven't applied for that reimbursement.
I just didn't know that.
And this might sound, it was back to your report, with the Firewise thing, you said you sent more information in, what's the?
Yeah, they had come back and requested, a whole bunch of additional information, next, at this point, we're just waiting for a response.
It seems
So
like
we
the
should.
third time they came back for more information.
They keep asking for more information.
What was the
yeah.
information they wanted this time?
This time they wanted, some more specifics on the map that we sent them. They wanted me to calculate the acreage of mitigation that was going to occur, within town. There were some sections that were roadside thinning and we didn't provide acreage for those because it ended up, it was like 0.2 of an acre here, 0.2 of an acre there. They wanted me to put together some calculations for that. They also asked for a quote from the Forest Service, which I was able to get a rough quote as far as how much per acre from the Forest Service, but nothing more specific. That's why I put in there that some of it I was able to provide as much as I could gather. There was some stuff from the Forest Service that they weren't able to get to me.
Is the Forest Service isn't the one gonna do the work, it's just the Forest Service has like a general, outline on how much it costs to do an acre of mitigation, is that?
I think that it's I mean, from my understanding, looking at the grant, I think it is expected that we would contract with the Forest Service to get this done.
I didn't think that was the case, but okay.
That's what,
Cause the Forest Service doesn't really. I mean, they're not like, contractors that can come and do the mitigation, I don't think, I mean, I don't think they're like. Like, who would you talk to, the Federal Forest Service, like?
Adam Moore.
He's state,
Yeah, so that he's the person that
okay.
so state forestry
Okay.
department.
Cause when I guess, when I was
not the
first,
Federal
when
Forest
I was
Service.
first, we first went for that grant, we were going to put it out for bid with contractors here, that was what Adam, when we first had around the table, Adam was gonna help us with the maps, he's gonna help us get the grant. But I don't know if he's actually does the work.
Gotcha, okay, I think that there is still a step of putting it out to bid. This was just, they had requested a quote from the local forestry division, and that's what I used. Some other things similar to that, clarification on numbers or clarification on what activities were taking place in which area of the map, whether it was hazardous fuels reduction or defensible space creation.
You feel like it's in good, in process, I mean, it's.
Yeah, I think that I answered everything.
That we had a
pretty thorough.
Pretty good size increase in growth this year from rain, and we got early season, we're gonna really need to do mitigation.
Yeah, I think that we're in pretty good shape for the grant, but they'll, as usual, they'll come back from on high and either say they need a whole bunch more stuff, or hopefully this time they're gonna come back and give it to us. We should have an answer by the end of the month, though, is what my contact with the state agency that handles that stuff is. It's a whole game of telephone where FEMA tells the state agency what they want, the state agency comes to me, and then I work with her, and she goes back to them, and then they tell her something different. But yeah, from the state agency, we expect to have an answer this morning. Yeah.
Steve? Yeah, as far as timing, with regards to the mitigation, I mean, can you assume that we can have it done before next spring, before next fire season, the mitigation?
I hope so. We'll at least be able to get started on it.
Yeah, because if they're scheduling other projects, then we need to get in line.
Yeah.
Because I think it has to happen before next summer. So.
No, I agree with you. And that was one of the things they wanted me to do, was update the timeline. And I updated the timeline as getting started with the RFP process, which is meant to take 60 days as soon as they award the grant. And then to go from there. So the timeline that I laid out for them has us completing the work next spring.
And as far as who will be contracting for the work, do we?
And that'll be a request for proposal process.
Okay.
Is it still going through the Firewise? Is it? I mean, it's because, I think they were expecting Firewise, you know, we still need to pull together and create like a meeting with all the people that were involved.
Yeah. Yep, yeah, it should still go through the Firewise, and once we have a way to move forward, we'll call that meeting together.
So I mean, just one last thing, I mean, Hawaii, Kauai, that's another reminder that an entire community can be wiped out that fast, so I think it really needs to be the top of the list of our, what's urgent. So we can get it lined up, whoever's gonna do it, make sure they can schedule it in before next spring. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It's our greatest threat to this community.
So, any more questions about the check register?
Yeah.
You have more questions or not? Yeah, it all looks good.
I move we approve the check register. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Discussion about the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries, check register is approved. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda, 10B, is the Living Wisdom Village update. And we
I talked to Kirsten and she called this morning and I told her you guys would be ready for her sometime between 11 and noon, so I don't know what time. But she is planning on coming, you might have to postpone it and come back.
You wanna, we can table it if you get in touch with her and see when she can be here.
I think she'll be coming here in a few minutes,
Oh,
so
yeah, she knows.
if you wanna go ahead and
Well, let's
jump
just
down.
Just go ahead then.
Yeah. But I did talk to her, she is planning.
Okay. Next item C is the board vacancy and the appointment of a new trustee to fill Dana's position. We have two letters of intent, and each person who wrote a letter of intent is here. We have the letters. Do you want to hear from them? Do you want to have questions for them? What's the pleasure of the board?
I think we should hear. I mean,
The two applicants, Armando and Dennis.
yeah, sure, you wanna go for? It's fine. Well, any questions?
So just so I'm familiar, but I'm not sure everyone is. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my history in this business is I was Director of Public Works for the city of Warrenville in Illinois for over 11 years. And it was a town, even when we were smaller, it was 3,200 people when I was there. It was obviously much more bigger than what this is, but in the time I was there, the town grew to almost 11,000, so there was a lot of activity. The departments that I had under my control or under my authority were building and zoning. And the zoning enforcement officer is similar to what your code enforcement officer is here, the same type of duties. We also had animal control. There was a little bit of crossover with the police department and myself in that department for what I thought were obvious reasons. Also had the street department was the title. And the street department really was kind of like the catch-all guy for everything. They were also in control of the municipal parks, buildings, drainage. We had approximately 100 centerline miles of road, which included a lot of cul-de-sacs and some of the subdivisions that we maintained and plowed. And then would also be under my under my department was the water and sewer. And, it was a very well-run, the water superintendent was top notch. And, we had a pretty good system. During that time, I had applied for, I had convinced our council in early years to join the DuPage County Community Development Commission, where we were able to apply for block grants. And we successfully received close to $1 million in block grants for a particular neighborhood that rebuilt the water system, had a reliable source of water for everyone with fire hydrants for fire protection, which was never there before. And my department administered those grants as well. When I first started with the city of Warrenville, we were at the tail end of an FEPA a sanitary sewer grant, which was over $3 million. And we were just wrapping that up, and it was kind of like where I cut my teeth on what really needed to be done in a community of that size. And I know, being small, a lot of the local residents, contractors who have equipment were heavily relied on, and we use that resource as well. So, and probably, with maybe some exception, didn't pay a nickel for that type of work. It was, except for materials. We had, the DuPage River came through town, so after 4 inches of rain was like the benchmark, and we knew we were gonna flood. I had been a volunteer member of ESDA, Emergency Services and Disaster Agency, where we would add another group of people that would come along and shore up public works, because at that point it would be all hands on deck to take care of whatever situation was coming, sandbagging the river and so on and so forth. And yeah, it was the structure was a little bit different in that we had committee meetings. The committee meetings would be myself and 2 or 3 of what we'll call aldermen, trustees. And we would meet twice a month, believe it or not, and give a detailed report to the council. And it kind of shortcut the council process a little bit, because they would read our report, and the members of part of the members of the committee were also aldermen, so they knew firsthand what was going on. It was a great job. We did a lot in that time frame. We had a lot of money coming into the town. Developers, 200 and 300 unit subdivisions being built. We had to, I worked very closely with the planning commission to look at what was proposed for, at one moment was a cornfield, and then the next, very quickly, it was being loaded up with rooftops. So there was a lot to be done with that, and then, of course, the exception of all, accepting all of the utilities that they had installed, the water and sewer and drainage and roads and so forth. I had worked with the Department of Energy, the Fermi National Laboratory, which was in Batavia, which was, our borders came together. That's where the first nuclear reactor atom divider, I can't remember exactly what it was called, but pardon me?
Atom collider?
Yes, I think that's exactly what it was. Is there is like a 3 mile or a 5 mile ring or something? I think later it got moved to Munich, where they had much more property and they could speed it up a lot more. But anyway, we secured, I kind of felt a little guilty about this. They needed water and sewer for their little community. And we were able to not only supply them with the water and sewer for the community, but got a $700,000, it was close to a $700,000 tap-on fee. And they paid for all the construction costs, which included an auger under a railroad bed, which, if you're familiar with railroads, is a big deal. So there was a lot of activity coming at us all the time. They had a budget that was in the millions. It would choke a horse. I mean, it was just, it was a great group of people to be involved with at that time. And, you know, it was, we did a lot, and we didn't do it alone. you know, there were a lot of good people to back us up and help us along with the work. So, I admittedly, I haven't been in government with the exception of volunteering every now and then for something for quite some time. When, we moved to Colorado, with our families out here, the kids grew up and went to Denver. And along with that, when those first grandbabies started hitting the floor, the whole picture changed. So now that those kids are, the children, our children are grown and have families. And the grandkids don't want to hang around with Papa anymore. Gonna have some free time, so, yes.
Do you have any goals, like as far as like what do you see from the outside looking in on the board and the town and what you feel like our priorities would be?
You know, I do, and I'm sure everybody does, everybody has an opinion. I think, like with most municipalities, it's finances. If somebody walked in here with a couple of bushel baskets full of money, I'll bet in a heartbeat you could spend it, you know, and so, yeah, that's what I would look at very, very closely and just make sure that the community is collecting every dollar that it's entitled to collect. The other thing is, as I just said, my expertise had been in public works. I think that's a bigger deal than what a lot of people make out of it. If you put all bits and pieces together, the complaints you receive, you find out that it all starts leading to one thing or several things that the average person, the average public doesn't really pay attention to. And my big deal is drainage. I think that's where it starts, looking downstream to upstream. And the reason why that's important is not only selfishly this last rain that we had at the end of July. I live on Hemlock, and right at the top of the hill, which is just a little bit to the south of where Allison's driveway is, the east side of that road, the ground just goes up. And so everything that wasn't being able to be soaked up had come across the road and started to wash out the cap of the road. And lucky for me, a lot of that surface material came into my driveway, so I just kind of spread it out a little bit and tried to move as much back into the roadway as I could, because there was a good sized crack in there.
Yeah.
And so I would.
Free road base.
Yeah.
No, you got some free mulch from my house.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. No, I would say, you know, if your public works department is talking about throwing road base down, that's great, but before you do that, I would really look at reestablishing some of the drainages areas and cleaning out culverts and things like that. I would start there first. And in water main, you know, no stranger to installation of water main and sanitary sewer. I forgot to mention that we had started to work with what was called Chicago Water. We were 35 miles outside of the city of Chicago, and the engineering firm I worked with, J.J. Bennison and company from Oak Brook, was real tight with that. And what I mean by tight, they were really interested in bringing that water out to the western suburb. We had no problems with water. We had 2 million gallons in storage in the air. And our pumps I can't remember offhand, but I think probably our best was pumping around 1,200 gallons a minute. You know, we had water mains, what Chicago Water was talking about, bringing out water mains that were 5 and 6 feet in diameter. And that was pretty interesting, but I left before that. The Elmhurst Chicago Stone Quarry, along with LaSalle Partners, the Hammership Smith family, and a couple other high-end developers. This was a 600-acre quarry site that was right next to Highway 5 in the city of Warrenville. And when I left, we were just in the process of developing that into multi-use, which would have been high-rise, multi-family, single-family, commercial, residential development. I never really got a chance to get my teeth sunk into that one. But yeah, I would say, you know, if there was a magic wand, I would like to get a pile of money going here, but That's, I think that is everyone's problem. And you know, you have successful, businessmen who in this community that seem to be carrying, at least what I see, you know, and maybe I'm wrong, they're carrying the weight for the community. But we need to find additional sources other than those few businesses that are doing it. So that would be my focus, in public works, of course, for sure. And anything else that I could stick my nose in.
Any other questions from the board?
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Well,
Tell us a little bit about yourself and
Yes, well, you guys coming know me now for the time I'm here and be 8 years in town. So you know a lot of what I've been doing in those 8 years get in town. So one of the things I mentioned in my letter too is my wife, he lived here back in the 90s. She raised her daughter here before this, you know, in this community. So for me, it's really important to keep the master plan or our community going where we had to go. Town is facing so many crises, money-wise, mitigation, water, all those problems. I work every day in our community. You see me in the Mercantile. I volunteer for the fire department in Preston. I work for the fire department in the backup. My wife's a teacher. She works with the kids in Moffett all the time. So we know the problems, and all the people actually can talk to me to be part of the trustees, because they feel all the problems that we're running right now. Yes, one of those biggest problems is money, but there is all the problems that people have here. So this morning I received a couple of calls for other members of the community, give me the support to come here and help you guys. You guys know what is always my posture. Work with you, learn from what I see it, you know, keep our town, because our town is really small and it's trying to grow, but we have master plan, and I like the master plan. So I try to, you know, because I'm part of the fire department, I know there is a lot of project that we have in our community, but we had to be sure about the fire-wise protection in our town. It had to happen soon, because you know where you are, and the fire is really bad. So for me, it's all this more really problem that happen in our community. We have to find more unity, because what I see being the co-enforcement, every section of the town had their own problems. All the neighbors had a little discommunication. So I know you guys and you know me. It's not much I can tell you right now for, you know, all my past. I can tell you I not go anywhere. I have a piece of property in the cemetery. So even there, I want to stay here. So I really care about this town for the future. My grandson is going to be here. My daughter is going to be here too. So I'm not here for just for 5 years or for a minute. So right now is trying to sit with you guys, trying to work on those budgets. We have problems. I was in a meeting a couple months ago. I know the person I was outside with those. So I think we need more help, because town is small and I always see the same faces happening here. So I only want to help. So that's so much. Personally, you have any questions?
I'll just say that, you know, both of you are gonna bring some valuable assets to this board, so, yeah, I appreciate what you both have shared with us.
Yeah, and you know, that's how I started doing the enforcement, and then I moved to the planning commission. Thank you for Karina, and I'm part of the planning commission, and you know, trying to learning all those things. Yes, thank you, and thank you for your support, because you guys teach me everything, and you know, moving forward. And my family, my wife, and I, we really care about that, and that's why we live here, and that's why we're here all the time. So, hoping to help. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So perhaps each of you both of you would like to leave so the board can talk about this?
Yeah.
Of course,
And the, if the board wants to make a decision today, you absolutely can. You don't need to make a decision until next month's meeting. We've got.
Understand, but if you wanted to,
If you want to, then you
agenda
absolutely can.
as an action item.
And then, you know, if you wanted to have a private discussion, you know, you should talk to our attorney and see if he would recommend an executive session. You know, because we're being recorded as a public meeting, If we wanna have a public discussion, I'm fine with that, but if the board feels like they wanna have a private discussion, then we should consult.
So I don't know that we've ever done that. What we usually do is just discuss generally and make a motion one way or the other and.
But I just said that because you were asking people to leave the room, so.
Well,
Allison's got some.
I don't know if we've done that before. I thought we had. Allison?
Well, if your applicants want to leave the room, that's fine, but you can't go into any kind of executive session about this. And then when you vote and when you make a motion, if the person, if you decide today that I have an oath already written so that it's either me or I should say a clerk or attorney that gives oath of office in case you want to swear something, that's all.
This might sound,
So actually, yeah, you don't need to leave the room.
Well, that'd be fine, I have to back to work too, so.
Yeah, if it make you feel more comfortable. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
can do that, and then.
It's starting to cloud up and I left my windows open at home, I think I'm gonna go close them.
Yeah, just let me know, and thank you guys for everything.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks guys.
thank you.
See you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, see you later.
Thank you, guys.
I think I'll resign and.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
That's the trouble with getting too many qualified applicants.
Well, you know, we're gonna be having
Okay.
more vacancies.
Hi, sorry, we said 12 o'clock.
Well, you and me.
I said 11 and then you heard it, my.
Not a problem.
You're here.
I don't.
No,
know.
worries.
No,
Okay, no problem.
You didn't hold the thing up, so no problem.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't recognize you.
I think we should, if that's the beginning, I think we should go ahead and do it. It's on the agenda. They both come, they both talked, and I don't see any other qualified applicants coming along, and I don't see any reason to postpone it. Don't think it's. Isn't.
So I was really glad to see two good applicants on that. You know, I know Armando's been on the planning commission for a while, and he really gives a lot to the town, you know, with the planning commission, the firefighters, he's been doing a good job on the planning commission. I have to say I don't know Dennis here, but I was very much impressed by his qualifications. And especially as we're moving forward to looking at things like water and sewer and extension of lines and roads and development. It seems like he's got an amazing amount of experience that could actually really help the board, like the grants that we're applying for. That he seems like his experience could really be a good match for the issues that we're facing right now. And so, you know, looking at both candidates, my preferences, though I really appreciate younger families getting on the board and helping to, you know, I don't know, make this board be younger. His experience, I just look and think that we could use the experience that he has a lot right now, so my suggestion.
Would you like to make a motion?
Well, I'd like to see what, you know, what else the board, but I mean, I would make that motion, but I'd like to see what the other board members
Well, we
think
can
about
make
that.
the motion and we can have a discussion.
Okay, I would like to make the motion that we appoint Dennis Posey to the vacant position on the board of trustees.
Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that motion.
Discussion. Steve?
Is there something that restricts us to 6 trustees and 1 mayor? I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
there is a restriction that we have.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to that. That's a good point.
What
I would
did
like
you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Is there a restriction as to why we're we can only have 6 trustees and 1 mayor. So is there,
Statutory.
Yes.
Yeah, it's set by
and
ordinance.
there's something, we can't change that
Unless you have an election and ask to change.
during an election.
Yeah, it can only be changed by a community vote.
I just see them both incredibly valuable individuals. in the community.
And this isn't the only, there are gonna be minimally 2 vacancies coming up soon in a few months, because. Well, for myself, I'm definitely not gonna run again, I'm gonna go away,
Yeah.
and, I don't know about Kim, but.
And me too, Michael.
So we have multiple vacancies coming and multiple, and time to address that issue. Right now, this is what we have, and the fact that
Usually 3 and 4.
we have 2 very qualified applicants. I think we should. And I would speak to Dennis, he has enormous capabilities and tremendous interest during. We've had many here to listen sessions, and he just came one time after another time after another time. To listen and to learn and to talk, and that was.
There's 3 seats.
There's 3 seats. The 3 left coming up in April.
Regular.
I thought it was just you and I, but it's Benji also.
So that's.
Mine even might be coming up.
No, you're not on 26.
No.
The next, like.
Oh,
It's usually 4 and 3, so 4 Steve, Adam, Kevin and Dale, 4.
Yeah.
4 in the 26ers. And then
So you have a motion and a second.
Well, I'll say one more thing. This might not be the proper time and place, but I am planning on resigning at some point between now and the election. So if this is the proper time, if we got 2 incredible candidates that are ready to step in now,
No,
that's,
It's not on the
but
agenda.
we can't do, I mean, we have a process to go through, there's a resignation. The
I know I'm kind of
resignation is
telegraphing
accepted
this at the wrong
as
time
locked in.
perhaps, but.
Okay, this is the discussion part.
I'd like to ask why.
I'm not getting enough done on my bills. And I need to figure out income. And speaking of roads, I've got more than a quarter mile of roads that have been washed out. They're worse than the roads we're talking about. I mean, it takes a lot of time to be on this board, and I am realizing it's affecting my own personal life. So, yeah. Anyway.
So, since that's not on the agenda, you can stick with it and then.
Yes, we have it's not on the agenda, it was
Yeah.
good information.
If Steve wants to present a letter in September or November or whatever, then you can start the process over.
Okay, thank you.
So right now we have a motion made and seconded.
So
More
the other thing
discussion?
is, I know Adam wanted to be involved in the vote, but I don't know if I should have been here. I mean,
I did, Benjamin.
I said I thought Adam really wanted to be involved with this vote, on who we're bringing in. I'm wondering if we should wait for Adam or if we can go ahead and.
I do feel like we should postpone having that.
I mean, I like both candidates. I do feel like if we take Armando and put him on the board, then we're gonna be searching for somebody for the planning commission chair. Because he can't be chair and planning commission.
No, Dennis is on the planning commission too.
Is he?
Yes, he
He
is.
is, and if Armando was appointed to the board, Dennis has said that
Oh,
he would be
take the
interested in stepping up to be
He's
chair
on
of
the,
the planning commission.
Board of Adjustments.
Oh, you're right,
Board
he's
of
on
Adjustments.
he's on the board of adjustments.
Yeah, he's on-
He would be interested in joining the planning commission and taking on the role of chair in the event that Armando was appointed to the board.
I mean, I think they're both really good candidates for different reasons, and, you know, I think if indeed we're gonna lose Steve and we have 2 vacancies, then we could look at, you know, having both people come on. But yet, Kyrene is right, we have to go through the process. If we advertise for another vacancy, we might have 2, 3 more applicants who come in, and we have to, you know, do the process. So, you know, I like them both, and you know, we do have an election coming up and then the vote of the people will come. I'm just looking at right now, we're getting ready here to, you know, we're advertising for public works supervisor, we're looking at still negotiating with Baca Water and Sand. We're going to be in just a few months working on our next year's budget. There's some really big things coming at us and, I just felt like Dennis has enough of that larger municipal experience that, could be really helpful for the problems that we're facing now. But I also really would love to see Armando get on the board because he also brings in another perspective that's actually very important to our community. So I guess, you know, I'm looking at, you know, first, who's the first that we need right now? Who's the second that we need right now? And you know, that's why I made the motion that I did. So
I think that too. I think right now we could very much use the qualifications that Dennis brings right now. I think all of us, I don't hear any agreement, and I'm part of that agreement, think that Armando is a good candidate. He cares, we've brought him along. I think that he would be a logical choice for the, let's say your vacancy that you're gonna create, which I'm sorry to hear you say incidentally, but. So I think we should go ahead and vote today and then let the process begin and then we'll have a second vote. But fill the vacancy today for. Scott, would you be calling those people?
Dennis and Armando.
I would request that you tell Armando to not give up, that if there was such a job as a interim or a substitute or something, but tell him that it was a neck to neck tie, but don't make him feel bad because we really treasure his interest.
And I really appreciate.
I'll communicate that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that he's been serving on the planning commission, because I think it's a real important thing that you spend some time getting familiar with the governance of how the town is. I think that's really important. So is there any more discussion? If there isn't, let's go ahead and call the question. You wanna read, or Scott, I wanna write.
I wrote, to appoint Dennis Poslowski to the trustee position left vacant by Dea Scheide on August 1st, 2023.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We have a new trustee in time for the next. Or the next meetings.
And I just want to add, you know, it's a tough decision for all of us, and I do hope that it is conveyed that the town is very much interested in Armando, that there's another vacancy that's going to be coming up.
And the fact that there is another vacancy coming up makes that a more stronger.
I do not hear you is, you know, letter over letter. As opposed to writing it.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is job posting publications and.
Living Wisdom is here.
Huh?
You skipped Living Wisdom and they're here now, Kirsten.
Oh.
I didn't recognize her at all.
I didn't, you're different, your hairs.
Of course, I looked different, chopped it all out. It's good. Fresh start. Okay, so do I start? Hi, everybody. Yeah, you know, I'm here at Crescent Peak Community Housing, the nonprofit, and our project with Amazing Village. There's two parts to one here. The first is, last week at the Planning Commission, we were asking to have minimal changes approved by the Planning Commission and suggest those for the meeting today so that we can move forward. And the big picture is that we get our building application handed in approved by Alcon beginning of September, I think. They should come. So
Yeah, so the first part was that we have these minimal changes in size, and you probably know that Indy Dwell fell through, unfortunately, and we had to find another builder within 3 months. We had to be under contract. And let's see, that added a lot of time and cost to us. So our second is the ask, what we would like the town of Crestone, you to decide on, to support us by not asking for certain fees, etc. And you got that on your letter. I assume you read all of that. Okay, so those are the two things, and you have questions? Yeah.
So we still have some unresolved issues, is that right?
I don't think so. But the PUD was approved as it was in May of 21.
Right, but I remember that you didn't have enough information then, so we didn't talk about the tap. No, taps, and Benjamin had helped me with weren't there several things that we were
supposed to get a report, from Scott that basically laid out some of the things, and if there was nothing, then you were gonna let us know.
Yeah, I think I had sent, at the last meeting, I think I had included what we had for that.
I read it, but it didn't answer like the number of taps.
It does in the letter that you got this last week.
Well, it never went to the planning commission, we never.
Well, you canceled, the
That-
meeting was canceled.
That was,
So
it was, yeah, it was
Well,
meant to be on
that was gonna be
last
my
week,
next
and I
question.
had,
Why did we cancel the meeting when we had things to discuss?
yeah, I that was my fault. I had missed that this was something, I had put this right on the board agenda, and it had just kind of, I missed that it should have gone to the planning commission first. So that's
So
just,
that's why I
that's
said
my fault.
we didn't consider them, we didn't meet, I saw it, but then I was told the meeting was canceled, so.
okay, well, in this letter, you know, we're saying here, we're purchasing 20, right, taps. We need 3/4 taps. And we will also need a 1 1/4 tap that you don't show on your fee schedule. So you're aware of all of this, so,
No.
It's
This is the letter that we have included in the packet. Is this not
it
the letter that
doesn't
was
look like, no.
the
This is
July
the planning-
24th?
This was the planning commission. It's the mayor and trustees, August 2nd.
If you don't mind making copies of that.
So the thing, you know, is we're trying to get our foundation in here before it freezes, so we're really feeling a time crunch. And Alcon wants to come and get this permit soon, the building permit. Yeah, so that's where we're working at, because if we miss that window before freezing, the whole project is postponed for another half a year. Yeah.
I was just trying to clean up these unresolved, the planning commission had never approved them, that's all.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear that like, I feel like the town. I feel like this is really good for the town. I mean, I think it's a amazing project. I know that you felt like the town's not supporting your, as much as you would like maybe. I'm hoping that, we can get some, like, come together another time, or not another time, but like even in this time where we can really get on the same page so that so it's just clear what you guys need from the town and what we can provide. I think one of the biggest issues is resources right now. You know, I've talked to you about this before, where, you know, if we had another water tank up there, we'd make this 100 times easier, because we wouldn't be piping water all the way across Hemlock to you. I don't know what's gonna take exactly to get that kind of pressure that you're gonna need. I'm hoping that it's not a big deal. I mean, it might not be a big deal, but I'm also feeling like, if we're trying to kind of, be sort of a, how do you say this, like if we're all. The whole town is kind of in this together, and so it's like we have to be careful not to just like. Give resources over to one side of the town and sacrifice another side of the town. I think that's. What people are concerned about is that that it might. It might be that there's I say this, like, when we were dealing with the county, for instance, we weren't able to guarantee them water over to that side of the town, so we're kind of trying to say that we guarantee you water, but it's definitely going to, cause a little bit of a challenge because we are resource limited on some level. So I wanna make sure that we're all on the same page as far as what you guys really need. Cause when we were working it out with the planning commission and the PUD, there wasn't, you said you were doing 20 units, but it doesn't say exactly what kind of tap, like how we're gonna work the tap fees, how we're gonna, you know, how your line's coming in exactly. Is it coming into a cistern? You're gonna fill a cistern up, then distribute it. So I think there just needs to be a little more clarity as far as the resources and how the design and the project is phenomenal. It's something that I think we really want to support. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah.
I also think that, you know, there was an issue with the road and that road has just become a real, kind of a challenge for the town because there's so many people going up to the charter school and now adding another bunch of units on, it's gonna, so we really all have to kind of work together to be able to take care of that issue.
And. Go ahead if you want to, then we will. Okay. So we went through this whole PUD process. A year and a half ago, more so. Twice to the planning commission, twice to the board. We went through the whole PUD application process. We asked them for more information and various things. They came back with more information to the town. It went back and forth for a while where we had questions. They brought us answers. And then at the board, we made a decision to accept their PUD and approve the project. That's like a contract. We made a contract with Living Wisdom to approve their project. And so this is the contract we have with them. At that time, when we looked at it, we decided that, yes, we could, that part of the whole thing is, could we provide the water? We looked at the water lines and how it would access the property. We looked at where the sewer line is, which is down at the bottom of Hemlock. We went through this, we had the whole PUD with pages and pages of drawings and documents and engineering studies and all this. We made a contract with Living Wisdom. They're basing their project upon the contract that they have with the town. So right now, there's no going back and changing the contract. We have a contract that the town signed off on. And so what we are at now, they're getting ready to build. I have friends who are couch surfing right now and have been for years waiting for this project. But the key point is here is the town has already made and agreed to the terms of the contract. And those, we can't just kind of like change them. We studied this greatly. So when I'm looking at what we have here and what their requests are, so let's go to what's actually in front of us on the table. They said they have a building permit is valid for 1 year. They say it will take 13 to 16 months, depending on the available materials and the weather, of course, that they're asking that the building permit be valid for 2 years. I think that's a no-brainer. I think we should approve the building permit to be 2 years, of course. It says the town's fee schedules states building review and permit, multi-use and residential unit per building, $50. The Living Wisdom project has only 5 individual building designs that will need to be reviewed by the town's building inspector. There are 8 studios of one design, 8 one-bedroom units of one design, and 4 two-bedroom units of the same design. So they're asking, rather than having a review for like how many identical buildings, I think it makes total sense that we say, we approve this building design and you're gonna make 4 of them. And so it's $50. I mean, that's also a no-brainer than doing this.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So I agree with you. I understand that the town approved it, that what was existing then, but these, for instance, some of these things are in a letter request dated August that were unanswered. We still haven't answered them. For instance, when they say over, and I want to approve this, this is not to disapprove it. This is to answer the unresolved questions that were not approved. For instance, CDC requests to pay for the actual cost only for 20 quarter-inch water taps. That just, the water taps, we never resolved that. It isn't that we're not gonna approve it, we just need to figure out the answer to that, how we're gonna do that.
Right, and
So
I
don't
think,
misunderstand, I'm
okay,
not wanting that.
no, I totally understand, and I think for those unresolved issues, let's just resolve them. We need to resolve them now.
That's fine.
Okay, and so
let's
go through this list first, and then we can talk about that. So I think the idea of when you have identical buildings and you're reviewing the building plans for it, it should be $50 per individual buildings. That makes total sense to me. And it says, see, we request some fee of $250 maximum total for its building permit. I think that makes perfect sense. They are looking at purchasing 20 quarter-inch water taps for the residences. The project engineer has stated that the community central maintenance building tap should be 1 1/4 inches, which the town doesn't currently show in its fee schedule. Let's answer that question on what that 1/4 inch tap should be. Let's find an answer to that, and that's what.
Let's just, if we're gonna do them, let's do them one at a time instead of.
Okay.
Let's talk
Okay.
about the water tap.
Okay,
And
so if you want, or unless you wanna ask, does, on item number 1, does the rest of the building, the board agree that it should be 2 years building permit?
I can.
Does that seem
I
reasonable?
actually think that piece should be no issue. The way that we do it is we issue it for a year, but if there's been significant progress made during that year, then we extend it for another year. So as long as you get started on the project, then no special. So that's already what we do.
Okay.
Next one was $250 for the total building permits. I would say if you need a motion, I would just do that.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we charge $250 maximum for a total building permit.
Should I second to that motion?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Ayes have it, let's go to the next one.
So it says CPC will be purchasing 20 3/4 inch water taps to the rest of the project engineer state community, whatever 1 1/4 inch, which the town doesn't currently show in its fee schedule. Would you show me, Allison, we have.
Can I ask a question about that? Is it gonna be one
We have.
tap
inch
coming in
and
and then
we
split
have
off into
1.5.
20?
It's my understanding, I actually do not want to answer that.
What's that?
I don't want to give that a hard answer, I don't know.
But I mean, it's not
think
like
so.
you're gonna have 20 lines coming across and then going in.
I think so.
And
That's.
Okay, so I just got some information on Allison. She said like we have the 1 inch tap fee is $5,000. And then any like over that,
So does that apply
Hold
for
on
the
a
1
second.
1/4?
then the next one shows that it's 1 1/2 inch, which is 8,000, and Allison just said it's standard if it's over the 1 inch, it should be, at the next highest rate, which would be 8,000 for the 1.5. And so I guess it would come back to you and your engineer, if it was a 1 inch tap fee, it'd be 5,000. And if it was 1 1/4, we don't have that in our fee schedule. And would we either do 1 1/2 that says 8,000, or would we find a figure in between?
But why would you wanna do 1 1/4 as opposed to 1 1/2?
This is what the engineer recommended. This is not.
It seems like you could do more. a bigger-
So we have a fee schedule, so it wouldn't be the actual cost only, it would be per our fee schedule.
Yeah, and we're asking you for the actual cost of
I
it.
don't know.
So what I was gonna say is a couple of things. One is that it's actually already on my list to meet with Miguel and Akira presumably about exactly this, about how you guys want to do the water taps, whether you want to do 20 individual taps or two 2-inch taps that split off, or et cetera. So is Akira the right person to meet with? Akia, excuse me. So I'll meet, Miguel and I will meet with Akia to to get that all dialed in. As far as the 1.25-inch tap, if the board wants to allow for it to be actual cost only, the costs generally are they're pretty tight as far as the fee schedule versus what our actuals end up being. But I think that's something that Miguel could probably calculate what the actuals would be, and if you guys wanted to go that route, then we could probably accommodate an 1.25-inch water tap regardless of it being in the fee schedule if we're just charging what we spend on it. So that option is there if you guys wanna.
So I feel.
Go ahead.
I think, this is such an important project for the town. We have been trying so hard to have affordable housing, especially for our seniors. The town has been unable to accomplish this on our own. So if we can help make this happen, I think that having them pay the actual cost is something that we can do to help make this project go forward, is have them actually pay the actual cost. We're not out anything at all, and they're able to do the project. So I would make a motion that we, item number.
But just before you do.
I'm good.
Okay,
I was just gonna say that, can we expedite this as quickly as possible, since we got winter coming and that's your biggest concern, so how soon can we get with Miguel and
I'll reach out to Akia and try to get something scheduled for this week.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
so for the purpose of the board decision.
Scott, you have your hand up.
Oh, just one other thing to note, I think to support Kizen's point here is that normally, just based off our fee schedule, it's not like we make a whole lot of money off of tap fees as is. I mean, we're basically breaking even already. And if this would help them get going on it, not only is it a needed service for the community, but it will also add 20 taps, which presumably, I mean, we're not gonna be waiving the monthly fees for those. And so it wouldn't cost the town anything, would break even getting those installed, and the end result would be that we have 20 additional customers, which is a good, that's a good benefit.
If they were trying to tap one big tap that brings it in and then separates into, so is it gonna be just one bill for that whole property, or is it actually 20 individual taps? It just, to me, it's like, we're kind of talking about two different things here. They're saying that CPCH will be purchasing 20 individual taps. I don't think that they need to purchase 20 individual taps.
I think that you're right, and that's what we'll figure out with Akia and Miguel. I would say regardless, I think that the expectation should be it will be 20 accounts. Regardless, we'll figure out a way to format it so that they're able to track track who's paying, who's not paying, and also we'll do it in a way that makes sense as far as the number of taps.
I mean, there's like, for instance, what is that, where you have a general bill and then you add on individual, what's the name of that, 3-letter?
EQR, yeah.
Are we gonna do an EQ? I mean, that's a whole nother question. Are we just going to charge one fee and then EQR every individual?
So right now, we're talking about water.
I understand, so I'm saying with water, you can charge one general fee for the whole place, and then EQR each unit, so that it's like $20 each individual unit as opposed to each one having its own bill that they have to pay to the town. It just doesn't make sense to me to do it that way. It seems like you guys are gonna be billing your customers, and we're not gonna be billing each one your.
Well, it depends, I'm sorry, we've had many discussions like this too, and I just can't remember what it ended up with and at what point.
And it depends on how we set it up. I mean, it would be totally feasible for us to set up, say, 2-inch taps, which would serve the whole community there. And then install 20 meters, 1 meter for each unit, and that way we could, if this is, you know, what you guys are thinking, we could actually bill each customer, because each unit would be metered. It would just be coming from 2 taps. Okay, that's the way that I.
Yeah, my understanding is that each, and there again, I'm just kind of on the fringes of all of this. My understanding is that units were going to be individually metered, so people actually pay for what they use in order to be fair. So the question being asked of us is whether or not for the water costs that we charge them at actual cost. And as Scott just said, it's not like we make a bunch of money on this. It's not like we're losing a lot of money to this, and if we're doing just actual cost, it probably will not save them a significant amount of money. Because we're really close to what at cost is when we look at the work. And so I would like to make the motion that we require CPCH, that we approve CPH paying the actual cost for their water taps.
And I'm just, I think you have no idea whether the cost is gonna be higher than the $1,000 tap fee. Okay, and therefore they're committing to something that's open-ended. And all of this seems to me to be an engineering thing where there shouldn't be 20 3/4 inch lines running off the main. There should be a sort of master and slave, even though it's not politically correct situation. It's a 2-inch tap, runs up to the thing, the engineer figures out the size of that, and you break it off, and then how it gets metered beyond that is the engineer's problem.
So that's a really good point, Warren. So let me amend my motion to say that they be charged actual cost or the fee structure, whichever is less.
However, if you're gonna do individual meters for each unit, it's going to be a lot more expensive because you're gonna have to do individual manhole, like, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
That seems to be the fair way of doing it to allow, no.
I mean, it seems like if you're gonna have one line coming in, and then you're gonna have a series of lines coming off, and you're gonna have an individual meter, I would say it's probably best to do 1 meter at the source and then divide it up amongst everybody.
So my understanding is, and I could be wrong, but I was also trying to seek information on this, and I was talking to somebody that was involved with the project, and I could be totally wrong. So, but what I asked about with the idea of metering, because I thought what you said makes total sense. There's just 1 meter and you just pay the town how much, you have so many thousand gallons, this is what you pay. That to me makes sense. The person told me, I don't know if it's true, that because of kind of regulations with this sort of public housing sort of situation, that there had to be individual meters because person A might use tons of water, person B might not use hardly any. If you're distributing the amount among, say, 20 people, it's not equitable. Some people are paying more than, they're not using the water. So
that's not actually what's on the table right now for discussion is the metering. I think that's another discussion. What's on the table right now is whether or not the cost for the taps themselves.
I thought what's on the table right now, though, actually, is to resolve these unanswered questions. We do have a contract, but we've never sorted through this. If we're gonna do this now, we need to do it or not do it, so we should resolve all the unresolved issues.
I agree with you, but I'm saying unless those unresolved questions rate directly to the item number, I'd say let's add those down at the bottom and then resolve them, but we have individual things. Let's answer each one unless we need that information to come to a decision.
Okay, so Warren, you had your hand up and then Benjamin and then Scott. And Steve.
Okay, so apartment houses that only have one main coming into a multifamily house, the old days, right, where the landlord paid, it didn't matter. Now it matters. They have sub-metering that's done by the landlord. The landlord gives them the bill, and there's the master bill coming into the building. I don't know the layout of the property, I don't know the engineering of the whole thing. But if they're gonna have to pay, I don't know what the water tap is, it $3,500 or $1,200?
No, it's like 8,000 for.
No, for each individual tap. 20 taps.
Well, it's 1,200 for a
1,200, so
3/4
you're
inch
looking at
tap.
Over $30,000.
Yeah, exactly. It
Right.
would save a lot of money.
One tap, they sub-meter it, they could do it for a
Right.
whole lot less than $3,500 or $1,200.
I'm trying to say that it's gonna save you a lot of money. If you say actual costs and you're trying to meter every individual unit, I'd say you guys pay for the metering. If you wanna divide it up based on how much people are using, it's up to you, but you'll have one bill that basically says you've used this amount, you have the EQR that adds in every bathroom, every sink, and that creates one bill. And it's probably gonna be a lot better for everybody than it will be to do individual meters on every single unit. I mean, it wouldn't even work, and then you guys have to pay for the meters, but that way you guys know what people are using. It just, I think in the long run, it's best to have one good line coming in. I would even say you should have a cistern at the top so that you can never, have like a backup of water. But it just makes sense to have, one meter on the whole properties.
Steve.
It would save a lot of money too.
I think it's an interesting coincidence that Dennis, our candidate, has all those years in public service, but I mean, we should consult him this week because this is kind of an engineering issue. So I think Dennis would have valuable input perhaps.
And I also wanna say that this is a larger discussion. That's what I was trying to bring up earlier. I suggest, Kizem, with all due respect to what you're saying, in an effort to do this, to expedite this and get it done and resolve all the issues that I hear what you're saying. Maybe we could have a special meeting in another couple of days to where we just have a special meeting and we go through this. We sit here all day. If I don't declare a lunch break, we will have no lunch. It's
Right.
already 25 of 1.
Okay.
So I'm at the mercy of whatever the board wants to do, but my suggestion is that we schedule a special meeting very quickly, resolve these issues, get it done, and have lunch during our regular meeting today.
You're here.
So she has a motion on the table, was it seconded?
It says, the approval for the, CPCA to charge the actual cost or, the cost according to the fee schedule, whichever is less.
So my comments are just that, as far as the issue of how it's going to be metered, Warren, I agree with you. It shouldn't be 20 separate meters. And the answer as far as how that will be done, whether we do 2 2-inch taps and install 20 of our meters, or whether they want to meter it internally, that's just something that I need to work out. That doesn't need to be solved for this meeting. And I really don't think that needs to be solved in order to answer their request here. But I would also add that I think that if we're going to do only actual costs, that seems fair, but I would not want to do only costs or the fee schedule, whichever is less, because then that opens us up to taking a loss. Our costs should be covered.
I agree with you. I think it should, let's just do actual cost. Period. Okay. So the question is, do we want to have a break for lunch today?
Yes.
Or do you want to do this later on?
So I would like to know too. So. But if you wanna have a special work session in order to go over these things. And it actually should be a special meeting so we could vote. rather
Yeah, of
than
course,
rushing.
a special meeting.
Right, and then I would like some real clarity on what exactly are the issues that need to be determined. Because what I am afraid of, and I hear it kind of coming up, that it goes beyond, we already have an agreement. And we're not going back to the agreement to change the terms of the agreement. But if the things that are actually left that still need to be decided, those are the things that we focus on. We don't try to redo an agreement that we already have. And I would also then like to ask Living Wisdom, based upon their own engineering and based upon the laws that they have to follow with their project, whether or not one main meter, metering all the water use that comes in, is legally allowable for you. If that's the case, that sure makes it simple. Or do you by law have to individually monitor each unit?
Yeah.
To me, that's a big question that we need to know. You need to know. And then, you know, the rest of it is, if there's anything else that you feel that we really need the answer to, I wanna just deal with that subject.
So, Kirsten, I'm not sure where you're coming from, but nobody not wants to go ahead. And if we have a meeting very quickly, that's good for us to kind of reconnoiter and see what we need, and you similarly, and we'll sit down and we'll work it out, we will work it out. So if there's what's your schedule, when could we schedule a special meeting?
I don't think, I actually think that we can go forward and not do a special meeting. I seriously think that if they're agreeing to work with Scott on this and get it worked out, that doesn't have to be any special meeting. We can literally, really, the only issue that was on the table that I remember was the taps. That was the only thing. And it seems like, I thought originally that it was gonna be individual taps, but when you look at an apartment complex, it doesn't make sense to do that unless it was like individual homes, which it's not. It's one big unit with multiple buildings, right? And so it just makes sense to just figure out,
like an apartment.
yeah, figure out what works and how much it's gonna cost with Miguel. I mean, it's gonna cost money. It's not gonna be free, but I think that it's gotta be something that you guys can just work out and then.
Well, and I've long felt that looking at it as just was a 20-unit apartment building, you don't consider that 20 taps. It's a
Right.
20-unit apartment building with one large
But it's
tap.
one large tap, and then if there's EQRs that need to be worked out, I think it's just.
And maybe that unless they have to do that, the idea of having one large metered tap would be cost effective for them. And there's a lot, it's just like the same on having a big 20-unit apartment building.
I mean, we paid $300 something a month for our building because we have a certain amount of bathrooms and a certain amount of, I mean, it's not regular residential.
So I'm sure Scott got that, you have a motion on the table.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a motion on the table,
I'm
it's
gonna
not been seconded.
withdraw my motion until we have.
Okay, so I also have heard rumblings that the more pressing issue right now is actually the one
Hydrant.
in the other letter that was addressed to the planning commission. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I would just, John Alfano, hi everybody. Yes. Yeah, the reason why I bring that up is my understanding is that we submitted a additional letter documentation to the planning commission. Because according to the bylaws or whatever they're called, if there was any material change or if there was any extenuating circumstances that would cause any change to the plans, we needed to reintroduce things. And we've done that to state, yes, in fact, there have been some obvious extenuating circumstances because of the change in one contractor versus another. And there have been changes, but they have been minor and they seem to fall within the purview of, yes, you should let us know about it, but it's not like we need to start everything all over again. And whatever comes out of that process is the paper we need to be able to proceed. To make sure that we can hit our, let's start this thing in September date.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the changes that living with them needs in order to.
No.
Why?
Because you have to go to the planning commission first. You gotta have a planning commission meeting to approve their stuff, so they can come back to you, so you can approve it. And you have to do it according to the rules, which are your rules.
And it's not that we wouldn't accept that, it's that they have a process that they have to go through. And that's why I wondered why we didn't have the planning commission meeting, it was canceled. We could have a special planning commission meeting that would help you, because you need that. That's what they need.
I think that has to be essential and that should happen right away, because the town was remiss in not having it.
This week.
And at that meeting, then you'll be prepared, we'll be prepared, and we can figure out what we're gonna figure out. It will happen. When could we have a special planning commission?
All our big TikTok. I'll schedule one for this week, and I apologize for not getting that on the one that was supposed to happen last week. I was, like I said, I misinterpreted it. I thought it was good forward. It's all good. Let's get it now. Yep. So I'll get that scheduled and I will let you guys know when that will be. Probably Wednesday.
So, Warren's pointing out that we need a urgent planning meeting and a board meeting following it almost immediately to get this done, so. Okay. 2 meetings.
I'll get those scheduled this week.
Right.
Does that sound all right to you? Because we're trying to help. And then we'll get everything done, and it won't be a matter of somebody working it out, and it'll just be done and clean and adhere to your process that you're required to go through.
Do you need our engineer to be part of that?
Well, what do you bring to the planning commission?
Well, it's your questions with the tap fee, or the tax, what kind of tax?
that was it.
Not planning, sorry, that's.
Yeah, my understanding is the thing that we've been discussing most here today is what we're requesting as a gift from the town in support of the project. Any decision that you make, we'd love to have it sooner rather than later, but it's nearly as critical as the first letter, the planning commission giving us a piece of paper that lets us go to the contractor, we can go to the state and we can actually start work.
That's fine, and then I think that Miguel, Akia, and Scott can have how, like the actual cost of what you guys need to put in.
Yeah, but to answer your question, your engineer, should we have an engineer involved in this?
So,
Is he available?
Don't know.
I don't know, I assume, yes. So, I'm wondering if part of our discussion at the special meeting is going to be whether or not we look at having, it be one tap fee, probably a larger line tap fee, like we would towards an apartment building, 20 units, or if we are looking at having 20 individual tap fees. Is that gonna be something that's part of the discussion?
It seems like
That's a major question that we were trying to resolve.
if you can get your meeting done before that special meeting, then it would, then you can bring it to us. I have a feeling. I know the answer.
Yeah, I think that'll answer your question. So I know
Okay.
how to
Is
proceed
there
here.
anything else we need to talk about right now? We'll have a lunch break.
Hopefully we'll have it by Friday.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do we have to be present for any of that?
Yeah, well, I think you should be. I think so we can talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Let's see.
Was there? The only time I would have is Thursday.
Looking forward to this
Okay,
happening.
all right, I'll try to do
Maybe
it.
John
happening
would have
fast.
time.
Wait, what is that?
The time is now 1:48. The second back to order, let's proceed to the next item on the agenda. Which is, for GovPro consulting contract, 2024.
I think that we skipped item D.
Did I skip one?
Yep, yeah, it's just the job posting publications. Really, the reason for it was I just wanted you guys to look over what we did on the job descriptions.
Do you need any action by the board?
No action needed by the board. I just wanted you guys to see what we did, what changes we made, and
Okay,
what we were advertising for.
okay, then let's go ahead and work with the GovPro consulting contract.
And the reason for this contract, a little introduction here, is because in April, we will need someone to run a regular election. Judy from GovPro has done that in the past. She also ran the election for the water district most recently. She's the same person that's come in and helped me, learn the ins and outs of my job. Reason it's on here right now is just because I know that he is getting booked up already for running elections. A lot of towns run elections in April, and we want to get her. We don't want to have to find somebody new that we don't know.
And what is the charge? I
5,000. 5,000. He's throughout the bid.
So comments, questions?
So is this? What are we, bring me up to speed here a second, what are we looking at?
Item number
And
E, 10E, yeah, GovPro consulting, E, so I need to go back to E now.
And just somebody that's got it in front of you, is it, what is the price that we've got, or that she's quoted us? If I can pull it up myself.
5,000.
Page three or five, compensation, page two.
5,000. Okay, so it's over 5,000. All procurement under this policy which exceeds a cost of $5,000 needs to go to bid. I would argue that this does not exceed $5,000.
That's right, except the last year you paid 3,000, so it's 60% more than we paid last time. To me, that means there's a competitive market, and in a town that's having financial difficulties, to save a couple of grand, it might be worth putting out the bid.
Sure. I can absolutely do that. You'd wait another month. Or, yeah, I mean, you could, if you want to move forward with this, you could without putting it out to bid. Warren makes a good point.
It does make.
We may save some money by putting it out to bid, and we've got some time to do it.
How far in advance can you do that before an election? Or does it not matter?
Oh, can you put it out to bid, you mean?
Right.
I think typically, your cycle is 60 days, so we have time to put this out to bid and still get her under contract, hopefully.
We might lose this opportunity with her.
Potentially, yeah, she had reached out to us because we've been in contact, she knew that we were planning to hire, or at least tentatively planning to hire her for the election, and yeah, she reached out and said that she's getting booked up.
Originally, she was the only game in town, and I don't know if there are any others now, there might be.
So when I'm reading this. I mean, there's a lot of contractual blah, blah, all in here. But I don't really see where they say what they're going to do. Scope of the agreement, contractor shall commence, perform and complete the following professional services.
Says to provide consulting guidance professionally and time to perform the services. To proceed with diligence, promptness, and hereby warrants.
I don't really see what
I think under item number 3, intent of the parties, she lays out. What?
am I missing it? Oops. I'm just not seeing, oh, there we are at the very end, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so she starts in item number 3 and then. Continues on with a scope of services. Which is item number. That's exhibit A is the scope of services, so that's actually an addendum to the document if you scroll all the way past the signature lines.
Oh.
So, if I may, go ahead. I don't really see why we need this for $5,000. We do pretty much all, I think we're all mail-in ballot at this point. We've done a lot of elections. Is this because Allison's leaving that we're looking to make sure that everything is done according to the election standards?
In large part, yeah, this would be my first, I participated in the water district election, but didn't run it. I know just from being involved in that Judy, who was running that election, was doing a lot behind the scenes and instructing us a lot on. I mean, everything needs to be just so, and I don't feel comfortable running the whole thing alone on my first try here. The plan was to have Judy come in and I would work alongside Judy and kind of do on the job training so that for the next election I could run that.
I was just wondering if Allison could provide the same service. I mean, she did talk to me the other day. She said she had a book and she was gonna spend time going over it with you, but I understand that you're not comfortable. That makes good sense. We don't wanna have any mistakes, but it might cost less, and if Allison could wanted to, we could at least talk to her about doing it.
Yeah, then we can, certain.
I like that idea.
Nope.
She's been through enough of them. Enough elections that we should really know. Let's do it till next month, you think, until we find out.
Yeah, and I'll
Allison and maybe put it out.
I'll speak to Allison and I'll see about putting it out for a bid before next meeting, and then we can make a decision then.
Okay, that brings us to item 10F. Effluent flow meter project completion.
Yeah, so this is one that we were working on this early in the year. We did a lot of what needed to be done up until actually purchasing the flow meter. We had stopped because we'd stopped working on that because it was gonna cost money and we wanted to get supplemental budget figured out first. And now that we have figured out the supplemental budget, I would like to start working on that project again. After reimbursement from DOLA on that project, I would estimate the town will be spending around $7,000 out of pocket. We've already spent 3,000 or so, earlier in the year to run the electrical out there and everything and get it ready to go. The final step is just to purchase the meter and actually finish that project. So either way, I'll present you guys with a quote when I've got it. I just wanted to, you had asked me to stop working on that. I just wanted to get some clarity on where we're at. Do you guys want to start working on that project again? Or do you not, are we not doing the flow meter?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we do the flow meter, especially as we continue forward with our negotiations and water and sand, and that we have that independent metering. I think it's very important that we have that.
What, I'm sorry. Did you say that we just need more money in order to finish the project? Cause I thought that we had enough to get it in.
Well, it will cost more money to finish the project. We've got to order the meter. That's the last thing that's remaining. We do have the money. Really, it's just a matter of, you guys had asked me to stop working on it, and it seems like a good point to start working on it again.
Can we install it ourselves?
Miguel will install it, yep.
Calibration, we can do that?
They can get it calibrated. Actually, you know what? I'll have to loop Miguel back in. I believe he did actually learn how to calibrate it himself as well. But I'll have to check with him. It may be a situation where they actually calibrate it before they ship it to us. And I'll have to figure that out for you. But the whole installation project that I have spoken to Miguel on, and he's totally capable of doing that whole project from start to finish.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I'm just a little confused, or a lot confused. Originally, we were gonna spend like 5,000 for a BOD meter to judge our BOD that was going into the buckets.
Yeah.
Their levels were so high. Now we're talking about effluent.
So,
I'm confused, what happened to the BOD reader, which is more important? Miguel said the BOD wasn't that important, but when in fact we're getting charged triple for our BOD, and now we're talking about effluent, I'm just not sure what's what.
Yeah, so originally, the grant was written for a BOD meter. And then we got into the process. That's part of what stalled out the whole thing, was that the BOD meter was a lot more expensive than what was even laid out in the grant or in the grant application. The BOD meter was gonna be like $30,000. And then I talked to Miguel about it and showed him the project budget that was in the grant. And he said that lines up a lot better with how much a flow meter costs, not how much a BOD meter costs. And more importantly, he thinks that a flow meter would be more important. BOD, he can and has been testing BOD at the point where it goes over to them every month. And he doesn't feel like real-time monitoring of that will make a difference. Whereas the flow, he can easily test for the BOD as much as he wants to. Whereas the flow is more of a constant thing. So we can verify the BOD without our own BOD meter, which is really expensive. We can't verify flow without our flow meter.
Apparently effluent is valuable. I mean, we should sell our effluent. I mean, people can treat it and they could be coming out your faucet in a matter of hours in some cities. So I'm just wondering, are we dumping our effluent into the bucket system, they're benefiting from it and we're getting ripped off?
Yes, but I think we also need to look at what we're right now. from the sound of it, we are paying less than it really is covering our treatment costs for them. So if they are currently operating at a loss with us, then you could say that we're getting, we're not paying them enough. And so it makes sense that we're not benefiting from that effluent. Hopefully when we renegotiate that in the future, we can include something about
I thought we
effluent.
were getting credit for our augmentation plan from this effluent.
Yeah, so that's kind of another subject matter,
Yeah.
and I would actually like us to have that conversation sometime, because I have some creative ideas. You know, but, I think that flow meter, it's just a good thing for us to have. Baca has their meter, we have our meter. And then part of our own agreement with them is, if we see a large discrepancy, how to be able to deal with that. But I agree with what you were saying. I thought a lot of the big workers was the BOD, but if he can do independent monitoring, to me, that's got it covered.
If we got a grant for BOD meters, we can't just arbitrarily change it to a flow meter. I'll have it covered by the grant.
I've spoken to DOLA about that, and we're gonna
Okay, I didn't hear you say
reset
that, so I didn't
whole
know that,
contract,
otherwise we
yeah.
cannot arbitrarily change what we're getting from what the
Yeah.
contract specifies.
Yeah, no, I've talked to DOLA about this, and we are able to change this around, especially because in this instance, the flow meter is going to be a lot less expensive than the BOD meter, which, at the end of the day, that's better for DOLA too, because they have to give us less money.
So
for
if
it.
it's so much, the BOD meter is so expensive, why didn't we get a grant for such a low amount for such an expensive item? I don't understand.
That, and I would say that the grant was written in a way that didn't make sense to me. And it honestly seems to me like the wrong wording was used in the grant, because the costs that have been laid out for it are the costs for a flow meter, not for a BOD meter. So originally that was what we were told, but I just think that that's not what the grant.
Okay.
The grant wasn't written in a way that made sense to me.
Can
we use our capital funds money for that?
Yes,
Warren?
absolutely.
Do we need a motion?
No motions needed. I just wanted to get approval to get going on that again. And at the next meeting, I'll bring you guys a quote for the last piece of that project, and that will need approval, and then we can actually.
So at this point, we can't really amend the grant or request for the BOD meter, the DOLA doesn't think that's what we need to have.
We can amend the grant. The way that I presented to DOLA that we would amend it would be to amend it for a flow meter rather than a BOD meter. Because to amend it for a BOD meter would make the grant a lot bigger, and honestly, we can't afford the match for it.
So that, it's the match on that causes the problems for us. If we have both a flow meter that measured flow plus BOD, the match for it would be really high for us.
Yes, and what was awarded for just the BOD meter wouldn't begin to cover it. And so that would lead to our match at we would be matching 75%, and we just can't.
Okay.
We just can't do that.
Comment, Warren? The grant was for $32,700. The town decided not to move forward when they found that the installation cost was gonna be another $12,500. It appears that the town is spending $10,000 over that grant amount for something that's totally different.
10,000 over the grant amount, that would be the town spending $40,000.
You spend $3,000, you're gonna spend $7,000, that's $10,000. 10,000 plus the 32,700 that the grant was for, makes it over $40,000.
Well, we would be spending $32,000 of of grant money on it. That's part of what would be amended.
Then why are we spending an additional 7,000 on top of it? Why isn't it coming out of the grant?
That piece would be matched by the grant. So that piece would be. So that would be coming out. I mean, there's a 50% match on it, so we have to pay half what we spend in order to get reimbursed half.
That's not how I understood the original grant to be. The original grant was for 32.7. And there was no additional costs on top of that until it shows up in an invoice from the company that was supplying the meter.
Are you saying there was no match from the town side on the
I've
original
never
grant?
seen the grant, I'm only basing it on what was presented in the public meeting. That there was $32,700, the cost of the meter came in right around that number by itself. And there was an additional $12,500 for installing that meter, the BOD meter.
Right, we're not moving forward with that meter.
I understand that. I'm saying that if this meter is so much less money, why are we having to pay so much more?
Well, we're not paying more money. It's gonna end up being around $15,000 total. DOLA is going to reimburse half of that, which leaves the town's out of pocket spending at $7,000.
Okay. I never heard that number. I mean, I'm pretty sure that those numbers never showed up as just half of whatever it costs. We've got to pay and they pay the other half. So we're not getting a grant for $32,700. We're getting a grant for half of the cost of whatever it is, and therefore we're out of pocket the other.
That is correct. Yeah, the original amount that was written in the grant was 32,000, which was more than what it should have been to begin with. And yeah, the way that most of these grants work is it's a match, yeah, and it's a reimbursement after the fact. Yep.
And you own the meter that everybody says is the Barker's meter, it's the town of Crestone meter. Which everybody seems to forget that.
I mean, it is on the Baca's property, and I haven't been able to find any kind of record of the town.
The town paid
owning it.
The town paid the whole installation from there all the way out to where it drops down to the townhouses. That was all paid for in the grant in the original installation. So all that line is town of Crestone line.
All of that line was paid for by the town of Crestone. I think that it may be similar to the way that we do, you know, when somebody pays to extend the sewer to their house, the town, you know, the person that extended the sewer doesn't own those lines.
Okay, so do you wanna look into this and?
Yeah.
And report back to us at the next meeting?
Yep.
All right.
Now, this next item, item G, it was on the agenda in an incorrect way. This isn't actually an invoice approval. At the last meeting, the board had authorized me to start paying these invoices as soon as we receive them. So I've already paid the invoice under item G. That's just the bill for your reference of what we were charged.
There's no action required.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Next item. Invoice approval, remaining balance, the garrison fencing, so I had a question about that. I don't remember and I have far from a perfect memory, but I have no independent recollection of the board approving this. I don't remember, that it went out for bid. Could you just sort of tell us how we got to where we are?
Yeah, I can look through the minutes, but this was something that was approved in the spring of this year.
I remember it, yeah.
I
do, I remember that we were talking, I think it was when Drew was still around.
Yeah, this has been a long time.
I'll withdraw my question.
Long time coming. This project was not put out to bid. I mean, honestly, it took us, Garrison Fencing was the only people that we could find that were willing to take on the project, and even they weren't able to take it on for 6 months. So it's, I mean, it's a really tight. Fencing is in really high demand right now.
And the security of our water tanks pretty darn important.
Could you tell me what the limit is or baseline is for something that has to go out for bid?
It's $5,000.
So $5,001 or $5,000 and it's going for bid.
Yeah.
Anything less than 5, it doesn't.
That's right.
And that for all purchases or contract work?
Yeah.
So if it was already approved, why are we looking at it?
There's just so we had paid half of it, upfront in. Actually, now I'm looking at the date, actually October of last year, we paid half of it. Before I was really involved. This second half is because they have finally gotten the project done. Or at least gotten the project off to look at. I think Gretchen added something to her report about it, but they've gotten started finishing the fence around the water plant.
Did the board approve the purchase already? Because I didn't understand why we were.
A while back, I remember Drew came to us and he was saying that the fence was gonna cost more than he expected. He asked that we approve it because it was, I think he thought it was gonna be like 4,000 and not 8,000, something like that. I mean, if I remember it must have been October when he set it in motion. It says on here October 6th, so it was almost 9 months ago, so. But I do remember him asking for more money because it was gonna be way more expensive than we had thought.
And they're just completing it. Part of it was already done, so they just did 2 sides.
Yeah.
Multi-year contract.
I just wondered what the board action is then, because I have to assume that if we hadn't approved it.
The board, so the board needs to approve the payment of the balance due, since it's over,
Again, can this come out of capital funds, can this come out of the capital projects fund?
On the capital item.
What is the minimum?
It might
for
be,
capital project?
Huh?
5,000, if you look at the 2021 audit report, there's a section on there that relates to what's considered capital expenses. And this is a multi-year contract on top of that. Which means it's in violation.
well, I'll have to look into it. Potentially, since it is over $5,000.
Why would you approve it before the job? That's another.
See, this is the.
Well, I mean, we would be approving payment once the job is done. Yeah, and I'm not gonna write a check until the job is complete. So if you want, we could just wait and I can just wait till I have an invoice, put that on next month's agenda.
For whatever, for future purposes, this is something that a COG mini grant could have covered. We could have applied for a COG mini grant, and they would have paid $5,000 for whatever, half, at least half. So in the future, you might remember that those grants are out there.
Is it too late to apply for one?
No. It might not be, I don't think they've spent all the money.
Yeah, well.
But at this point, I don't know, we might be able to do it, that's what I was sitting here thinking about what we could do. I can check on it.
Oh, yeah, by all means. That's better than me checking it.
And this is definitely, it's a water project, it's a capital improvement expenditure. The building fencing. Steve said, yeah, it's important. So it looked like we had approved this back in October. So what is being asked of us today?
To approve the balance due upon completion, it doesn't need to be, and theoretically, we could wait until next month to do that though.
So is the fencing up now?
They started the project,
Let's see, the fence poles that's on our property, I mean, adjoining our property.
Yeah.
The fence poles are concreted in. I don't think they've strung the chain link yet. So they're working on it.
So this,
I'll look again when I drive up, just see.
so this would be the payment upon completion, is that what we're
Yes.
looking at?
Yeah.
And usually we approve a project. And the cost, and that's it.
Well, if that's the case, then I can make a note. I mean, it was in part, this project was started before I was before I was involved at all, so I just wanted to put it in front of you guys.
So let's see if we can get a grant.
Yeah. And Gretchen expects from talking to them that the fence will be finished tomorrow. So just as an update.
And so will there be like an inspection then to give a final okay? Fences where it's supposed to be, all the elements and.
Yeah, no, I'll make sure they go up there and take a look.
So do you need a motion to approve paying this bill? Because it was already pre-approved last year.
It sounds like. You guys tell me.
I think you should wait until you get the final bill.
Okay. I'll put the final bill on the agenda next month and we'll get it paid then.
Okay, that brings us to and then just a question here with Dennis. Normally we had our attorney swear in, take the new office.
Oh,
That's what Allison could do that.
She did do it.
What?
She did.
I thought she talked about it in the meeting.
She
this
did it.
morning, and I thought she was going to.
So he's
Sign the paper.
sworn?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, looking our way down to number I, hydrology.
So this was on the agenda last month and you guys had asked me to get some clarification because we had a number of different invoices from them and it wasn't all clear what they were charging us for. The reason there were a number of invoices is because there was one for each phase of it, each item that they invoiced us for. So what you have in your packet this month should be a combined invoice of all of those. This one, as you already know, is in some ways painful because we got this study done in order to hopefully get a grant to replace the bridge. The result of the study was that if there was a flood, there would be massive property damage in town. Unfortunately, that would not be mitigated by replacing the bridge. So it doesn't help us get that grant. That said, it is still a useful study if we want. I mean, I know that Dennis has brought up drainage as a major issue in his mind. I think that a flood damage study like what we've got will help us come up with a better flood mitigation plan, a better comprehensive road plan, and it may help us get some sort of grants or at least push the multiple agencies involved with the bridge up by North Cottonwood Creek. I know that, North Preston Creek. I know that bridge is an area of concern. Kizen, you've brought this up with me
It's not a
before.
bridge, it's a,
Overflow channel.
The overflow channel.
it is a bridge, I guess, but it's a.
And if I can just, somebody had dropped big rocks in the main channel to divert it. But, and I don't know if that was the Scotland's but at this point, there's nothing to divert the flow into the relief channel, the overflow channel, so.
That's what the rocks were.
But there's only a couple in there and it's pretty much open, so they'd have to drop some more big rocks to.
2015 during the flooding
Yeah,
is when it was done, and that diverted the water into the spillway
right.
that goes under the bridge.
I took a picture, but I probably wouldn't be able to find it amongst my 500,000 pictures on my phone, but anyway, I don't know, somebody need to go up there and maybe just look at what's up there and what might need to be done if we get a severe flow. Something that would divert it.
I mean, yeah, I think that we do need to have somebody look at that and see what needs to be done, but
it looked to me like the rocks that are not gonna turn the flow. Yeah.
My hope, the reason I bring this up now with this watervation flood damage study, my hope is that we can leverage that to get, because part of the issue is that it's outside of town, right? It affects town, but it's just outside of town, and there's, the Forest Service and I think other agencies involved in that whole thing, which make it more complicated. I am hoping to leverage this information, which didn't help us for that, but I'm hoping to leverage that to get some action from the agencies that are maintaining that bridge, in order to get the flood mitigation, parts and pieces that are already in existence but not quite functional, to get them functional, because now we've got all of this information about what a flood would do property damage wise to the town, and I think we can make an argument there. So anyway, the whole point of it was that it's a little painful that it didn't work for what we were hoping it would work for, but it is useful information. I think that we'll be able to do something with it.
So we've had the Davis Engineering flood control study, and that was primarily sheet runoff and Fern Gulch, I believe, is what we were mostly looking at with that. I don't think they necessarily addressed North Crestone Creek. So with this study, so we have not entered into any scope of work with them yet.
This study is complete.
Okay, so it's complete and we have that, so where is it?
Let's see here. It was on a previous board packet, but I'll send it out to the board right now so everyone has it to reference.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I agree with you on the, using this information and, some tenants might be aware, or we could. There used to be a head gate up at North Crestone Creek, and there's a point of diversion there, what they call that spillway. And many years ago that massive metal head gate got removed, which had become old and dysfunctional, and got removed and never got replaced. And we have been trying for years to get a new head gate put in there, and we have the Forest Service, the BLM, we have the Wildlife Refuge who owns the water, we have the town of Crestone, we have multi-agencies. We have never been able to get onto the same page until we were experiencing a really bad flash flood just a few years ago. And then finally we got everybody to show up. The solution was Mark Potter put in some great big boulders into the creek and diverted the water down the spillway. And that part of that was that Potter was required then to remove the boulders once the flood event was over.
Okay.
Well, I think there was a few that was left in the creek and.
There's a couple.
There's a few
Thank you.
there.
That explains what I saw. It's
Right.
like this isn't gonna stop anything.
I know, and
There's a couple. in there.
yeah, and really kind of, that was like the that was the test case despite all the measuring and everything and figuring and everything. We had a flow volume of how much water was coming out of the creek and we could see how high it was and down. It wasn't theoretical. And basically, Potter kept pushing big boulders into the rock until it finally started to spill down the spillway. So we have been trying to leverage getting an actual head gate built for years now. And where we are is that if we have another flood event, we'll just have Potter push more boulders into the creek, and this time we'll just leave them there. So as he says, we could use this study to help leverage, because we are now, what was it, a flood control, what did we call that? I mean, that we voted in favor of for National Flood Insurance Program that we joined last year. Which also then gives us, you know, in case of flooding, insurance availability. Yeah, but.
I thought that was just an assessment for the insurance companies to assess. I don't think we get insurance. It allows for homeowners to get insurance based on their location.
Yeah, the National Flood Insurance, whatever else.
Yeah.
So this actually is, I'm not remember now, but yeah, we passed it because we had a good conversation about why it would be so helpful.
I don't remember because I didn't wanna do it, I kept.
Yeah, I know Leslie talked us into it.
I know.
Excuse me.
For that, we as the board were resisting
But
it.
I think, you know, he's absolutely right, is that we go forward, whether it's looking at the bridges or looking at people wanting to build next to the creek or any of these things, that we have some real figures to work with.
Thanks for the explanation. What you're saying, if I understood it correctly, boulders were put in the main channel to divert the water to the overflow.
Yeah.
And they had to do that because the control device that would allow it go into the overflow was not there.
Yeah.
Right.
And and no one is really claiming ownership to the owner.
No, they own it, it's the National Forest owns it.
And
It's just
they're
that
just.
the water comes through town and could potentially flood the town, so it's like.
And has flooded the town.
Has flooded.
Pretty
So
severely.
the spillway was constructed, it probably was the original channel of North Crestone Creek. But the spillway was constructed after there was a major flood in 1911 or something that came through town and did some real serious damage and actually even jumped its bank and created a new channel through the town. And it was after that that the spillway was created, that once the water level reached a certain height, it would go downstream. And what we have faced is when we've had negotiations, like say with the Baca Wildlife Refuge, which owns the water, they have a water right for X amount of water. But they also then want to get in high water events, heavy rainstorms, whatever, extra water, because as it pushes down into the wetlands, it helps to flush out the channels. It's beneficial to the land if they can get extra water beyond their normal rights. So it can help clear the pathways and channels and whatever up there on the wildlife refuge. So where is the point that you go from, yeah, it's good you guys are getting extra water, to you're flooding the town of Crestone? And that's part of what this study is to look at, that says, here's your water right, here's what you can take at a high water. This is what flood damage is gonna be.
And is the state water board been involved in all this?
Is there what?
The water board been involved with it at all? Who regulates how much, who's gonna get what?
So we don't have all that information, but I haven't looked at this flood study that we've done. But what we did see hands-on is how many rocks at what level created the ditch to be diverted. And actually then we really got the attention of both the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife by saying, there's a real liability here. We keep asking you for an actual head gate to protect the town. And they keep doing this interjurisdictional pass the ball here. Because of the way everything comes together right there. And so it still hasn't happened, but we've been hoping, and I think one of the things that Scott's addressing here, is that there can be more infrastructure and flood money available to towns such as ours. This is something we have to do.
Kism, I mean, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think somebody died in town during that 1911 flood, I mean,
Yeah.
I think I heard somebody died. So anyway.
And that's when they put the flood ditch over by Steve McDowell's.
Yeah.
Firehouse. They put that in. And back in the early eighties, the Army Corps of Engineers was gonna replace that big gate. And the town said, nah, we don't need it. So it never got
See how
done.
private land.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no public land or.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Army Corps of Engineers are the ones that originally put it in
And
there.
it's BLM, which actually is similar.
Should we be talking to them now?
Those should be fun.
There again, with all these multi-jurisdictional groups, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to start.
But recently, some months back, a year ago, we did get them come, we got some representatives congregate in this room. We were hopeful. And everybody disavowed any responsibility and nothing happened. We had the Forest Service and BLM and FEMA and the Wildlife Refuge.
So right now, do you need approval to pay this invoice?
Yes.
I make a motion that we pay the bill to Wateration for the water study in the amount of $6,570.50. Is that what the balance due is?
Yep.
Okay.
Is there a second? Benjamin? Discussion?
Not your budget, for one, but if you want help, David Osborne at Homeland Security is the one that dealt with the flooding issue back in the day, and would probably be very helpful in putting together the people necessary to solve the problem.
Thank you. I'll reach out to him.
Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye, opposed nay. That's your first vote. Okay, all right. Moving on to the next item, sewer extension. And we have the baseline.
So I have you guys, or some board members met last week in order to, determine, where you think that the, sewer line extension should go. Gretchen just gave me these documents today, and I can make copies for anyone that does not have them. But it seems like you guys got that pretty well ironed out at your work session last week, so I'll make copies of these. Like I said, Gretchen just gave these to me today and passed them out. But the next step here, if everyone approves of where it's gonna go, is just to loop them back in and kickstart the project. So I'll make some copies right here. Need a copy of that.
I think everyone was here except for Benjamin.
So just a couple of copies, 2 or 3.
And I think we have to read on.
Getting a map for the location, what do you think? What they're doing?
Yeah, we looked at the 3 different studies, like one going up Galena, which is commercial. But there's only 5 property owners that live up in that area. And we looked at a zigzag, which is Plan A, which is what we call it. And there's a lot of old septic tanks up in that area, and they're right on the creek. And so that would kind of, we pretty much settled on, there was another alternative that we discussed, but seemed like it was too dead end. Kind of thing, so anyway, let's go and check out the.
There's
We have to get this.
one and two. I probably don't need one, I just who wasn't at the meeting. Kim, you don't need one?
I don't need one.
If you have an extra,
Got-
I'd take it, but if not.
Got to bring in, the rest. Grab that this, and where's your other?
Oh, if not.
I just grabbed half of your, I'll give Kizim one. Whoever was. Irina, should we review just the three options for the trustees that weren't there?
Yeah, that would be good. And if you hold the page upside down, it makes more sense.
Hey, we figured that out in the special meetings. I had to do a north, south, east, west direction in the corner.
Isn't there a significant difference between what we originally expected to be able to do in terms of the number and what we have right now? And I understand that intervening time would price the cost of go but it seems like there's even more of a difference.
Is this
It's a
better?
significant difference.
So, spinal carbonate.
I don't know. That's just a big
This is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does everyone have what they need?
So we only have option one here, but I mean, that's what we awarded.
So they
That's
just
what
said
we
it's
have recommended.
Next street over on,
So,
two streets.
you want to review the three options, or I can real quick?
If you would, I only have what Gretchen gave me and she only put route number 1 on here.
There were three sections between manholes just going up Galena. Towards Adams House. And pretty much no development, a lot of commercial properties that are undeveloped. That was option 3. Option 2 was, I think, going over to Carbonate and up, and again, wasn't servicing too many. This was option 1, that not only serviced more people, but the reason we decided on option 1, it was giving relief to North Crestone Creek from old leach field and septic tanks that eventually could be stressed. So we figured that was the most urgent. It was, yeah, so that's why we decided option 1 was the best. I volunteered splitting 2 legs in option 1 and 1 leg up Galena, but we weren't sure if there's a different charge for if it wasn't contiguous to 3 sections. Anyway, that's the brief.
I can find out from
I
them.
have a question on the items. If one of these lots were to tap on, how would they do that? Are there taps?
Oh, one of the lots on the extension?
Yes.
It would, there aren't taps on the line, it would just be the normal process of tapping in, where we. You know,
Redig the line on auger.
Yes.
Or this is plastic pipe?
Yes. I thought, but Warren says yes, so probably. And I know this hasn't been discussed, it doesn't necessarily need to be discussed right now, but just following your train of thought there, Dennis, since it would need to be dug up in order to tap in, we may, do some sort of a promotion where if people wanted to tap in at the time that we're laying the lines so that we don't have to dig them up again, they could tap in for like a reduced rate or at cost or something like that.
Is it too far to go to think to put the coupling in where it can be tapped and run a stub out? Cause is this gonna be in the road or just in the right of way? My point is, if someone wanted to tap on, they'd have to cut the new pipe. You'd have to open the road up again.
I'm not sure, certain, those are great questions for Miguel, and we can.
Does he have
We can sit down and talk
plans
about
for this? Does it have a cross section? It shows the topography.
It doesn't, I mean, there's not a cross section that shows the topography, he does know what the plans are, but as far as. The specifics, I think that we're gonna get some of that from the engineers that we're working with here.
And that's baseline?
And that's baseline, yeah.
So.
That'll be the next step in the.
If you look at the map and like what we did throughout, you know, where we have both water and sewer. Water's on one side of the road and sewer's on the other side of the road. So when you look at this map, you can see the black lines that are kind of drawn in there.
Yes.
Those are existing water lines that are in there. So the sewer lines, of course, will go on the opposite side of the road for the water lines. And part of our discussion, again, we were looking at the options, that we have an area, especially in this block that is on East Iron. We've got one septic system that's failing there already, they're getting their tank pumped like every 3 months. And then there's like 1, 2, 3, at least 4 that have septic systems that have been put in like 30 years ago. And leach fields that were put in 30 years ago. And so we, and you know, it's like leach fields on every 150 foot of the block. So it's a high density amount of leach fields and septic systems. And there again, as Steve pointed out, right at the bottom there of Iron you see is North Crestone Creek. And so we have a water protection ordinance, and just being very much aware of the pollution that's being caused in that area. And then I think a vote, what's gonna be required is there was a discussion about, normally would be, what was it, a $1,200 sewer tap fee? And we had discussed the idea of maybe like an $800, because there's some lots that are not developed yet, that a person might want to go ahead and buy into it while the line is open. Or a couple of the properties who have these old leach fields, even though they're not having problems with it, they might want to take advantage of the reduced rate, knowing that it's just a matter of time before they do run into problems. Our ordinance in town says that if the sewer line goes past a property that has an existing septic system, we're not requiring people to look into it until at such a time that they are having problems with their septic system.
If you could have, if, I would like to see, personally, I'd like to see more detail on what this $1 million is coming at. And if it's possible, kind of along the lines of what you're saying, if some of these property owners would contact and said this project is gonna happen, and if you pay and upfront, whatever costs you decide on, we decide on. And have the tap or the sewer tap already made to the main line with the stub coming out to the property line. Then all they would have to do is just go from the property line to their new construction.
Correct.
And not bother the road or the drainage anymore. So, then maybe we'd be able to get that money up front.
That's a good suggestion.
But I'd sure like to be able to see more detail.
We haven't done that in the past. We have just sewer line where people bought taps thinking, or water taps, either way. And it was the date for the tap where it was located on the main line. But a line was not run across the street to the property. It was just simply the tap at that spot. So if and when somebody decided to build, they would indeed have to go and dig across the road. It's not such a big deal up here just because none of them are paved roads. They're just dirt roads, so we're not cutting through asphalt. But where it has been, where there's asphalt, yeah, it can come back and we had a patch, which was a problem, but this is all dirt. So it would be a decision to make. I think part of running an extension across the road to that property might not be a thing we would want to do now, just because of how limited we are in our funds at this time. I think if we were coming in and somebody said, yeah, I wanna, like Gwen, she said, yeah, I wanna tap in now. Then, yes, then there would be the line, say, run across the road, because they're gonna be an active user.
Not to be divorced, but where's this money coming from now?
It's coming from a grant, there is a 50% match.
A 50% match.
Yeah. But we do have some funding, 50% funding from DOLA. Right now, the question for the board is, with what you guys have come up with, should I go ahead and schedule another meeting with Baseline to discuss what this, the revamped project map would realistically look like? Is that where we're at here?
Makes sense.
So my question is, have you been working with DOLA to make sure that what we do is going to be covered by the grant, given the contract language and where we are with that grant?
Yes, this one is, the grant makes sense. It was written in a way that is for exactly what we're doing.
And DOLA is not giving any restrictions to the community or instructions to the community that them paying for this half, that it's a mandatory tap on when the line is there. They're still letting us follow what you had said before, as long as the septic system's working, it's okay, but as soon as it's not, then they have to tap on.
I'll have to get back to DOLA about it. And ask about that specifically, because that's something that they had brought up, is that there would likely be mandatory taps to the caveat. So I'll have that conversation with them again. That last time I spoke to them about it was many months ago.
Really? 50% match on this?
Yeah, I thought it was like.
I think it's 50%.
Really,
Well,
More than $500,000.
Yeah.
there was a few $100,000 grant in which some amount in the tens of thousands, 50, 60, maybe more, has been spent. Maybe as much as 90 based on the budgets that have been presented. There is no money in the current budget for this. As it's being presented, there's money being spent. And you've got some of those people up there have written in saying they absolutely would not connect. So as far as I know, you've only got one person on that route right now that has committed to getting the sewer. Am I wrong?
When?
That's the only one.
They haven't committed, but I'm sure that they would. Because they're right there, I don't know.
Oh, Sam's main complaint was that he thought we were forcing him to tap in.
Well, that's.
When
the
he's
next
got a
part
brand
that's
new,
starting to go on.
brand new septic tank in Leachfield. And we told him, no, that's not the case, but when, it's a matter of when, his system does fail, he'll just have to.
That's
You also went from over 6,000 feet of sewer line that was in the original proposal down to, based on these guys saying 2,200 feet, and based on the amount of money you have available, probably only 800 to 900 feet of sewer available.
That's why I was asking about the communication with DOLA, do they understand that?
Yeah, I'll have to get back in touch with Dola before the next meeting, and, now that we've got a more, you know, I mean, I gotta figure out with them what will meet their criteria of mandatory connections, because, no, it's not realistic to impose mandatory connections on everybody, Sam Pace, for example, who just got a new septic tank. And I think that they can understand that. We may need to put a caveat in that, you know, septic tanks can't be, renewed in that area, and that they'll have to connect within, you know, certain number of years. But that's some research that I'll have to do. That up until now, you know, I mean, now we have a more firm map of what it would be. So I've got something to talk to them about.
I'm just mixed up about how we're gonna come up with the money for half of it. I thought we were, I mean, that there's no $600,000 even in our bank account to cover half of this.
I thought we were awarded that. What I'm thinking is sorry to interrupt you again, I'm thinking that we would invest the $500,000+, $500,000+ for sewer line that could be only servicing one person at this moment. That's a big investment to put in the ground and not use it.
Yeah.
And cap on fees would be very, very slow coming to offset that cost, very slow coming.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody too, when this grant was applied for, what's this? 3 years ago, 4 years ago now? That the map of where the lines will go, or there's something that Gwen drew on a piece of paper when she submitted the grant. The town board didn't even have a chance to review the grant before it was submitted. And I suspect that 600,000 was a bit of a number that was pulled out of a hat. I don't remember us having an engineer come in and say anything about this. And so when we were given the map of this grant, we were then told 3 years ago, this is conceptual. She put it to the board to say, so now you need to go with the engineers and draw where you actually think you really need to have the sewer lines. And we looked at the map and they're like, you know, this was just her idea of, it would be good if we had sewer lines run here and here. And the amount of 600,000 was attached to it. And amazingly, DOLA awarded us this money, which was like, yeah, great. But it wasn't necessarily based upon, it certainly wasn't based upon real location. That was Gwen just drew lines on a map. And it wasn't actually based on real, there were some estimates from what it took to put a sewer line in here, so therefore we're gonna run so many feet. This is kind of an estimate that went in there. And then the difference of how much piping was, what it was 4 years ago and what it is now is kind of like doubled. I mean, anybody in construction knows that sewer piping and all these fittings and everything are way more expensive. So what we kind of were sold on the idea that we were gonna have this big project turned out not to be true. It wasn't based on the map. It wasn't really based even on the money. And so the part of the money got spent, what was it, around 50 grand or something? We had several things that took place. We did a whole I&I on our sewer system this spring. Because we were having really high sewage readings and that looked like there was infiltration happening. And then the other is that we did have a line break that took a bunch of major repair that we had to do. We actually had 2 repairs. So we had to pull off of that grant before we could even build a sewer system. We first had to do the I&I to see where we were with the system as it was and fix the repairs that we had before we could go forward. So that's why we end up having less than 600,000. And now we're actually looking at a real bid for a real location. And instead of this big sewer system, we were hoping for, or looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks of the sewer system.
Is there any chance of,
Scott has had his hand up. so
Oh,
that's Scott.
just a quick note that is important, so right now, we're just in the first phase, we've only had $120,000 awarded to us of the $600,000. In that first phase, that is specifically for architectural and engineering services, that is totally covered by DOLA. So for this, as far as the engineering for this goes, DOLA is covering all of that. I made a note in my notes here that when I speak to DOLA about the terms of it, I will also ask them about the next phase, and if we should expect a match for that, and that will help us figure out.
So have you had that conversation?
I have not. That's gonna be my, I made a note to.
Before we go any further, we need to know that.
Now, for the parts that we're in right now, we're still within engineering services. That is totally covered by DOLA.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as making a selection or whatever. Until we know what DOLA is going to do, allow us to do. I don't see us going anywhere.
I agree with you, and is there any chance there's a hole in there where they would increase the amount of money that they're gonna give the town? If the bids came on higher than what was anticipated?
I'm not sure, but I'll ask them that as well. Yeah, no, I'm not.
And if you would find out if it's gonna be mandatory tap.
Yep, I've got that in my notes. So I've got a number of things to discuss with DOLA.
And I wouldn't even meet the baseline, but I'd sure like to see more detail on what all this stuff is.
Now, for that piece, I think that they were waiting for us to figure out a map of where we wanted it to go before they went into more detail. Now that we do have that map, I could reach back out to them and schedule a meeting with Baseline to actually, you know, a work session with Baseline to actually talk through some of this stuff and get a more firm plan for going forward.
Well, I think that's about as far as we can go today. So let's go ahead and move on to the next item, work our way through these action items, which is an interesting one, the 4th of July event budget overage.
Yeah, so as you all probably remember, you had budgeted, well, you said that the town would donate $4,000 to the 4th of July. That was it. Nick did an awesome job getting additional donors together. But we did track, you know, we tracked everything that was coming in and everything that we were paying out for him. At the end of the day, he ended up going about $635 over. And I paid him out enough or I wrote all the checks for him to pay all of his vendors. What is still owed, he was gonna charge the town $1,500 for his services. We paid him $750 up front, but then he did go over by $635, so I did not pay him the additional $635 for his portion. And wanted to bring that to all of you. Yeah.
I got a text from him because he did want to come here, he's not able to come, but he said, the overage, for the overage, the reason that was because a couple of sponsors backed out after I had already committed to sign contracts. So he said.
Yep, and he had mentioned that to me as well, but he had a couple donors that did not end up giving him any money, then that money would have totaled $650 or so.
Do we need documentation or right now it's just hearsay, right?
Well, I think we need to make a decision as to whether we want to pay him.
Yeah.
I mean, donors were really his thing.
I don't know, but any contractor, when you submit a bid, you're stuck with it. And if you go over, it's your tough luck. I mean, I'm sorry, I just. Every event that he's been having here in the last 2 years, I know, has been going over budget, over budget, over budget, and we keep bailing him out. And I'm getting a little sick of it. He needs to stick to his budget or bid it differently. But, if a contractor doesn't do the bid right, they eat it.
And what are we gonna do about the stage? You went over budget and.
No, with the stage, actually, he has handled all of that totally on his own. So this issue was only came up because he was putting all of the donations through town hall and asking town hall to pay the invoices. Next year, I don't want to do it that way. I'm gonna tell him to just handle his, he keeps the donations, he pays out the invoices. If he ends up over, that's tough. We're just gonna give him a check for $4,000. The stage has not been like that. He's handled everything for the stage, and so we actually don't have we haven't touched any of that money.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that he kind of committed and it's still not, he committed a certain amount that he said he was gonna have it to a point where it was usable. And we're still at a point where it's not usable yet.
That is true.
Well, my point is that he, in our meetings, told us he was gonna go out and get the money. But what he actually did, he used the town and our status as the municipality to get grants from several different agencies like the county. So that's why the money I had to go all through the town, because he used the town to get the grants, to get the money that he said he was gonna get. I mean, I'm not saying that was wrong, but in the process, his fundraising benefited significantly, I think, by doing that. And you and I went over everything like 2 days or 3 days before the event, and everything was just right. And then all of a sudden, at the end, there was an overage. Anyway, I agree with Kim.
What type of vendors are we talking about?
So this was for the 4th of July event. So bands, food, other advertising, I've got a whole list of. No, I think when I say food, I think.
Not pretty.
No, I'm not sure if he actually paid anything for the food trucks to come. I think they actually paid and that money went towards his budget again. I could go through the invoices with you. It was a month ago, but most of the money went to bands and performers.
But the two sort of got embedded together, because in the beginning, we gave him a contract to do the 4th of July event. Then he wanted to do the stage. And that was something that he was going to do, and he was going to get the donations. And then all of a sudden, the two got mixed together, and then the town wound up getting involved in the funding. So anyway, originally it was two separate things. He wanted to do the stage, and he told us he would get the funding for it.
So how much is the amount of overage?
$635.
But it was how much last year?
Last year? I think it might have been more than that. I think it was like $4,000. Oh, that was huge.
And what is he saying that 685 is for?
He says that the reason that he went over is because he had people pledge to donate and they didn't end up donating, and so donate cash, yeah, and so that messed up his expense or his.
He also said we shouldn't have a problem paying 600 because we paid 4,000 last year.
Which isn't a great attitude.
So I don't know, if the contract's not tight, and if there's kind of a loophole there, I don't know, split it with them and then tighten up the contracts in the future where there isn't any wiggle room for that sort of thing. I think it's reasonable. You know, because it was a pretty phenomenal event.
Yeah, absolutely.
And pretty big effort on his part to put the staging and everything else. So I don't know, if the contract isn't tight, I say we split it with him.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable, Dan. But, we also have to understand that when that stage went in, they used it. And we were not insured,
Yeah,
okay? We were gambling there. And he guaranteed us that everything would be kosher before they would use it, and it was not. Now we have another event coming up this weekend. We're gonna have to hire a babysitter to keep kids and adults, 20-year-old kids, from getting up on that stage, because it is dangerous. Even though we have the orange tape around it, it's not gonna keep kids out of there. So we're gonna have to have a babysitter, because it's still not insured. And there's not been anybody working on that place in a month. I live right across the street. I have not seen a soul over there working on it in one whole month. So, you know, I'm getting a little distrustful. He's got a great smile, but, I'm getting a little distrustful with his antics. And, he needs to know that we're serious and we're not gonna play around. If you wanna split the difference, that's fine. We'll do it this time, but tell him no more. And they need to get on that.
And we need insurance.
Yeah, or it's coming down, because it's dangerous.
I certainly understand the feeling, having been married to a contractor and having to eat a fair amount of money because for whatever reason, you couldn't do your bid. And so I totally understand that. And so one part of me just really feels what you're saying. The other part looks like this was the damn best 4th of July that I think we've ever had in town. And we're getting a stage built that it could have cost us $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to do a stage. It's not finished yet, but Nick has been able to rally people to get this stage to the place that it's at. That's gotta count for something. I agree that this has got to meet our insurance like right away. It just has to be done right away. We can't take the liability issue. Somebody falls and breaks their neck, we're out $1 million. So that has to happen. The idea of splitting the difference is something that kind of appeals to me. You know, 645, it's not like it's $3,000, 645, splitting the difference is just, can help him recoup it. And at the same time, a strongly worded conversation, and we're at the point now where it's not letters and emails, but it's the energy fair is not gonna happen on that stage unless it is brought up to conditions. So I would be willing to say, just because of the success that happened, our vendors made a lot of money that weekend, our restaurants made a lot of money, the town picked up a huge amount of sales tax from that weekend because of that event. We made money on that event, or at least our business district did. So I would be willing to split the difference and she'd say this, we can't do this again, and the stage got a place to get done.
So what if we did decide to split the difference, we say that is conditioned on the stage being insured for this event that's coming up. In other words, he can't just let that go. And if he doesn't do something quickly, we're not going to have insurance. And that's not good. So if we want to give him, he needs to give back to us insurance.
Are we putting in any money for the energy fair, or is it, that's on him? On them, I should say.
Yeah.
On them, what's the cost of the insurance?
About $7,000 a year.
On top of the,
Well,
After that.
That's just our total insurance costs.
First person.
We could use the $600 and some odd dollars towards the insurance.
Well, Sarasa will insure it if he'll give us the information to provide to Sarasa, but Sarasa's not gonna act within 24 hours. They need like at least 3 days, maybe 4. And so it's not happening.
Yeah, the trouble is that, the stage isn't finished, and before the stage. We can't add it to our insurance coverage until the stage is finished. And so I don't think it's so much a question of, how much is it gonna add to the coverage, it's more, we've got this thing in the park. And people can climb on it and get hurt, and we're not insured if they do that until he finishes the thing.
So did somebody suggest that Nick was gonna finish it before the next fest? And the next fest is the Energy Fest this weekend? And he did say, I mean, we have a verbal from him that he was gonna finish it?
He did say he was gonna finish it. Is the Energy Fair this weekend?
the 15th and 16th of.
September.
Oh, so there's still a month
Okay, so we
until the
have-
Energy
oh, yeah,
Fair.
okay.
Yeah, but he had said that he was gonna finish it before then. I don't know if he's on track with that, but that is what he had
But
originally
his
said.
style would be to finish it at the last minute, the night before, maybe even the morning of, early morning of, and then we don't have any way to get it in.
So, I mean, it's only $300, which isn't much of an incentive, but we'll split the difference if you finish it in 2 weeks,
Yes.
something like that.
and I think the thing that, I think reiterating what was said about how we can't wait till the last minute, we have to have time for that source of insurance to come, or the stage is not being used for the next event. I mean, that's really where we're at. And if public says, why can't we use the stage?
Talk to
This is
Nick.
one.
So do we need a motion
Yes.
to to split the difference? We would need a motion.
Mhm.
And the condition that we were talking about to become a part of it.
I'll make the motion that, we cover half of the budget overage for the 4th of July event. With the contingency that
Conditioned on.
conditions be met, that the stage be finished within
The first week of September or something like that, at least a week before the event, just so we have
No
that.
less than a week prior.
if you could clean that motion up a little bit.
And if we could put the exact amount of splitting the difference, I have $342.50.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Discussion? You wanna read the motion, Scott?
I've got a motion to cover half of the budget overage, which equals $342.50 for the 4th of July event, contingent on the stage being finished and insurable no more than a week prior to the Energy Fair, when the stage is planned to be used.
No less than.
No less than a week?
Yep.
I would maybe consider doing more like 2 weeks, because to be finished, then there should be a time where you can get it in Sursa, just in case Sursa.
If it's not finished.
Yeah, I mean, that gives them 2 full weeks right now to get it done.
Yeah, I think, extending the time is a good idea, because we're dealing with source of, it's gonna take time.
So what we're saying is, we're tying two things together here, is overrun or cost for the event and the state.
Well, or it's not being used, but they're not gonna get into a repeat performance of letting the stage be used with no town insurance.
Personally, I think it's great, the event was great. But if he's acting as a promoter, it's really his loss. That's my feeling.
His loss?
Right, if he's being charged $600 or had to pay 600 and some odd dollars out of his own pocket to satisfy some vendors or donators that didn't come through.
So
Why is that our problem?
I'm not sure that we really have enough details to know the answer, because you and I went over every donor, and what they were getting, and the money was deposited and everything was fine, maybe a few dollars under, like the Friday before the 4th or something. So that say the contractor didn't do something at the last minute, I don't even understand.
He submitted
that.
more invoices after the event.
After the event.
Yeah, invoices for services that were, that took place during the event. He submitted more invoices afterwards, and I agree with your point, Dennis. And in this instance, it's actually not even that he would need to eat some cost to pay, to pay out a vendor. All of the vendors got paid. This is just Nick's fee that we're short on. I made sure that when I was paying them out, that I paid his fee last, so that any overage was taken out of what he was charging us. So that's where it's actually coming from.
Yes. So Dennis makes a good point about tying these two motions together, and I think maybe they should stand alone. One is the 4th of July, one is, they're kind of two different things, and rather than using it to be a stick over his head, I just simply have a motion that says that we will we will pay half the amount of bill. We did have a contract, and in the future, we'll not be able to do this, and just make it be that this one subject. And then I think as a second subject is that the stage has to be completed by such and such time, or it will not be able to be used for the event. So I think having a split makes better sense.
Did the town put in 4,000?
Yeah.
So this is now, we're making it 4,342.50.
Yes.
So if you wanna amend your motion, just to be.
Please amend it. We separate.
Yeah, let's see. Actually, someone want to just make a fresh motion?
But we haven't even voted on the motion yet, so let's read the first motion and we'll vote on it, and then we'll do the second motion.
So I've got a motion to cover half the budget overage, totaling out to $342.50 for the 4th of July event, contingent on the stage being finished and insurable no more than 2 weeks prior to the energy fair. And does anyone remember who seconded that motion? Just while I'm.
Steve did.
Steve, thank you.
Take out the whole section that says contingent.
We're not gonna combine the two.
Oh, we are, but first we've got a motion on the table, so we've got to vote on this one.
No, can we take that off and restart it?
Can you? You've already got, we've got a motion and a second. I think you have to vote on it.
You can pull the motion.
Yes, vote no and do it again.
Yeah, either.
Okay.
So
we're
gonna vote on the first motion now?
Yes.
All in favor of the motion we just had made and seconded,
Nay.
signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Unanimously nay. Okay, now we need the motion for the overage.
Yeah, this will be a motion just to cover the half of the budget overage.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Second.
discussion?
You can vote no.
I have
Yeah.
mixed feelings about voting for this.
There was,
Yes, I
they didn't
think
ask for the vote yet.
Oh, you're right.
Scott, vote. Go ahead and call, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
I'm voting nay.
3 to 5. Or
It carries.
no,
4.
yeas and 2 nays.
This is the hard part.
And then the second doesn't necessarily have to be in the form of a motion, it's just a directive from the town saying that, that this has to be.
Just a letter.
And you had sent a date there.
It was September of birth, basically.
And while we plenty of leeway for some.
That's 2 weeks and 2 weeks, basically. You have 2 weeks to do it and 2 weeks to have it.
All right, very good, let's move on.
Maybe, funny, with the check or whatever you're gonna do to reimburse them and give them a letter with.
I'll do that.
Almost. Near the end, so we have a well permit request from Sean Palmer.
Yeah, so I've taken a look at where this is at. Block 21, lots 1 and 2. Actually, if you look at your sewer map that we were just looking at, you can see it on there and you can actually see where the nearest water line is.
Yeah.
It's a block. I
It's
mean,
too close.
it's like 200 feet.
Just squared his two
Mhm.
blocks together there.
Yeah, he insisted on having the question asked, but I mean, he's a block away from water, he can extend the lines. It might take on it.
He's right here.
So,
That's the water line.
It might be a block away from water, but is it on the other side of the creek?
It's on the left side of the creek.
It is on the other side of the creek, yeah.
Is that a water line that's coming up?
Yeah.
That's actually a sewer line. you're
That's a
looking
sewer
at.
line.
Oh.
So what do I look at?
So this
that's
is
not
a sewer, so this is him, this is sewer, this is water.
So show me here's block 21.
Yep, so this is sewer, this one is water.
Okay, okay, so the water line's there on the other side of the creek.
So he's.
Yeah, I mean, depending on if he's gonna build right here, it's on the other side of the creek. Most of the lots are on this side of the creek.
Yeah, and this area here is pretty much unbuildable. I mean, there's no. It would be,
Yeah, so it seems like he's gonna be building over here.
yeah, that would only be the only building spot.
Mhm. So he shouldn't have to cross the creek.
Yeah, okay.
And Kim, there wasn't a letter from him really, just a conversation. Oh, so on the sewer map, you guys were using. Oh, this was this was from.
Yeah, I was at the meeting.
So if you look right, he told me he was gonna have a sewer. So this is his property right here. That's his property. This is the water line right here. So he's only about a block away from water. The creek cuts off a corner here, but I wouldn't think he's gonna be building on that teeny tiny little corner. He's gonna be building over here, which.
Will happen.
No, I thought the water folks were not allowing any more well permits.
He did apply for a well permit through the state and he was, referred to the council. So basically, the state will issue a well permit if the board says that it's all right.
I have a question.
So
Here,
Guys.
is anyone, I don't know who this gentleman is, but is anyone talking?
He just walked in.
Oh,
Sean, we're just talking about your, well permit.
Good.
So actually, since you're here, Could you explain the need here?
I'm gonna put a.
Could you stand up and come over and state your name and address?
Oh, sorry, I'm Sean Homer. I know most of you guys, but I want to put a rental on a piece of property that I have. And there's no water in the street there. So I'm asking permission to drill a well.
There is a sewer.
There is sewer, and that's great because it's so close to the creek. I'd be in a spot if there wasn't sewer there, so.
Now, what we were just discussing, I've got the water map here, so this is you, it looks like you do have a water main, about a block away, right
Mhm.
here. Is there any reason that you wouldn't wanna just extend the water main? I would think that it would actually probably be cheaper than drilling a well.
The cost that was, I mean, I don't know, you tell me the cost, let's put it that way.
It's 300, I mean, last I had heard from Miguel was $300 a linear foot and.
And then you figure across an asphalt road. That's gonna be a patch job. Is the town gonna put it in for me or do I have to pay for it?
You would have to pay for it.
So, just so everybody knows, if I'm gonna extend a water line, I've got some other property at the other end of town. That I could put more than one unit on, and I'll probably go ahead and just, if I have to pay to do it, it'll be up by Benji and Kizen, and I could put 2 units on that. So, I'd rather do this, but if not, I'll just extend the water line up there.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Would you, I guess I'm talking to everyone, would be interested in, if the water service was extended to this property to, get Mr. Homer a recapture agreement? That if any of the lots between where point A is now, point B were to tap on, that money, since he would be paying for that extension, would go to him.
We have that as part of our non-extension policy, that that anybody coming in pays a share.
It would be it'd be a lot cheaper to have a well put in, because I mean, if you're adding up, it would be like $85,000. At 300 per linear foot, and each lot is 50 feet. You're going all the way down to, that's 200 feet plus the crossing of the street. 75,000. I mean, 300 times.
The math.
It seems high.
So these are 50 foot lots. They're 50,
Yeah.
100, 150, 200, and then to his lot. So say it's just 200 plus crossing the road. It's 230. Times 3 feet.
Yeah.
30 times 300. That's 69,000.
No, that is a lot, I left a zero out.
So I know that the neighbors next to me have a new well. Of course, Nancy Hood across the road has a new well. Cavaliers have a new well. So unless I can't speak for Art Gale and the Wilburn place, but nobody else at the back there unless they're forced to. I'm guessing, I've talked to a couple of neighbors are not gonna need or want to tie into this. So just throwing that out there. So. Anyway.
I mean, a well is probably what, $12,000 or $69,000, I mean.
Can I sit down or?
No,
If you need them, I'll stand back up.
You make a good point. When I said earlier it'd be cheaper, I had left a zero out of my calculations.
No, I appreciate your time.
Are you sure about that cost per foot?
I was gonna say a water line.
That
300
I can give Miguel a call, that's what I remember from the last time I talked to him about it.
It's almost 600.
What?
The sewer line is running almost $600.
Says here.
$574.
Right.
It costs.
It seems exorbitant.
200.
And it'd be a dead end line.
And I'm guessing if we put it in there, it wouldn't be just a line just for me, it'd be like a 4-inch line or a bigger, big, so somebody else could tap in. So that increases the cost too. And talking to Andrew earlier about it, it may be, they want to extend it up because you hit the creek there. So it'd be a fairly good sized line. I can't say how much, but.
The other thing is, if you remember, and I don't know. I mean, if you remember correctly, when somebody has a well and they tap into the wastewater, it actually is to our advantage. because we get more credit going out the other end. So we're taking water out, we're putting it back into the wastewater, it gives us a little extra credit. It's not like we're pulling water out of our system and then putting it back in. So that's another little thing, since he is on the. On the wastewater, you will be tapping into the wastewater, and that water will be affluent, that goes out, and we get credit for that.
So you would have to tap into the.
Yeah, he has wastewater right in front of his house. Okay. Or right in front of the property.
Would you be willing to wait and see if we can confirm those per foot prices on the water, because that seems high to me. And if it comes in less than the well, entertain the idea of a recapture.
But only, I mean, yes, I just hate, I mean, I'd have to, I'm trying to get on a list to get a well drilled, and they're long. And I have to get a well drilled before I put the foundation. So expediency, I was supposed to be on last month's agenda and I didn't make it.
The other thing is if they dig a water line and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taps on the wastewater, does it, you think it interferes with the wastewater at all? As far as
It all depends on the elevation. On
how we, yeah.
right, it all depends on the elevation. So you got a time frame?
Well, yeah, kind of, I mean, you know, it's. I just like to get done as soon as I can. I've got a builder who wants to do it next spring. And I'd like to get the well drilled, the list is months. That's why I'm, you know, I've been after this for a couple months now, and
yeah,
I'm not, you know, it's not your problem, but I'm just saying, so.
What I understand, you need to have a blowout valve.
That's what
We put you on our water system, we'd have to have a blowout valve.
that's what
So
Andrew was
that's
saying.
gonna be an additional expense to that, because otherwise it's going nowhere.
And Miguel did confirm that it's $300 a linear foot, and he said that that's padded just a little bit, but not a whole lot.
and that is just for the main extension.
Yes.
We're not charging for a meter or a tap on because of that or anything, because he would be paying that fee.
Yeah, the $300 is just for the $300 a foot, just for the.
Even if it was 200 and it was still 230 feet, it would be 46,000.
So I'm curious, the sewer line that goes up Iron.
Yeah.
And then it switches over and goes up, is that the alley? Goes up the alley?
Yeah.
So how many of these properties are maybe in process of development? Because if they got sewer lines running to all these properties, I'm just curious.
You can see the tap.
That's what these lines here are.
Yeah, but as far as, are these properties, I'm just curious if the property owners are in process of development or. You
There's
kind of
already
get,
5 taps.
huh?
There's 5 taps.
There's houses on them.
Oh, there's houses on it.
Yeah.
Oh. These are the only undeveloped lots on that section. And they're all on well waters, all these properties? Yes.
They gotta be.
Okay.
Yeah, those properties have been there a long time.
I said we let him get it as well.
Wanna make a motion?
I make the motion that we approve the well permit request for block 21, lots 1 to 2 by Sean Homewood.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
For a well permit, yeah.
Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
You probably thought it was gonna be a lot more painful. Well, I didn't.
No way to gauge the amount of pain.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Noise ordinance, I thought we had an action item.
Oh, I think you inadvertently jumped right past it. That was item L.
Did you have purpose coming?
No, I didn't do it on purpose. In fact, I went back to see what happened to it. That's why I brought it up. That's why, so we'll consider that. Special event noise permit, yeah, L. Wait till Kissing comes back.
I got a question for you.
For me?
What's the existing decibel levels right now? Is it, there's,
65 until 10 o'clock.
so I heard 6 knocking around, but 65?
65 until 10 o'clock, 55 after 10.
That's right.
Okay, so figure 65 is the limit until 10, okay, that's all. Wherever you're going.
Cool, yeah, just grab my laptop charger.
You actually have two contradictory noise ordinances. One says 7 to 7 and it's 55 and 60, and the other says 7 to 10 and the peak is 65.
It's a good thing you're here to sort this out with him. Cause it needs to be sorted, that's for sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but being a state statute community, don't we follow state statute on?
Yes.
Are you saying that the state statute is more than or less than?
I believe it's 50 and 55.
Well, I thought we were at 60 and 65.
We're at 55 and
55
65.
and 65. I thought we were at 55 and 60.
Oh,
No.
I can go back in and take a look. I think it's 65 then, yeah. And in this instance, the municipal code overrides the state statute.
Does somebody know?
There's,
I thought, Kissing and I both thought, I just thought.
Well, Karina, that's because there are two statutes, or at least codes, and they're not the same. The time ranges are not the same and the decibel limits are not the same.
Somebody does.
But our town, we have two different conflicting codes in town.
Yes, you do.
Why does that not surprise me?
Well, I thought the current one that we were working with was 60.
If what we've been doing is 65.
When did we get to 60? I don't remember passing 65 ever.
It's in the code. There's one of the statutes, 60 from 7 to 10, I think. 65, sorry, 7 to 10, 7 in the morning until 10.
Too high.
So Nancy, so what was the contradictory part that you just mentioning?
Well, because one cuts off at 7 and it peaks at 60 decibels, and the other cuts off at 10 and peaks at 65 decibels.
So is this big statute 60?
Not that I know of, but some of these are based on the state statutes. I thought it was 65, but.
So we should know what the state statute is, but we're not.
Why? So there's a reason why we can change certain codes and not, you know that?
I'm not sure about which ones we can change or which ones we can't. I do know that as an incorporated municipality, our code is meant to, it supersedes a lot of state or county regulations.
Where's that?
That might be different for home rule charter.
That's a question for the attorney, who is unfortunately not at this meeting.
On the road, you can do things like, change the structure of the board or change the.
And you have a lot of control over local issues, and this would be a local issue.
But we're not home rule.
No, we're not.
Statutory.
We're a statutory town.
But even as a statutory town, you have, you know, additional, I mean, that's the whole point of being a town, is that you can set your own rules for the town, to a certain degree. But we'll have to talk to Seth about where specifically that's noted. And that may be an explanation for why it's listed in a contradictory way in the code. Is it looks like the Colorado noise statute is 60 decibels at before 7 p.m., which is what Nancy had mentioned, and then 55 after 7 p.m.
And there's also residential versus commercial, but does it talk about buffer areas? In other words, if the residential came right up against the commercial area, that it would be different?
I don't
Or
see it.
restricted?
It doesn't look like there's anything about buffer areas to me. Yeah. But I'm only doing it really quick.
The way Redstone is a little bit unique is that the commercial district is a residential district, and that's not true in a lot of the
Right.
cities that have written laws, so that they don't speak about buffer zones.
Susan, go ahead, Susan.
So. I don't actually even know why this is even part of our agenda, because. We have not really talked about making any major revisions to our noise ordinance. As we could tell by this morning. People really do not want to see any increase in the amount of noise in town. Certainly not issuing 60 permits in a summer. I kind of think that there again, we have our noise ordinance. People asked us not to change our noise ordinance. I think we need to make sure that our numbers are the same. I think that's a real priority. We had talked about at the beginning of this year about issuing like what might be 6 permits to be exceptions to a noise ordinance, like for maybe 6 events or something like that. We're looking at 4th of July, the Energy Fair, Dark Skies. Town events, and things that we were looking at that we might allow for, say, 6 exceptions for an outdoor festival that we would allow. And I think, I can't remember now if we set up to 75 decibels. I think we need to revisit that. And I think we could possibly look at maybe 1 or 2 exemptions for say a restaurant or something to have an annual outdoor event, their anniversary party, but certainly not every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday throughout the summer. That's my thoughts on this.
And my take on it is, when I saw this on the agenda, I thought and I believe that the Tea Road Brewery may have triggered this by wanting to have this kind of permit. That I came to Crestone to live for the rest of my life, and to have this kind of potential noise all the time would not be acceptable. I came here because it was quite a pristine, wonderful place. I don't know which order.
So I did speak with Lori. I mentioned to her that, you know, we thought it would be appropriate for special events, not every weekend or whatever. She did say, since the noise ordinance was put in place, their business has taken about a 10.5% drop in business. So of course that reflects into the amount of tax the town gets. So if a business drops 10% for these reasons, and I did mention to her, you know, that I thought it was appropriate for special events to have a higher decibel. And you know, and I can only count. I don't think Dark Sky really need. I mean, takeover drumming is gonna, you know, I mean, takeover drumming.
It violates the noise ordinance.
By a long shot. So, but I don't think the Dark Sky needs amplified
We've
music.
had the typo drumming every year.
So, but yeah, there's only
Like
3 events really where you might have amplification. That's what 4th of July, the Music Fest, and the Energy Fest. There's 3 out of the year. So if
And
we
those
can,
will be alternated too. We addressed last year.
so if we can waive at least for special events, and then everybody has fair warning, you know, and of course, Benjamin was pretty seriously, in my book, pretty seriously fined, and so I'm not so. I think for 3 or 4 special events a year, we figure something out.
I want to address what you said at the beginning, though, when they said that when we enforced the noise ordinance, that they had a significant drop in sales. And there was a large group of people here, all representing T Road Brewery, when they applied. And the board told them very clearly in that meeting that there was a noise ordinance and it would be enforced. And they all sat there and nodded their heads and said, that's not a problem.
So, Advocate Benjamin, I got a second part, but go ahead.
No, I just, I have to say that I think it should be somewhat of a compromise. I don't think that, you know, even if there was 10% of people who said, we don't want music, which I think it was more like 20%, or no, 20% said that they don't mind the loud noise, and then 80% maybe said otherwise. There's gotta be some sort of compromise that helps people who are here specifically for social reasons or for coming to these events. They really do enjoy having amplified music that, you know, I mean, if music's too quiet when you're performing, it doesn't hit you the same way. It just, there's like a boundary in there. You don't have to, if it's too loud, it hits you a certain way. If it's too quiet, it hits you a certain way. So there's a nice medium in there that actually works, that actually makes it into something that is a fun event. And I just think that to limit that isn't, it's like, I feel like it limits it limits the town's social aspect, I would say. There's something about it that just kind of says, no, the town's is gonna be a quiet place and that's it. And I just think it blocks out 20% of the people who actually do want, you know, some kind of extra, you know, to feel like they're at an event that actually is not limited. I feel like I wrote a letter back in June last year that said, and this was, I think it was after, I don't know when it was exactly, but it was basically said, we should have like, just that in our bylaws, in our codes, we should have a certain amount of days that we can per year and limit it with an application so that, say there's 6, say there's 8, say there's 10, it's just limited. So if you hit 10, T Road wants to do another event, it's a no go. That's 10 days out of how many days in the summer? 100 days in the summer, so it's 10%. Then I said we should raise it to a certain limit that makes it so that it doesn't, you know, where it's a compromise between being too quiet and too loud. There's gotta be a compromise in there. And then they have to have pre-warnings at least a month in advance, if not more, but a month in advance. That way, people who know there's gonna be a permit in for louder music, they know a month in advance that there's going to be that event.
They should leave them, so they're not here.
I don't necessarily think you should leave. It's just respect, patience, kindness. I mean, it's like, okay, this is the, you know, it's like, again, it's like, if you just block out and you say, no, we're having a quiet town. I mean, I don't know, I feel like it's not really being fair to the other side. You know, you're kind of like not compromising, as, you know, if you're trying to increase the, you know, tourist base here, you're trying to make people like being here. I mean, this is a place where people actually really enjoy these events. And if like, I'm not doing a dark sky event ever again on the street, people loved it. They're asking me all the time, why aren't you doing it? I'm like, because I don't want to be limited to feel like I'm gonna get a ticket when I'm amplifying music on the street. And it just doesn't, I mean, it was during the day too, and I just feel like it's very limiting, and it just makes people not wanna hang out here, and we're gonna start, it's gonna start dropping off over time, and we're gonna have less people who, you know, wanna do events here, and it's gonna affect our town in a social way. You know, I don't think it should be like a New Orleans style where you have music on every block. I feel like it needs to have some kind of compromise for people. I really do.
Steve?
Oh. I'll let you go.
You, I got a short memory and I'll forget what. I agree in hearing what you're saying about compromise. But until our municipality is over 2,000, I don't think we have a choice. We have to stick to state statute on the minimums and maximums for noise allowed. And I also want to say, I think it's, and I also understand why being in the community gives it that, the home atmosphere, but I think the location and the closeness of the residential areas to the sound is the problem. We can't move the houses, but we can move the sound. And, I live in an area where it's like an amphitheater. It's just as loud in my kitchen with the windows closed, probably as it is in the street. I was born and raised in the city of Chicago, very noisy place. I moved to an area that in Almont, where we had the ski area traffic, the bars, and so on and so forth, and then into Golden, not too far away from the college, and came here specifically because of the dark sky and quiet. And as a senior, that's something I enjoy a lot. And if I was able to close my windows off and turn on the fan, you know, it would be okay, but I'm sorry, it's not that way. You know, and I think my neighbors, if they were all here, would probably say the same thing, that sound just, and I thought the trees would filter it. The trees between us and the downtown area, it doesn't, not even a little bit. And so, yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
That was a lot, thank you. Steve?
So, I got a call from Annie Pace yesterday. We chatted. Her idea was, this kind of in reference to, the T-Road, when they came in and applied, she said that, when we, allow for a commercial permit, that we should include that, you know, that they're required to abide by the town noise ordinance. So if they're signing a document, she wasn't able to, she was on earlier, but she had something else going on, so she asked me to relay that information. So I thought that was a really good idea. Then you're not gonna have a conflict if it's on a document. So.
I'm here.
Oh, hey there, you wanna speak for yourself, Annie?
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Sure.
Yeah, and I brought this before the board before, but I think that what I said about having something in writing and signed by the business owner, that we understand that we need to abide by the codes and the ordinances of the town, no matter what our business is a good idea. And to also have on a business application stating the nature of the business, so that it is clear, like, are you going to have amplified music or not at the beginning of the business, and have that be on the business application, and have that business owner sign something that they understand they need to abide by our codes. And I appreciate what Benji has done on his indoor space, but the outside amplified music, I think we're already giving exceptions. We're already saying 3 or 5 times or 6 times a year that we're going to make an exception, and that's enough. I don't even know why this is on the agenda, other than it brought up the fact that there is a conflict in our codes and we need to get that straightened out, whether it's 60 or 65. But this document that appeared in the packet, raising it to 80 and blah, blah, it's like, I don't know where this came from. And I'm happy to be part of another committee that got defunct Dave was supposed to be in charge of it, about events and noise and like that. I think this needs to be looked at and clarified, but I don't think that whatever was the document that was presented in the package of today, it makes no sense to me at all. That's all.
Thank you, Annie. Let's go around. So I'd like to go along with, I find objection to the 4th of July and the Energy Fair and any amplified music that's so annoying to me in my home that I make a point of wanting to come and chop power lines. Okay, and that's the way it's been. When the bar was built by Melanie and Allen, you weren't supposed to hear the music outside the building. There is no reason to have amplified music that is annoying people that live outside of town, never mind the ones inside of town. And have no problem with dark skies. We want dark skies, but we'll noise pollute to beat the band. It's crazy. That's it.
Go ahead, yes. I just wanted to interject some facts, if I may. Early on, I took the decibel readers all around town in a big circle, from T Road and from the park both, and measured progressively closer and compared that to what generated complaints. 75 decibels is almost twice as loud as the 65, and I've never gotten a complaint at 75 decibels, never. 80 and 85 is just a jump that much more, that it rattles people's windows, and 85 rattles their bones, but not 75. So that's just a piece of information you can take away. There's kind of two issues about decibel levels, and that's what's the baseline loudness and what's the peak loudness. You know, when there's like, well, there's some notes that hit higher. But the other is that up the hill is 7 to 10 decibels louder than here.
Wow.
Which is again almost double, and that's putting all people up there at a totally different sound level than anybody else. So even if you raised it to 75, you're talking about that being like 85 up there. And that's your citizens too, you know, from my point of view. But that doesn't mean I've gone up there with the decibel readers and listened on Hemlock in particular at 75 decibels, and I still have never gotten any complaints. And I don't find it to be offensive up there. That's a subjective statement, but it's very, very difficult to hear. So that's just something to consider in all of this. The other is, though, that T Road has been approached a lot about insulating their patio, and they prefer, it seems, to put their energy into trying to get you guys to change the decibel level. But that is an option open to them, and it doesn't necessarily have to be super expensive. So that's just another piece of information.
If there was no complaints coming off of Hemlock at 75 decibels, it's because I wasn't home.
Okay.
I would have called, or my wife, or emailed. The other thing is, we're not just talking music here. We're talking cheering and yelling of the crowd, and I believe it's mostly coming out of the T Road area. That contributes, and at times is probably louder than the music. So I just wanted to add that we're not just talking, and it's from the very, very first time we had met. I had mentioned this, that decibel levels are important to be able to say, you know, this is what it is. But a nuisance is a nuisance. And if I sat here through this entire meeting and just did that, not breaking any decibel levels, it would be very, very soon, you would say, knock it off. Then get out of here. So when the invasion in my home may not break the decibel level, it still is an invasion in my home. It's a nuisance. And I just wanna bring that as well. But at the 70s, or at the 50, 55, what I'm saying is following state statute and the existing code, whichever is more restrictive, whatever many we have, is what I would like to see.
Thank you. Scott?
Oh, so I have a couple comments. One was about, the powers to actually set the decibel limit. By incorporating as a statutory town, we do have a responsibility to quote unquote regulate community activity, which includes preserving the peace and regulating public places. So I would think it falls into there, but it's a good conversation to have with Seth either way. But really what I wanted to say was that I think that, you know, maybe it was just sloppy on my part, but I think the purpose of why this was on the agenda has kind of been lost. I didn't think that the town was going to start issuing noise permits right and left. But as it stands, we don't have any way to let people go outside of the noise ordinance. Annie mentioned that what we've been doing is working. What we've been doing is just looking the other way when it's something that the town wants to happen. If it's the energy fair doing it, then it's different, and we just look the other way. And with that in mind, without a way for people to ask and to be told no, it just seems like uneven enforcement. If we can look the other way for the 4th of July, why can't we look the other way when T Road plays? And my answer to that is that my solution for that is that we need to have a way for people to officially ask. For the taiko drummers, when there's going to be taiko drumming, they should fill out this permit, and then the board can decide to approve it. And if some random Joe wants to set up an amp on the street and play every Tuesday, then they should have the same opportunity to ask the board, and in that instance, the board should say no.
So what's the point?
So.
What's the point of the permit?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna say no arbitrarily.
Well, I'm not saying they should say no arbitrarily. I'm saying that the board also needs a way to say yes. The board needs a way to allow for people to go outside of the noise ordinance, or we're just ignoring the code. People are gonna play outside of the noise ordinance at town-sponsored events, and then.
All right, so next one has their hand up. We're gonna do this in order. Dennis, myself, and Kirsten.
I don't think it's looking the other way. I think what it is setting parameters for those who are not good neighbors. Who will constantly push the envelope. That's what it's for. The once a year, several times a year for different events, 4th of July, dark sky, whatever, is just that. It's that moment. It's not continuous. It doesn't happen today, tomorrow, and the following day. It's over. The event is gone. Yes, then we have another event, but the point is the same thing happens. When we have someone or a group of someone's that will, as I just said, keep pushing the envelope. Okay, so today we're at 70, 75, this isn't working anymore. A night gets out of control and the event and it gets louder. Someone doesn't adjust the amplification and it goes even louder yet. There were times just a couple of years ago where it was as an older person, the feeling was getting out of control for myself. And what do? Do I go down there? These people don't know me. How far am I gonna go? The police are not, sheriff's not coming up here. It got really frustrating. And so what we're trying to do, I guess, is we have to make these regulations to keep our neighbors good and honorable.
So, a couple of things regarding taiko drumming, it's very loud, but it only lasts for like 2 minutes and then it's over. It's not going on for hours. And
20 or 30 minutes, sorry,
3 minutes
20 or 30 minutes,
Half
an hour.
each song. Well, it depends. I've heard shorter one, I've heard longer ones, but yet no more than, it's not like several hours. It's not a matter of hours. It's a matter of, okay, 20 minutes. Secondly, irrespective of what Nancy's decibel meter says, with the amplification that, for instance, there's this beat, and you know, whether I go hide in a closet, no matter what I do, I can't get that beat out of it, just on and on and on. And that leads me to my third point, which we haven't mentioned yet, and that is that the town of Crestone, according to the telemetering instruments of the sand dunes, is one of the quietest places in the United States. It's back, according to 2 meetings I've gone to where they've said this, it's the second quietest place, this area, the Baca too, in the country. And that the first place is inside a volcano in Hawaii called Haleakala. So we have the combination of 2 things here, the darkness and the quiet. And many people, including 2 of us sitting around, at least 2 around the table and maybe more, came here because of that. It's very special. So no matter what Denver or whatever may do, and then they have, it's compounded by the fact that the commercial areas were just a little place, and it's all together. We can't separate out commercial. Over to you, Kissy.
Oh, very well said, Kairina, very well said. You know, Kim spent her whole life here. I've been here 40 years. And quiet is just as important as the dark skies. Quiet is just so essential. And you're absolutely right. You know, there's the difference between if a motorcycle goes by, it's at 70 decibels or 80 decibels. Okay, it's short-lived phenomenon. But if it sits there for an hour, you know, you're gonna go knock that person off the motorcycle, you know, and sound is so intrusive. It just, if you say, close your windows, close your doors. So, you know, it was tossed out about 10% of the Tea Rose Brewing's revenue. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars in property values in people's homes. Hundreds of thousands of dollars that people have to have their homes here. And it's being negatively impacted more than 10%. So I like seeing people out having a good time on a Friday or Saturday night, and I'd like to go out and dance myself. That doesn't mean it has to be at this volume that becomes, it makes you angry if you're not right. If I want to dance, I'll get right out in front of that stage, right in front of those speakers, and it'll be tons of loud to me, and I can feel the vibrations on me. Okay, that's my choice to go into that space and enjoy that music, and I love it. Okay, it's not my choice when I'm at home and I'm getting that same sort of a feeling. And we did the survey. You know, I'm one of the people who said, I love live music. I don't want it to be too loud. I want to have the choice and people in the survey talking about it. One of the people who showed up here today, who lives blocks away, say, I can't even listen to my own television. That choice was just taken away from people on what they can have, what they can experience in their own life. They can't listen to their own music or have the choice not to have music. So where is that balance point? We wanna see a vibrant community here. So we set a decibel level at, I think it's 60, see what it actually says, and let's try to come into compliance. We had talked earlier about having like 5 events that we would say, okay, you could go up to 75 decibels for this outdoor event. And we could have somebody like T Road doing, say, okay, we want to apply for 2 of those. On the 4th of July, we want to set up a band on our patio. We're gonna get in with all the big happenings, or we want to have our anniversary. So they could apply for, say, 2 of those. The things we have to consider is right now we're looking at T Road doing, somebody could buy the old Bliss Cafe and start having music there. That could be happening. Lynette and Scott, they might decide to have a band on their front porch. I mean, so right now we're kind of focused on one business, but we have a growing commercial district. And if we have 3 or 4 different places all going, I mean, I've been down in Salida or Bibark or whatever, and it's just like a cacophony happening. We have to preserve this, and I think the idea is when you come here, you respect what's here. And I go to the T Road now and then, and I go inside and hear the band that's playing, and it's too damn loud. You know, I was on the music festival board for many, many years. I'd been out here with Tom DeSane here in the park, and he's got it cranked up, and I'm like, Tom, we're not playing for 5 acres. We're playing for this group of people that are right here. This is in a small park. This is where you want the sound to go. And you want people who are towards that, who kind of talk to each other a little bit. If you really want the loud music, you step up close to the stage. And this is just how Crestone is. You read the mission statement this morning about what was important to us. And so I think keeping our sound ordinance at what we have, let's settle on if it does say, if it says 60, I'm fine, 55, 60, I'm okay with 60. And then look at having a permit for special events, and we limit the amount of them. And we set clear time on what the times are gonna be, and we have that available so they can celebrate their anniversary, or they can join in and have a band on the 4th of July. And so we allow that, but the other one is the expectation that if you're gonna put a band out in your backyard or the patio, you need to insulate your fence, you need to adjust to Crestone, rather than Crestone adjust to you. You came here. This is how we live. This is what we told you from the very beginning is important to us. Adapt yourself to Crestone, rather than expecting Crestone to adapt to you. This is where we are. And, you know, once you get used to having music that's just at 60 decibels, it's plenty loud. It's plenty loud to dance to. You don't have to destroy your hearing. I was joking to somebody here this morning, I probably lost my hearing to a Who concert in the 60s. We have to be respectful of that, and I've been looking for a video. I went to a night sky event at the Sand Dunes, Great Sand Dunes, a number of years ago, and they did a video, trying to find this video, that they did about how the Great Sand Dunes was like one of the quietest national parks in the lower 48. And what they showed was so striking in this video of the soundscape. They showed like this mountainous area with a lake or whatever, and they had a car driving up along the lake. How far that sound went, and up this canyon, up that canyon, up, how far that sound went. It was just extraordinary. And then they did some videos where they were showing, here's a meadow that's covered with snow, and here's this hawk circling around. And all of a sudden, the hawk, boom, goes down into the snow and comes up with a mouse, like 18 inches under the snow. The hawk heard it. It heard it. And so that's when it's quiet. the hawk is able to catch them out. Then they showed another thing that showed the rabbits. And they could hear from way over there the flap of the hawk's wing. And the rabbit took cover. And so, what are we doing to the wildlife here? To the deer, to the rabbits, to all the critters that live here, we're constantly disrupting our environment, not just with light, but with sound. And I just think it's so important. We say that, you know, honoring the spiritual communities and the spiritual centers. I think my spirituality depends on silence. You know, this is important to my spiritual path, is to be in nature, to be in silence, to honor my commitment to this. And so let's make it to where we can have some music on a Saturday night, and Thursday night jam sessions are just totally cool. I love them. But let them realize that they can bring their volume down and we can all still have a good time. And let's look at saying how many, 5, 6 special permits that we will issue, because we understand sometimes we all need to get out there and yell and holler and have fun and celebrate. But that is the exception to the norm of living a quiet life. Thank you.
Well put.
Scott.
So I feel like I think we're all philosophically in agreement here. That this is a quiet town and the silence is valuable. It's one of the things that makes Crestone great. You're also telling me that you want special events, taiko drumming, for instance, to be able to have some flexibility outside the noise ordinance. Am I understanding that correct?
I'm talking about our town events. Our town special events.
Well, the energy fair isn't a town event. Are we counting that? Do we want them to have some flexibility?
Identify them by number, the 4th of July, the energy fair. The only reason for dark sky is the taiko drumming.
Music festival.
And the music festival, for instance.
And then there was a thing that was like a kids fair, so it doesn't hurt to have them other.
Kids.
Yeah, so there are some events
But
that,
those are all town, a very limited
Well, they're not.
specified number of town events.
so there are some events that we want some flexibility on for noise ordinance.
But they wouldn't necessarily.
But we
That
don't,
could be encompassed into the town event. We have an application, we have our own rules for those town events.
the only town event form we have is a town property usage. What if they're not using town property? The dark sky event, for instance, that was on charter school property. If you wanted to have taiko drumming there, that's not on town property. It can't be encompassed by that form, or it shouldn't be, because it's the wrong form for
You know,
it.
we've talked about having some of these events moved to the golf course or the park in the Baca. So it's a town event over time may not always be held on town property.
Yeah, so it's, what we have is for events that are on town property. It's a town property usage application. It's not for an event, it's for it's for renting the park, really. So to me, it doesn't make sense to include this onto that, because there's situations where that form just doesn't make any sense. And so there are events, or, you know, the town, it seems like, does want to allow some flexibility for certain special events. But I mean, in this instance, if taiko drumming, for instance, would be outside of the noise ordinance, no matter what.
If it's outside of the noise ordinance, end it. Okay?
So-
And everybody loves the drums, and the drums are wonderful, all like that. It's not what the town is responsible for. The town is responsible for the peace and quiet of its population. It's not to provide entertainment for every goofball there is on the face of the earth, okay? Or for your personal thing. In the cities, they found if they blasted classical music at the 7-Eleven, they could get rid of the gangs that were hanging out. During the crap that was going on at the 4th of July, the music festival, all these things, That was my feeling. I was gonna go buy an amplifier, come down here and blast classical music to chase off everybody else. The noise doesn't have to exist. It's plain and simple, particularly when you're such proponents of dark skies.
Sure.
Yeah, Kinsey, who I disagree with quite frequently, said it quite eloquently, when you can hit a freaking hawk and hear a mouse on 18 inches of snow. The noise is disturbing the wildlife, it's disturbing the people. If you wanna go and sit with the amplifier next to your head, go put earphones on. There's no need that 5 blocks away, I can't hear my damn computer 4 feet in front of me.
Yeah, so I mean, the board can absolutely do that. The point that I'm trying to make here is just that if the board wants to allow certain people or certain events to go outside of the noise ordinance, we should have a form that lets us do that. Without that, then we are just looking the other way. We're just ignoring it, and that's not fair. So that's the only reason I wanted this thing on there in the first place, is because if we're gonna do it, let's do it right.
Dennis?
I would say we're getting a little bit too far out there. State statute is very clear on what the allowables are. We stick with that, and in any event that comes up, instead of setting the parameters for them, which is what we're doing by raising it, so you can do this, you can do that, we leave it alone and address each and every issue as it comes up. Sorry to see that Nancy isn't gonna be here anymore, because she has a very clear understanding of it, I believe. That's the way it is, okay? So, and as far as to look at that even a little bit more, if there is a complaint, it comes to this board. And if we don't have a code enforcement officer, then we'll do it here. We'll do it right here from these tables.
Steve, and then I have a comment.
I mean, I do think the takeover drumming really illustrates just how complicated this is. It's acoustic, it's not amplified, it is very loud. The entire community loves it. If you had 3 events a year, that's like 1% of the entire year. If you had 3 events in 365, I mean, can people live with, say, takeover drumming 3 times a year or whatever? It's amplified. It's not amplified, but it's loud. So it's a complicated issue. And I love the quiet as much as anybody, and guess what? I saw the Who in the 60s also. I have ringing in my ear right now. So I know what damage you can do. I have to live with the tinnitus constantly. But if the community can live with 3 or 4 events in 365 days, it's spelled out for everybody. If you don't want to hear it, go somewhere for the day. But that's my point. What do we do with the take? I mean, that is a big part of this community. And it does spell out just how complicated this issue is.
So I have my hand up. Sorry. I would like, if, you would, Scott, you look into the state statute, decibel statute. And maybe prepare for us or have us discuss at the next meeting, bringing our decibel meter regulation, to be not violating that. I mean, we follow the state statute, and the county for fire regulations and so forth. I know we follow whatever the state statute is.
The state statute is 60 decibels until 7 p.m.
And then
it drops to 55.
You mean it goes up to 65?
that's what we,
No,
No,
I thought it
60.
was 50, it's 55.
You went from 60 to 65.
Oh, so I may have mumbled. It's 60 decibels until 7, and then 55 after 7. So that would be lowering the decibel level by 5. And again, without some way for someone to get a permit to break that decibel level,
but I don't think we should.
everyone's gonna be, I mean, everything's gonna be breaking the code.
We don't issue permits to break the law. We don't do that.
So we
We
need
don't
to get,
issue permits to break the law. You guys are too easy on this. You don't even charge for the permit.
well, there is no permit. As of, I mean,
If there-
I made a draft of it so that you guys could decide
There,
what would be
there's
on
no one
it.
asking for certificates of insurance for the people that come in, or at least I haven't heard it. So, I mean, why, we're trying to find ways to break the law, and I'm against that.
Well, I mean, if we were to act, if you guys were to adopt this, I would assume you would, we would do an ordinance at the next meeting in order to incorporate it. And Dennis, you and I will have to talk to Seth. I know that you disagree about the powers of a statutory municipality as far as creating laws. So we'll have to make sure that that is valid, but we've had a lot of conversations about this, and I feel like he would have brought that up if we
Well,
were
I asked Uncle
able to do that.
And Uncle Google said it was 50-55. 55, depending on the time of day.
That is state statute. We'll talk to Seth about how we can adjust that, because we do have powers to set our own law.
We don't want to adjust it.
But yeah, you don't have to adjust it. I was trying to do something to, like Steve said, it's complicated. Everyone wants it to be quiet, but people also want things like taiko drumming to be allowed. We need to figure out a way to make the code mesh with that, other than just ignoring it. Because otherwise we're the ones breaking the law.
I'll just say for myself, if it comes down to taiko drumming being the pacing item, then I would give up, I wouldn't have the taiko drumming at the dark sky event. Because quiet is supremely important.
Yeah, well,
I think.
you guys do not need
In
to do.
this town, in this community.
Yeah, you definitely don't need to do anything with this. In fact, I can add a note in the minutes that you were vehemently opposed. And we can move on for now.
So for one thing,
Nancy and then Kissing.
which is what I've seen this summer, is that the people who don't like the decibel level just come up to me and say, I'll pay the fine. They don't care. So you have to factor that in, that that's kind of a growing trend if you're gonna have these events here. Because you can set it at whatever you want, I can take it up, that doesn't mean you're gonna stop.
Thank
Is
you.
it-
Kissing.
That's a really good point, Nancy. Just pay the fine. I mean, that really is a good point. That speaks to a larger thing. I wanted to mention that of the 5 things, the one that we were forgetting, was the fire department and like their Halloween, once in a while they have it. And so, I'd like to see again what the language could be. Like you say, you can't issue a permit to break the law. But there are situations sometimes where maybe something can be waived. And these are for these outdoor park events that we're doing. And I think like a once a year anniversary celebration for a business or something, that do we just look the other way, or do we decide that we're going to waive, have advanced knowledge and say, have an understanding, we're going to waive that decibel reading for these different events.
Maybe we have a third option, or maybe the third option is we don't pass a law to break the law. And if it comes to that, we can always find ourselves we don't have to pass an ordinance to break the law. We could just break the law and be fine.
You guys make the law.
We need to figure it out.
Well, I know, and it can't just be who we like and who we don't like. We
get
in trouble over that
A
one.
little larceny and
I
everything.
know. And then the other thing what you just said was so important.
It is.
Because we ran a series in the Crestone Eagle for a few years at Gussie Road that was on quietude. That was a marvelous series about quietude. And this is a part of adjusting the social consciousness to where rather than having an attitude that says, I'm just gonna pay the fine, of having an awareness of how important quiet is, just like you've been raising the awareness of people over porch lights in the dark sky. It's taken a campaign to get people to recognize that impact. It's really taken a campaign, not just laws.
No, it's not.
Not just laws and enforcement, but it has to be something that people kind of embrace as well.
And it's more, one of the things I like to do is create as much as possible pride in our dark sky for everybody. To have a pride, a community sense of pride, and then they begin gradually to turn their lights down and turn them off.
So what I would suggest is moving forward here is let's look at, first of all, having a standard within our ordinances, so we're all in agreement, and maybe looking at the state codes, what's standard nighttime, what's standard daytime, to where our codes are not in conflict with each other. And the other is what maybe our attorney can speak to this. What sort of freedom do we have to break our own laws, whether it's waiving something for a special event, to where it's not just us making a personal decision that we like these people or we like this event and we don't like others. What can we do to issue a special waiver for certain sort of events or a business grand opening, to where we do have that power to use that in a limited basis? I'd like to know what we can do.
Thank you, Susan. Dennis, and then Benjamin.
I was just gonna say in response to what Nancy had said about people who are willing to accept the fine and maybe even pay in advance. There's a term I heard a judge use one time, and it was called scoffing at the law. And they don't like that. And if you have a person who's habitually doing that, where they say, okay, give me whatever the fine is, I'll pay it. That's the time to go see the courts and let the judge straighten that out, because they don't like that. I mean, that's just my answer to that.
Thank you. Benjamin?
I don't totally agree with the fact that it would be basically writing a, trying to break the law by getting a permit. I think if you're gonna build, like say I was gonna go build something, I would be breaking the law if I didn't get a permit, but as soon as I get the permit, then I'm able to build. So it's sort of like, if we're the ones writing the law and we decide that there should be certain days, you know, events that are, have a little bit more, leniency, I would say, that there should be some, you know, it shouldn't be easy to do it. It should be a little bit more of a challenge to do it, like you have to go before the board or something like that, that just makes it a little bit more. But I don't think it's trying to just like actually break the law, and then have a permit to break the law. I think it's just extending the law or getting more leniency to a situation. I mean, I specifically did that myself when we had this dark sky event. You know, I said, you know, we have a certain sound system and it's set a certain way and we're doing it for the community around us. I don't think that everybody loved it, but I you know, I felt like for this night, if I get a ticket, I'm gonna just pay it. You know, it's like, but I wish I would have been able to get a permit in advance and actually, had a little bit more room. I was doing it for the community, you know. I mean, I don't think everybody's gonna agree on either side. I don't think, you know, I mean, right now, there's a lot of kids, you know, growing up. There's 7 generations that we're living with right now, all the time. And there's certain generations that have a certain opinion. And if that generation rules, the other generations are gonna feel like they're being stepped on by that one generation. And we have to kind of look at, like, I agree that the kids should not be exposed to 100 decibels. But if they're dancing in the back at, you know, when it's within a certain range, you know, that generation is actually really enjoying that, you know, and maybe it's at the expense of a different generation. So in other words, I think we have to be careful as a board not to just say, you know, quietude is the way, because there's a ton of musicians here who would disagree with that. There's different, you know, understanding. I agree with that. You know, up until maybe a certain point, and then sometimes music is appropriate. So it's just, it can't be all or nothing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering about with the law. I mean, we have the power, and we wrote our own noise ordinance. Something to ask the attorney that says, this is our noise ordinance for this time and that time, except by when the board can grant,
Special
an exemption or whatever for certain community events as designated by the board. I mean, we write the laws, so can our attorney relook? I mean, we have in other parts of our ordinances written into law exemptions to a law, and we're the law. Can we, within our noise ordinance, legalize where the board would have the authority to make an exemption to such amount of decibels for special community events, not to exceed such and such a number in a year? Can we just change the law?
Okay, I know, for instance, the Northern Swatch County Fire Protection District, they're issued 8 liquor licenses a year. That's so that they can have fundraisers and people can actually sell alcohol during these events, these dances. They're only issued 8 a year. Okay, they generally take 4 off the top just for Swatch. And then the other 3 are for who first come, first serve. The definition in Black's Law Library is a license is permission to do something that would otherwise be illegal. So basically, they're issuing us a license, or they're issuing the fire departments a license to sell alcohol that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do on any day. So I don't know, would we be issuing a license for these special events? Like the fire department issues liquor licenses? I don't know,
The state is usually legalized
to the district.
I thought it was 12 a year.
I
wonder if that's ever been tested with old.
When the state is not, when the state is the state. The state can issue the license if they want.
Okay.
I think Annie's had her hand up for some time. I think she had one more comment.
That's okay, thank you. In summary, I think that y'all should move on. But I would say, let's keep special events special. And I'd like to remind the board that they are here for the residents of this town. And the residents have spoken. And we value silence. And yes, there can be some exceptions, but we don't want to build noise in as a new part of our culture. That is not why we moved here. So I want to remind the board that they're here to work with and for the residents of this town, not for the residents of Baca. And I would invite everyone to look at a map of how much space the Baca has as opposed to how much space the town has. It's incredible how much so there are other options, and I would encourage people to look at the other options, to remember to work for the residents of this town. And also I would like to see some follow-up on the idea of building into the business licensing the nature of the business and having a signature on there that says that they will abide by the codes and the ordinances of the town. And maybe somebody could let me know what happens with that. But it's been mentioned many times before, but nothing ever happened. So I'd like to see something happen on that.
Thank you, Amy, and we're gonna move on, but before we do that, I wanna add one more option for us all to consider. And it's one that I had never thought of before, and that is that instead of holding ourselves above the law and being the law, maybe we might even follow the law as an option. And I mean, I never considered it. Certainly you don't mean me. No, I mean, it's all.
Our Kimberly over there.
When you say that, do you mean to
I
issue a
mean-
citation to everybody that goes over 60
I mean,
decibels?
that we would actually. Not as we've done in the past, but we would follow whatever is the existing ordinance. Instead of holding ourselves that we're special and we
I
can
don't
do
think- I
whatever
don't
we
think
want,
that-
nobody else can do anything other than the law. So, I have a suggestion, and that is for the attorney's report. The question for Scott is there anything other than scheduling a board retreat, if that's essential, that we couldn't do when the attorney is here, so we could have?
The one item, I'm not sure why it's under the attorney's report. Oh, I guess because it's on Proposition 123. We have, let's see here, Andrew Ashley, on Zoom, wanted to present something on a recent proposition regarding housing.
Okay, so I was gonna suggest anything that's not urgent, that we could wait until the attorney's with us.
Or that I know.
Yeah, we
We'll
can,
go ahead and do this now, yeah. Go ahead, please.
Afternoon, everybody. This is Evan from the Housing Authority. I sent a text to Andrew and said we were on, but he's on his way to Denver, so I'm not sure if he will be able to get on. Because we've been waiting a while. So the purpose of me being here is to advocate for the town of Crestone to opt into Proposition 123. And Proposition 123 is a pot of money that's available to local jurisdictions, whether it be a town or the county, to make available to housing developers funds for various purposes. Could be technical assistance, it can be loans, forgivable grants to purchase land, land banking, other grants to go towards affordable housing. The important thing to think about is that the commitment by the town of Crestone doesn't necessarily commit the town of Crestone to develop the housing. You're just going to allow other organizations, like with Living Wisdom Village, to develop housing. And as a part of the commitment, you commit to increase your affordable housing stock by, I think it's 9% over 3 years. And there's a calculator on the Division of Housing website. And for Crestone, that's making the commitment to allow one affordable unit in the next 3 years. So Living Wisdom would meet that commitment, and Living Wisdom would be eligible to apply for some of these funds and such. Does anyone have any questions about what I just said?
I do, Evan.
Yeah.
So you said that the excuse me, so that this is something that would allow the town access to funding, or allow Living Wisdom access to additional funding? Is that right? What's the what's to use a sales term, what's in it for us here? What's the point of this proposition?
So what's in it for the town of Crestone? You'd be making available funding for affordable housing. So the money wouldn't be going to the town of Crestone. It would be going to the developer who's developing affordable housing. So I use Living Wisdom as an example because that's a clear and present and current project that's been being worked on, and with them getting their FAG funding, they got a big chunk of money to make this project happen. Another benefit for the town of Crestone is that you can make this commitment, and for some reason, Living Wisdom doesn't happen for 3 years. The state of Colorado does not claw back funds from anybody. So if project doesn't succeed in 3 years, which seems unlikely, the penalty for not meeting that 1 unit commitment is that you wouldn't be able to apply, or the developer wouldn't be able to apply for Proposition 123 funds for a year. And then Division of Housing would probably just direct them to other funding sources. And then the town of Crestone could recommit after that 12-month period. So it's a really no risk position for the town of Crestone to implement a Proposition 123 commitment.
And so if we were to commit to one additional affordable housing unit in the next 3 years, the effect of that is that it would free up funds for Living Wisdom or others in the area that want to apply for funds for affordable housing. And if for some reason the hole in the earth opens up beneath Living Wisdom, swallows the whole thing, they can't finish that, it sounds like the developer is penalized by that, and the town of Crestone is the only penalty for the town that we're unable to commit to those type of funds for another 12 months after that.
Yes, I think that's an accurate representation. Andrew says just a bit behind schedule, so there's potential he might get on the Zoom meeting. But yeah, it's definitely a pretty unique opportunity and funding source. Saguache County submitted their commitment. I'm meeting with the town of Saguache tonight. I'm expecting them to approve it because Andrew and I spoke with them 30 days ago. And yeah, it's a great way to make additional pots of money available for affordable housing.
And what's the deadline for us to make a decision on this?
November 1st, I believe, is the deadline.
Gotcha. Okay.
Say no, what did you say?
Oh, November 1st is the deadline to opt in or opt out. Well, my thought, board, is I could get a copy of Proposition 123 for you guys to review and make a decision at your next meeting.
Absolutely, like with everybody.
Sounds good to me.
Anybody disagree with that? Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay, so Evan, I'm sure you heard that, but do you have a copy of Proposition 123 available that you could send to me?
I do, and then also the state of Colorado has a really good website. Has a lot of information. I might say maybe a little bit too much information. Not condensed down very well. Another opportunity too is on Wednesday, August 30th. There's going to be a webinar for rural municipalities. And I think I sent that to you, Moffett Center and Town of Saguache here last week or the week before. So that could be another opportunity to get some answers and information directly from multiple people at the state of Colorado.
Cool. Okay. Well, if you could send that proposition over to me, I'll distribute it to the board and get some feedback, and I'll try to join that meeting on the 30th, and then we'll have an answer for you next meeting.
Okay, that'll work, and I'll probably send a reminder to you for the 30th. Just so you
Yeah,
can-
please do.
So, does anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, Evan. I think we're interested in learning more about this, so thank you for telling us about it and sending us the information. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you all for your time today, and I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Evan.
So I would leave us just one item and then we could adjourn if we choose. And that's the last item under the action items, which is to approve the payment for Allison's deputy.
Yes, I can give,
Unpaid.
yeah, I can give some clarity to that. Oh, but just as a reminder, even though it is under the attorney's report, Nancy has not given her report yet.
Oh, okay, so we'll do.
And that one probably should
Let's
not be.
take care of item N and then Nancy's report following item N.
Cool. So the unpaid hours for deputy clerk coverage, but basically since losing Kyle, Allison has stepped in and done more than she normally does. With that said, she can only get paid so much per paycheck or she loses her Medicaid. So the we talked about that and I asked her to track those hours because she should get paid out for those, but she can't have them on a normal paycheck. So she has tracked those hours. She left me a paper that I can read. It was 18. I think it was 18 and a half hours. That oh, here we go. I found it. 23 3/4 of an hour, which adds up to $744. Those were accrued basically since the beginning of the year. And she is requesting to get paid for those hours on a check after her final check.
Entertain a motion to.
I'd make a motion that we approve Allison Red's her unpaid hours.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Aye. Opposed? Nay?
And are you gonna help like schedule a party?
I will, yeah.
Okay.
And I'll let
Do
everyone.
we need to schedule a board retreat today before we hear Nancy? I don't know what do we want, is there something we're trying to tie it to or before an event or?
It seems like it would probably be good to have the retreat before you guys go all in on the next budget here. But I had waited to schedule this retreat until you were done with the supplemental budget. So that's kind of the timing.
So you're thinking October, November?
Oh, well,
September?
I was thinking September. Because ideally I think we should have a budget pretty well nailed down by October. And I wanted to ask the board a little bit about your retreats. Where have you done the retreats in the past?
The T Road.
River.
The T Road.
T Road, River over here.
River over there. Okay.
We've done them in Monte Vista.
We did one in South Fork to the country club, which was very nice. Long way to drive though.
It's like a visioning thing, so you can, like, especially with budgeting. You can-
And on a budget.
Yeah, when there was more flexibility with the budget, it was a little better, but now we're kind of tightening up, so it's, there's not a lot of extra,
Yeah, it depends on how much money we have.
And then you don't necessarily have to have a retreat, but it's something that had come up. You've done it in years past, and
One time we did one, I think it really helped, it was with, Gola.
And
She came and she kind of like really angled in on like what our priorities are, and you'll have that sheet from it, and I still.
and that was something that we were gonna do.
That was good.
Yeah, I was gonna have our DOLA rep Randy come and help facilitate the, you know.
So, a place I would suggest we could consider would be Joyful Journey has a nice conference space room. And then, of course, a lot of people work, so we might have to be looking at a weekend, which could conflict with Joyful Journey. But that's a nice space to get together at. I don't know if anybody else has any suggestions.
It's hard to write while you're soaking. It's hard to write while you're soaking.
We don't have to.
I know.
And they serve and they serve a really nice dinner if you're staying there, but we could, I don't know that they do lunch.
Who's that?
Joyful Journey.
Joyful Journey.
Well, I'll reach out to them and I'll look for some options.
I mean, we would probably wanna have lunch either catered or available there or something.
And they might cater something. Just FYI, I am gone on the weekend of the 30th of September. I am around the weekend of the 23rd and of the 16th. So the 16th and 23rd are okay for me, the 30th or not. And then otherwise, as we go into October, I mean, I think it's really helpful for us. You know, I was been cleaning through papers and came across notes from, when Leslie came on board, she had us all do including the Public Works Department, the Staff Department, everybody did a, kind of a list of priorities. And then I looked through that and it was like, some of those, yeah, and other was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, it was like priority number 3. I think it's very helpful because, you know, we're always having to deal with whatever is the emergency situation in front of us that we're having. And it's very helpful to have that long view of where we would like to go. So I found that sometimes the board retreats have been really beneficial for creative thinking. And I've got a couple ideas I'd like to throw at you guys that are totally unrealistic, but Benjamin always has some that come off the wall.
Yes. I still have the same ones now. We need more water. We need fire mitigation. I'm gonna stick.
I know, I think eventually we're gonna have big cattail swamps.
Okay, so we wanna set a date and we could look at either one or the other of the 2 dates.
I'll do some calling around and I'll reach out to you guys later this week to schedule a date. I think because that way I can find out when they're available.
It's nice to have a different place and kind of a nice place and some food. Otherwise.
I just like to say that the Energy Fair is the weekend of September 16th, 17th.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, thank you.
October would be better for me. And
Oh, and I have an important announcement that I was supposed to make earlier. We're gonna have a going away party for Allison next Tuesday at 3:30. Kate, she did it herself, I guess. She made all that.
That's Tuesday tomorrow. A week from
A
Tuesday.
week from tomorrow, yeah, not tomorrow, August 22nd.
22nd?
Tuesday at 3:30 here in this room. Cake and coffee.
2:30, you said?
2:30.
Of course, Allison would schedule her.
Hey Nancy, go ahead. I don't have anything to say about the July report. It's pretty basic. I would like to go through what I just passed out with Benjamin.
Yeah.
This is to correct any lingering misconceptions about how I've done this job. 9 people got citations in the time I've been code compliance officer. 14 citations were written. Half of those 14 went to 2 people.
Wow.
So just for fun, I averaged that out to 3/4 of a citation per month and less than half a person a month.
How do you cite half a person?
They have to be small. Oh hell, I'm gonna skip down to the third one. Of those citations delivered, 5 have gone to court. Of these 5, 3 of the people no-showed, or what's failure to appears for trials they requested. Of the 3 that went to trial, 2 have more than 1 failure to appear. 1 man failed to appear a notable 6 times. These 2 with failure to appears have warrants for their arrest, and this is the judge's decision. I put that out there partly, well, this was written way before Dennis's remark about, oh, we just put them in front of a judge. You're gonna be hearing about that in September from the judge and from Seth. There's a considerable and expensive, very expensive for the town, situation around court. And so I'm not gonna jump into their territory. They made that decision on their own to talk to you guys by Zoom at the September board meeting. So, and I would just jump down since time is money, as Einstein said. That was a joke. Thanks. I appreciate that. I will, if you choose to look at the code revisions after I'm done, come back if you want for that project. And then the main thing was what I've seen as improvements. It's nothing's rock solid around here, but lot fewer loose dogs. I couldn't resist the next sentence. So, one of the ways that was sort of fun was I went and got at Walmart a whole bunch of dollar treats and gel pens and stuff like that, and I randomly hand them out to people when I think your wife got one. But little rubber duckies were the all-time favorite. They got chosen over Nutella even, so there you go. And there's a significant reduction in people camping in their vehicles or in tents in town limits. There's also now a record-keeping system in place with spreadsheets and files and digital information about everything from people who just got warnings for parking, so if you do it again, you know they've already had a warning, to all the information people need for court. And I only made 2 recommendations here. If you already have, forgive me, I don't know the details of these, but if you've reduced the hours of code compliance, I suggest you concentrate those hours April, May, June, July, August, September, and October. Because that's when the tourists come and that's when the special events are. And so that's one thing. And if you want, code compliance to cover these special events and monitor the decibel levels continuously. They're gonna use up all their hours in any given special event. Because everyone from T Road to special events posts people on the roads into town because they know I live in the Baca. And they call in and tell them that I'm coming and they turn the sound down. So this is like a big, I don't know, cat and mouse game or something, but you'd have to have somebody just come into town or be here and stay here to monitor sound, because that's the kind of gamey stuff that's going on. And my other recommendation was I found I used the Texas A&M program for the code compliance basic training. And I thought it was excellent and it was very helpful, and I would recommend that whoever does it do that. And that's it. If you have questions, let me know. Nate?
I did.
This is my last board meeting.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
When this is your last meeting,
Right, August 31st, I'm done.
and then you're retiring, I think we should include Nancy in there and say it's going away.
But you're not leaving, you're still working for the town a little bit, right?
Till the end of the month.
Well, maybe I have to get hired as a municipal court clerk, but I can't start that until October because you can't be both. You can't be code compliance and the court
Oh, I
clerk.
see.
So, and there is one outstanding trial if there are no further citations.
Are you thinking about grant writing too, I thought you said?
Yeah, doing that.
Well, I want to thank you as you really put so much time and energy into being the code enforcer and really looked over our codes and really brought a lot of things to our attention that we really needed to know. And you worked so well with people. You know, I like the thing about dog treats and rubber duckies. But you really worked well with people, so I want to thank you.
Thank you for that.
And you weathered some personal attacks like slash tires. A lot of people would have quit after having their tires slashed, so I commend you on that piece.
And for her sitting up at that in market and being part of that.
Yeah, admirable.
Yeah, I give the credit to Desi on that, but it's been fun to watch it grow.
Oh,
It's
no,
really
it's crazy.
popular right now.
38 vendors.
Yeah.
And I would like to have one final comment. You were without a doubt the best code enforcement officer this town has ever had.
Thank you. That's true. I hope you can find somebody who will do it. I know it was hard when
Really a hard act to follow.
well, it was hard.
It's a hard act.
Get someone there.
What's it called now? How about a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. Why don't you second it, Vincent? Since you're here today. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, absolutely.
This meeting is adjourned at 5:12. Yay.
Early one.
Thank you, Dennis, for being part. I kind of cool.
I think it's gonna be good.